Welcome to the Aaron O Show, starting on time today because all of the complaints I really took to heart. Uh, that's absolutely untrue. I did not pay any attention to all the complaints. I love being on Black people time. It's Fatty's fault. It's Fatty's fault. He forced me to start the show early today. I was chilling, relaxing. I was up to no good when people started making trouble in it. Listen, I don't want no problems, but it seemed like it's a lot of problems going on. Now, for this show, I had to adjust my background. We got a dark cloud over the bay. Okay, we got a dark cloud over the bay. All right, it is what it is, and we're gonna have to talk about it. We're gonna have to talk about it. A lot of you ain't took a trip to the bay. Today, we're gonna take a trip to the Yay area. But first of all, shout out to my guy Tommy B, Town Business all the way. We gonna talk about it, bro. We gonna talk about it just a little bit, And shout out to Miss Doris for supporting the water fund because y'all know the show don't go on if ain't no water. So I try to make sure I'm always prepared to have water constantly flowing throughout the show so I can maintain this level of energy so that I can continue to push these shows. Shout out to DB. But that's what it comes down to. So thank you, Miss Doris, for always supporting us. We really appreciate you. And we're going to try to have a good time. And of course, right off the bat, the sponsor of the show is Team Fat. He said, I dare anyone to try to beat me. Team Fatty, first of all, look, I didn't mean anything at all when I said that Europeans don't like to shower. I was joking. There's no way that there's any truth to that at all. I mean, you are a European, aren't you? I'm just kidding. Thank you, Team Fatty, for sponsoring the show early. And you know, one thing I love about Team, let me tell y'all what my favorite thing about Team Fatty is. He is a foreign supporter, meaning he paid me in euros. How many of y'all got those, US dollars that we see all the time? I like euros. I don't understand why y'all just won't pay me in the euros. I like euros, okay? Euros is the payment of choice on the Aaron O Show, okay? I will accept Visa, MasterCard, EBT card. All of those things are acceptable. I'm also going to start accepting payments from the UK as well. Whole Brexit went in effect. So I accept the UK as well. That's not a problem. Canadian dollars, we often refer to the Canadian dollars as the California dollar. So that's common in this space as well. But shout out to Team Fatty for being the sponsor of the show immediately. But now that you mentioned the Team Fatty, I do want to acknowledge the last sponsor of the show, Mr. None other than Unlike Lee himself. Shout out to my brother Lee. He was doing what he do. I don't know if he was on vacation or whatever the case was, but he looked like he was in a luxury hotel and he wasn't alone on the last show. Listen, Lee, somebody sent me like a clip and you had these pillows behind you and all of a sudden they start moving and you fumble trying to turn that screen off. Oh, no, I can't let. So, Lee, we don't know who you was in that room with. But don't worry, there's no exposure. We could not see who it was. So nobody can get you caught up. Won't be no usher, won't be no caught up. So you good. But thank you for supporting the show and being a sponsor of the last show. Last show was phenomenal. I started off that show. I did one of my first ever rants. Okay. I wasn't sure if I'm going to make that a thing because I'm not much of a ranter. I can do it, as you guys can see from the last show. It's fun for me. I do enjoy the ranting from time to time. But I got in a lot of trouble for that last show. You know what I mean? I don't know if B. Taylor was mad at me, okay? I do not know if B. Taylor was mad at me. I like B. Taylor, okay? But I hope she's not mad at me. But I like B. Taylor, okay? So shout out to B. Taylor. And Venus, it was her show. So, shout out to Venus. They was acting up over there. Let's just be honest. And I just had to do a little rant. I got it out my system. I got it out my system, and now I feel much better. Okay, I got it out my system. I feel much better. But I'll be honest, my girl Raw B did a show that unfortunately you guys know I work. I haven't found that sugar mama to put me on the couch full time yet. I am looking. So if any of y'all women with a nice bag enjoy phenomenal conversations, and I will support your business, I will work for you. I'll be the submissive man you've been looking for. Please, 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 let me know where to fill out that application, okay? Because I am not too prideful to beg for a sugar mama. I'm not too prideful to beg for a provider, okay? I'm not. I'm a modern, new age, modern man. And I don't want to be like these other Dusties who don't know how to identify a queen when she is in the presence of you. Okay. It is what it is. Okay. So if y'all have any friends, I don't know if they can be in Europe though, because man, I don't know if I want a European because I don't know how it is in Europe. Because the way Fatty makes it seem like all he does is eat pizza. And I don't know if I'm willing to leave the US just to eat pizza every single day. I just don't know if I'm ready to do that. So just let me know if you guys have those people. Let me know where to put the applications in. Make sure you guys put a good word because I am willing to be the submissive man that they've been looking for in 2023. Okay. Now, I will say this. Robbie did a show. I couldn't make it to, and I missed a large part of it. I snuck in. I stole some free time. I don't have a lot of free time, but I stole a little bit. I peeked in for a minute and they was doing their thing. B. Taylor was going off on the chat. But unfortunately, they just won't let things go. So they just won't let things go. So I'm gonna talk about it briefly, and then we're gonna get into the show, okay? But I'm gonna talk about it just briefly. But as y'all know, Raw B put this up on her community tab right here. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger for you guys. Let me see here. Tab it. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Huh. Now, for those of you who don't know, that is a picture of Winnie Harlow. I don't know how to say her name, but she's like a model or something like that, right? She is currently, I believe, dating Kyle Kuzma, who just recently signed a lucrative contract in the NBA for the Washington Wizards, okay? I want to say to the sum of about $104 million, okay? All guaranteed money in the NBA. He got the bag. He got the bag. All right. Shout out to him. But she was also there at the concert. Okay. And let's put this back up. And Robbie said this. Oh Lord. Oh, imagine if Keke Palmer's man showed up to the event and spent time with his woman. Maybe she would have had the opportunity to do the same thing. Maybe if Keke Palmer's man would have showed up to the event, she would have done the same thing. It's kind of messed up. I don't necessarily agree with it. She has a right to say it, though. I don't necessarily agree with it, but she does have a right to say it. Let me go here and let me just show you guys so you guys get an understanding of what actually happened. Okay, we pull that back up briefly. I'm going to play the video of what occurred. I don't know. Is there sound? I'll see if it's sound. Yeah, I can play the sound. I can play the sound. One moment. Yeah, I can play the sound. So right there, Usher, he reached for Winnie Harlow's hand, or however you say her name. He reached for her hand, right? I think she's in the pink with the hat on and all that good stuff. He reached for her hand, and this is her reaction. Okay. She jumped up, refused to accept said dance, and sat on her man's lap. Okay? She sat on his lap. And that's what you see transpire. And Usher kept it player. You know what I'm saying? Usher kept it player. She kept it player, right? I see the simp god here is in full effect. Usher kept it player, and she chose, and it's Gucci, right? And he went on about his business, and he found another chick, aka Keke Palmer, right? Now, Raw B said, well, if you was there with your woman spending time, maybe she would have done this for you. Now, I know a lot of y'all are like, yeah, that makes sense. But let me tell you why that's a problem. Let me tell y'all why that's a problem. See, what occurred was this. He shouldn't have no requirements of her. I mean, that's just his girlfriend. Now, he shouldn't have no expectation. That's just his girlfriend. She don't have to move a certain way. That's just his girlfriend. He should have wiped her if he wanted her to act with some integrity. He should have wiped her. That's what was said, right? Now, you tell me, I could be blind, partly blind, but if I'm not mistaken, Kyle Kuzma is not married to Winnie Harlow. They're not married. They're not married at all. They are not married at all. She could have said, hey, you ain't my husband. We just dating. And this is how I want to get down. Because they got videos of her twerking or whatever. She do a little dancey stuff. She seems somewhat classy. I haven't seen a lot of her, but you know, it is what it is, right? Now, some of y'all think that's cool. I'm going to tell y'all what the problem is. I'm going to tell y'all what the problem is. This is the problem. See, what Winnie did was deny Usher the experience. And she said with her man, cool. You know what's supposed to happen? See, what men actually want is for you to do and act away when we not present. See, y'all over there are lauding her for acting that way with her man present. Cool. No problem. No problem. No problem at all. You know? No, Venus, no. Somebody paid $20 to take your wrench. I can't violate the terms. Okay. Somebody did it. I have to follow the rules. Okay. Now, if you want to get one of your supporters like Daryl Simp along to buy your wrench back, I will acquiesce, but they took it. I must respect the rules. You know me. I follow what the people say. It is what it is. You are one of my favorites. Okay. It hurts my heart. It does. To have to restrain your wrench, but I have to do it. But it hurts, okay? I'm not going to lie. Venus, they didn't pay no $300. What is wrong with that? They didn't pay no $300 to take your wrench, crazy lady. What you talking about? There's no $300 to take your wrench. You crazy. They only paid like $20 to take your wrench. They banned you for the night, though. They banned you for the night, too, and booted you and all that good stuff. But that wasn't for the wrench. But, yeah, so this is the thing, right? I think that it's important. I think that it's important for women, for y'all to act the right way when we not around. See, what Keke Palmer should have done is said, oh, shoot, my man, he ain't here, so I should act the way I should act as if he was here. Because that's what men ultimately want, right? We want our women to act the same way when we there and when we not there. Because we want to make sure y'all behave when y'all not in our presence. Because that's how we know y'all moving with the proper character and respect. Don't only act like that when Kyle Kuzma is present. That's ridiculous. You should act like that when he's not there. You should act like that when he's not nowhere around. It's like, no, I got a man. Even though he ain't here right now, I'm still going to operate as if he is. So, Usher, you ain't getting no little sexy little moment out of me. Nope. I got as a man. Okay? It is what it is. So, I have an issue with that as far as the fake outrage of him not marrying her, but y'all allowing Winnie Harlow for having a boyfriend and then acting the proper way with her boyfriend while then saying only wives and married people should do that. Y'all so wishy-washy. See, the problem is the honor thing. Move with honor, okay? Regardless if your man is around or not, okay? That's all that we ask. Do what you did with Kyle Kuzma as if he wasn't there and then say, Usher, no. Is that too much to ask? Or do you have to be married for you to move with a little integrity? Or if you want me to get a little, demon time, are you saying that men can cheat on you until y'all married? Is that what y'all saying? Because last time I checked, even if y'all not married, y'all don't want him to cheat on y'all and say, yo, but we not married though. So I'm just wondering about the inconsistencies, okay? So I just had to highlight that for you people that are acting ridiculous, making it seem like she did the right thing by sitting down to her man, and that's so honorable he was there. The honorable thing is, what do you do when I'm not around? What do you do when I'm not around? Okay? How do you hold me down when I'm not around? If Daryl Long is talking trash about me in another chat, do y'all hold me down when I'm not around, or do y'all only hold me down when I can see what y'all typing? That's what we want to know. That's what we want to know. We want to make sure that when we not around, y'all holding us down, okay? Is y'all talking bad behind Tommy B back when he ain't in the chat? Or y'all holding the town down? That's what we want to know. And it's reasonable. It's extremely reasonable, okay? And so I just have to acknowledge that I'm tired of the BS, and I don't want none of y'all to talk about him need to be her husband again after y'all over there talk about Winnie Harlow is the best, okay? Because it's ridiculous. Give me one sec. Let me see here. Okay, I got you. I'll look into that. Shout out to you. Appreciate the cash out, but I'll look into that. But yeah, I just thought that was insane. So I just wanted to address that. So Raw B, I did not want to type crazy on your community tab, but I just had to address it because it's ironic you supporting this non-married woman and her right actions with a non-married man, and then ridicule another man who's not married for, expecting similar to the same actions. I don't know. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. Okay, I could be wrong. I'm gonna be honest with you. I see the inconsistencies. Let me make sure I update Team Fatty as the sponsor of the show. But thank you, LeGarrette. Contradictory at best. At best, it's contradictory. Okay, and we're gonna let that slide. But just know I'm always paying attention. Okay, we see the disrespect, gentlemen. We see how they disrespect us, and they see how they pick and choose when being wives is respectable. Fatty said it's $100 million difference. They are for sale. But here's the crazy part. Did he even sign the contract at the time of that video? I don't know. Maybe the contract was still en route. I don't know. The contract is still, look, the ink is still wet, bro. I don't even know if he signed it just yet. But it is what it is. These are how they act, bro. This is how they act, okay? Now, I'm gonna have to take us around, okay? I'm gonna have to take us around. Now, a lot of y'all in another city, right? A lot of y'all is in another country, another state, etc. But I need for y'all to take a trip all the way over to the Bay Area. Okay? All the way over. Now, I just have to let you know it's crazy. We call it BIP Central, BIP City. It's reckless out there, okay? Tommy B, if he was here, he'd explain it a lot better. But just know, you might not want to have a vehicle. You might want to get a scooter like me. Because if you leave anything unattended, it's ours. You leave a laptop it's gone. Backpack is gone. Anything, cell phone on the seat is gone. We apologize. Rims, it is what it is. Cadillac, everything is gone. It's gone. It's BIP City. We need everything. And it is what it is, okay? It's nothing personal. It's just business. You come to the Bay, you think it's sweet. You're going to find out really quickly it ain't going to be so good. I don't think they'd do you like that. I don't think they'd rob you for your scooter. I think they'd let you slide for the scooter. You know what I'm saying? Like they looking for the right opportunity, okay? Now, what I've noticed doing a little research lately, That's right, love. See, I had to put you on with the BIP game. Yeah, yeah. And it don't get no more serious than the Bay. Nobody do it like the Bay. So I'm just warning y'all because y'all keep saying, hey, we want to come to the Bay, we want to visit. I don't know if y'all sure about that because just because y'all don't hear about them on the news, y'all don't hear about the town, the cities, all that, y'all ain't hearing about it. Y'all think that we just all are like, what is that scary little part of the city that y'all scared of? Let me see here. Let me see. What is it? What is it? The Tenderloin. You know the thing that Dave Chappelle always try to scare y'all with? The Tenderloin, the good old Tenderloin. Oh, that place is scary. Man, real people from real places ain't scared of no Tenderloin. Actually, we laugh at the TLs. We laugh at it. Ain't nobody, everybody know downtown is where the rejects are. People that got rent out their hoods and all that good stuff. Everybody knows the truth, okay? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what? I'm gonna definitely drop the link because I see my bro Tommy B is in the building, and so he might could give y'all a better introductory into how the BIP game is really moving out here. So let me get the link for him. Let me pull it up one moment. Then we're gonna get into the rest of the show. Copy the link. There we go. And pin it there. There we go. We go, G. Yeah, they not going to the point either. They don't remember what the point was like back in the 90s. Man, they have no clue at all. At all. Shout out to AL says, if y'all giving out reparations, I'm there. Listen, reparations is definitely on board. I'm telling you right now, I'm reading up on it. They talking about it. We got a black lady that's part of the whole panel and everything. So, black women, y'all right now are our biggest push to get this reparations. So if black women can pull this off of us, we might have to mend the little battle that we having because black women messed around and made us in the Bay a lot more richer. So shout out to the black women in the Bay in California right now, because we don't know about the rest of y'all in other states. But if y'all get us this money, we gonna stop beefing with y'all. We gonna call off the battle and everything in Cali, and we gonna just be all love affair again because we get that reparations money. Oh, we gonna turn up. Oh, we gonna 100% turn all the way up. And shout out for the Cash App. Shout out to my guy LeGarrette. Appreciate you holding it down all the time. I got my guy Tommy B in the building. What up, bro?
What's up, blood?
Man, I'm just taking the people on a trip to Oakland right now. Talk about this politics. They didn't know what bipping was, so I had to put them on like the last show or two. They didn't know what it was.
Yeah, that shit out of control. I was just chopping up with somebody the other day. I was talking about I don't know if you had heard about that when the Warriors started winning. Motherfuckers didn't know when ESPN came out here. They told ESPN to fuck up. They ran through their trucks. I forgot, it was shit, hundreds of $1,000s in camera equipment got took. Hella reporters was getting. What a lot of people don't know. I don't know if it's the whole Bay. I know Oakland for sure. When they do the news, chill out, dog. When they do the news in Oakland, they got to be followed by armed security because they started robbing the news reporters for their cameras and shit. Like Oakland been like the robbery capital for shit. I want to say a couple years in a row, but yeah, this shit ain't been nothing new out here. You feel me? Come at your own risk.
No doubt. It just the city, they just robbing Hermes every week. Gucci getting ran through every week. Like, it is what it is. Like, you come out here, everybody getting robbed. So look, they closing businesses left and right. Walgreens, Targets, everybody getting shut down because y'all getting robbed. Cars getting robbed, ain't nowhere to park. It's bad. It's bad. Like, I mean, the good news kinda is the violence is somewhat down because the other crime is so high. So people don't realize that, but there's other ways for you to get got. But then, they just don't know. So I was reviewing some things, and I realized that it's a lot of crazy, especially going on in the town right now. It's a little bit crazy in the town right now.
Yeah, did you peep that they got B Simone?
No, I ain't heard about that. They got to be
B
small.
Simone came out. You can look it up right quick. She came out here, man. They took the bitch Bible. God, they took the bitch Bible. Like, hey, we need everything. But they hit her. I want to say it's been like 2 weeks now. But yeah, she came out for a show. They took all her luggage, all her partner's luggage. They was out there, nigga, nothing. Same outfit they had on.
You're absolutely right. I'm about to look for that video real quick. See if I can snatch that video real quick. You're absolutely right. Man, the city of Oakland, I thought y'all was the home of the Black Panthers. What's going on? Why y'all messing with little old B. Simone?
Shit, the Panthers was with the shits too. Don't get it twisted. Them was street niggas they got, you feel me? They got reformed, but nigga, they was with the shit too.
She definitely got hit though. I
Yeah,
can't
they
find
took
it.
her shit
Yeah,
up.
exact
They took
video.
everything too. Like nigga, she said she had the only outfit that she was wearing was the only shit she had. They took everything.
Well, if you eating and you come around here looking like you eating, there's people starving, the team gonna get fed. It just is what it is.
I mean, but it's so cold. Like they say, nobody above the BIP. Mr. Fab, you feel me? They call him the mayor of Oakland. They the BIP. Matter of fact, they just got him. I think a week ago, they hit the Lambo. They busted out the back of the Lambo window and got him. Ain't nobody above the BIP. So don't think it's like, oh, you know, this person to this person is cool. No, they bipping everything. They don't give a fuck.
It's reckless, it's crazy, but it's a necessary thing because that's look, everybody got their thing. Every city, every state, they got their own little thing. And unfortunately for the people that understand how to go out here, it's BIP City. I mean, it is what it is. I know better. That's why I said I don't even want a car. I don't even want to wake up and get my feelings hurt. I don't want to experience. But here's the sad part: you will get bipped in the middle of traffic on your way to the freeway.
Hey, that's the coldest one I seen. Was matter of fact, I
Crazy.
think it was like I want to say it was the exit ramp on the Bay Bridge, and they boop hopped out, hit him, and then bounced out on the bridge. I said, "Well, that was the coldest one I seen. Midday traffic, broad daylight. These niggas is crazy."
Yeah, actually, let me see. I got a real quick video of Mr. Fab getting into it about how it go a little bit out here. Let me play a little bit of this.
At this point, you need a security for the whip. What it seems is that people have gotten desperate since the influx of cash from the pandemic has dried up, leading them to turn to low-hanging fruit.
This year, the city of San Francisco experienced 31,000 smash and grab thefts. Less than 2% of them were solved.
Dude casually broke into my Tesla and walked away. Life in the Bay Area.
Dang, that was like 20 seconds.
Yeah, you know, what was weird though is like,
It's been a thing in the Bay Area for a while now.
yeah, the shit ain't even new. It's just got out of control now.
Car burglaries happen nationwide.
You know what they do is they just take the little spark plug. We've been doing that since we was kids. You take the spark plug and shatter the window. You feel me? You whoop. But now it's just how brazen they is now. Like I said, they broad daylight. Look, they the whole street. They just walk inside. It's shit mania as fuck.
Whoo, man, oh man. But you know what? There got to be a way to solve this problem. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, there has to be a way to solve this problem. There has to be some level of leadership that must go on. It just has to be. It just has to be. And when I think about it, I know exactly who the person is that's going to save the city, who going to save the Bay and do their part. It's the leaders, okay? It's the leaders, right? Now, man, that's crazy. Broad daylight. They don't understand this stuff is broad daylight, bro. They think it only happened at night. They don't understand. You see what that say right there? BIP City. Okay. We got a brand new word we put into the dictionary. Okay. Just let it be known. Okay. We ain't making this up. We ain't making this up. It's ugly out here. Don't matter what you look like. You Asian, white, black. It don't matter. Everybody can get it. Okay. Dang, you might have to close Raising Cane's out in Oakland if they keep on playing. You get to drive through rent, man.
Nah, so even with Raising Cane's, they actually closed the inside because so many motherfuckers was getting bipped outside. They closed the inside, so now you can only go through the drive-through.
Dang. And they know how much we love chicken. They know how much we love chicken. Man, if people doing this on YouTube live, on IG live and Facebook live, and they hitting you in real time, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, and like what motherfuckers need to understand, I'ma just be 100 with you. Ain't no motherfucking leader gonna do shit in Oakland. Niggas do what the fuck they want to do. Period, point blank. And that's even go back to the Panthers, because that's what the Panthers had a problem with when they was trying to do their thing. And remember, they went up against Felix Mitchell and them. And Felix Mitchell and they was telling them, nigga, we gonna do what the fuck we like. It's just that's how the city is. You feel me? It always been that way. That's why it ain't no Bloods and Crips in Oakland. Nigga, we gonna do what the fuck we want to do. And that's just what it is. And I mean, that's good for some shit and bad for other things. You feel me? But just it's not gonna be some Christian dude that's gonna come, because I'm gonna be 100 with you. The nigga that will be able to do it, if he was gonna be able to do it, is Mr. Fab, and they tearing his shit the fuck up. So I mean, you feel me? It just the mentality of Oakland is never been structured. It's always been basically the Wild Wild West. Niggas gonna do what the fuck they want to do. Ain't nobody gonna come out here and tell a nigga what the fuck they want to do. It just is what it is. You feel me? It's unwritten bylaws. You know what I'm saying? That motherfuckers go by. You feel me? If you know, you know. But as far as just overall, there is like no Jexy Jackson type motherfucker that's gonna come over and be like, "Hey, we need to stop." And motherfuckers don't listen. It ain't never been. Oakland ain't never been like that.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. But I mean, there's some leaders that think they got a chance to do some good. It's a few of them. And I just gotta find it. Where is that? Let me see here. Where is that clip at? Let me see here. I mean, where's the safest place for them to be at when they pull up in the Bay? You got to give them a place where they can hang out at, where they don't have to go through these problems.
Shit. What? Where Santa Clara? Shit. I mean, and to be honest with you, that ain't even necessarily guaranteed, because motherfuckers will move around out there. But I mean, right now, Oakland is. I mean, even like the crazy part about it though is like the safest part to park in Oakland is like the hood. You feel me? Because this shit happened downtown. You feel me? Like when I go park in my hood, niggas ain't bipping in the hood. You feel me? It's just they downtown with it. You feel me? So all of that shit that you seen is like downtown Oakland. You feel me? With the federal building and all that type of. The craziest part about it is where all that video is filmed at is literally down the street from the police station. The main police station. They get the main county jail and all that shit. So that's the mainiest part about the shit. It is literally right down the street from the police station. But yeah, it's shit. You park in the hood, all that shit ain't going on in the hood like that. That shit all downtown Oakland and shit, downtown Frisco, all that shit.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think that yeah, I think it's getting dangerous, more and more dangerous. Because they not really stopping no crime. They not really trying to put people with. They said they only solved 2% of the break-ins. 2%. Come on now.
Yeah, but it's hard to solve though. You feel me? Because it's like if I pull up, you feel me, with a shiesty mask on, you feel me? I hop out. You got the spark plug. You throw the spark plug through. That only take a half a second. I jump through the window, snatch where I snatch to get out. The whole crime is like, if you slow 20 seconds, you feel me? Like that's what you feel me? Unless you get the license plate number, and 9 times out of 10, it might be a stolo that you driving. So that ain't gonna, you feel me? So it's like it's a difficult crime to solve. You feel me? And then on top of that, we got more important shit to deal with because this motherfuckers out here getting murdered. So now it's like no, so it's And then so you got that, then you got armed robberies, all of this shit on the list. The BIP and shit is at the bottom of the list to deal with out there. You feel me? So I don't know what to do. And then the resources and shit, you feel me, as far as like with the cops and shit like that. Then the police force is fucked up. It always been. You feel me? They just got from under federal supervision because they were so fucked up. So it's just the whole shit is fucked up.
Well, let me play this other video right here. Let's just see just how bad it can get out in the city and out in the town. Let's start over in the town, though. Let's start over in the town, because it's a little bit different over there. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Crisis. And in Oakland, it's far worse than any other city or even county in the state. One man tells us that he had to wait more than 10 minutes to talk to a dispatcher. In another case, an Oakland police officer was stabbed and his 911 calls failed to connect. Investigative reporter Candace Wynn brings this issue to city leaders.
Oakland's 911 system is waiting to fail catastrophically. Those are words right out of this recent Alameda County grand jury report. Our investigative unit also analyzed statewide call records showing Oakland and another Bay Area 911 center are the worst in the state when it comes to answering times.
Oakland emergency number 19.
Hi, 6th and Jefferson. A police officer just got stabbed by a homeless person.
Officer Danny Chor was off duty when a woman stabbed him in the neck. The profusely bleeding officer used his cell phone to call 911, and his repeated calls failed to connect, according to a grand jury report at the time.
Yeah, a police officer just got stabbed.
Okay.
The caller is a waste management supervisor. You're hearing her voice because not only were the officer's 911 calls failing to connect, according to the report, her employee, a garbage truck operator who drove past the scene, also tried calling 911, and his calls also could not get through. You're hearing his voice only because he's on his supervisor's speakerphone as she called 911 for him.
I think you're on mute.
Yeah. I just want to know why y'all not picking up the calls when people calling for help. They call the 911 when they need help. Why y'all not picking them up? What's going on?
You know what's crazy? I don't know if that's exactly where it happened at, but swear to God, that's literally right down the street from the post. Like the building that they showed,
yep,
is the county, is the jail, and then literally right next door is the main police station. So if that happened right there, this nigga was literally right down the street from the police station. Like I'm talking walking distance. That's crazy.
Look. Shout out to LA Wilkes. He said the worst crime happens right around the police station.
I mean, yeah, I can't argue. But I mean, that would seem kind of weird, seeing that, this is where they all at. But I mean,
I would agree.
We got stories.
You would think anywhere where it got 20, 30 police vehicles in a little parking lot, you'd be a little worried about doing anything. But it seemed like that's where things be going down the most. And they ain't picking up your calls. So if you call and asking for help, I don't think they're going to be able to pick up your call. I don't understand. Do y'all really want to move to the Bay? And he black because he said Amalams. Anybody say Amalams, that's black.
He shut the fuck did. That nigga said Amalams.
You heard him? Come on now. You already know. Like, come on. We already know who that is. So they probably didn't want to pick up just for him on the strength of that. Dang, that's crazy.
Details about this dangerous delay were published in the civil grand jury's 2019-2020 report, which was prompted by a complaint about long 911 call wait times in Oakland. In 2020, Oakland's average 911 answering time was 28 seconds, nearly double the state and national standard of 15 seconds. According to state 911 data obtained by the investigative unit, Oakland's average 911 answering time has gotten far worse. This year, it's nearly doubled to 54 seconds.
I did call 911, and the experience is absolutely horrible.
Alan Liang owns an Oakland auto shop and uses this tow yard. He says he wishes his 911 calls were picked up in 54 seconds.
But when I call 911, usually you're on hold for approximately 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
10 minutes before I...
How we gonna run businesses if we can't get no support in 10 minutes?
So let me explain something to you, Aaron. You heard the Citizen app, right?
Yep.
Bro, I had the Citizen app one time for Oakland. I swear to God, nigga, I had to delete it. That motherfucker went off so much all day, bro. That motherfucker, do. Like, it's. I get it, cause I mean, that shit was non-stop, bro. Like, so I mean, it's only so many calls you can pick up till you get. You feel me? So,
man, but it's a lot of money in the Bay. It's a lot of money out here. It's a whole lot of money. Man.
10 seconds.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Just last week, Liang called 911 to report a missing person and says he was on hold for 7 minutes. Last September, he found a crushed body in his tow yard, and this happened.
So this is where I found the dead body a while back. I immediately dialed 911. I was placed on hold for maybe about 10 to 15 minutes.
And that's after Liang says his 911 calls repeatedly failed.
Do you see how calm he was? This is where I found the dead body right over there, and it took them a minute.
Yeah, he on San Leandro Street in the east, nigga. It's many down there because there's hella homeless people, like all the way down San Leandro Street. It's literally just filled with homeless people all down that motherfucker. So seeing some shit like that probably ain't even surprising to him because, like I said, it's literally just campers and tents all the way down that shit.
Man, city of Oakland, well, boy.
To connect, just like what happened with the stabbed officer.
If you call 911 and you hear that fast, busy signal, that means all the 911 lines at your local communication center are busy. Your call won't go through until one of those lines opens up.
In a statement to us, a city spokesperson said long wait times for 911 callers are clearly unacceptable and that Mayor Sheng Tao has directed that 911 call taker vacancies be given top-tier priority. But just last week, in the mayor's recently approved city budget, Mayor Tao froze a full-time communication dispatcher position.
She did what? She cutting off funds so y'all to get support?
Yeah, the politics out here, but see, like this is the whole thing that I be telling people when they talk about like the Raiders leaving. I'm like, bro, we got so much other shit to pay for. We can't be paying for these motherfuckers. You feel me? Like, and if you see the deal that Vegas made with the Raiders,
yeah,
Vegas got one of the worst school systems in America.
One of the worst. That's fact.
These motherfuckers cashed out for the Raiders. You feel me? And I said off top, if Oakland had to make that deal to get the Raiders, they could have them motherfuckers because it's way too much more shit to pay for than to be paying for some fucking football team. You feel me? So when people be wondering why the teams is leaving, it's because, well, first of all, with the A's and the Warriors, is two of the poorest owners in said sports. So they're asking for a lot more money or a lot more help doing this shit than most owners is doing. And we just don't have the money to be supporting these motherfuckers. Especially we supporting, millionaires / billionaires for a sports team. And we got all of this shit going on in the city that we can't even figure out now.
I think we got the most billionaires in California, and pretty much us in New York got the most in all of the country. So we got a lot of rich people to support. I just think that's a lot. It's unsafe right now. That's all I'm gonna say. It's unsafe. You might not want to pull up out here without somebody. Better check in.
When we repeatedly asked to sit down with the mayor for an interview about that decision and Oakland's 911 system, she refused.
I just feel like the city leaders are not taking this issue seriously.
According to a new civil grand jury report released last month, Oakland's 911 phone system was recently replaced. But Oakland still faces staff shortages, a record number of 911 calls, and 911 software and hardware that is so out of date, the police department is forced to buy replacement parts on eBay. Motorola has only one technician who still knows how to work on the 20-year-old software. When asked about the report, the mayor declined an interview again.
Okay, they're not waiting for the ambulance.
Okay.
Yo, that's crazy. You telling me how much is the mayor getting paid? Hold on. I gotta look it up. I gotta look it. Sorry, I gotta look it up.
A rookie police officer out there could do like 120 first year, 120 to 150 first year. So I know the mayor getting paid.
Let me see if I can pull it up. You know what the average mayor in California gets paid $32 an hour. That's the average. Let's see if we can get her salary.
You said 32 an hour?
That's the average mayor in. I think that's just the average mayor, right? Whatever that is. Let me see if I can pull it. Hold on. I think I can get it. Okay. Whoa. Where's Oakland? Okay. It's about 226,000 for her. About 226,000. Yeah. So she getting paid about 226. That ain't 32 an hour. We both know that, but she getting paid about $236,000 to be the mayor of Oakland, California.
Yeah, that'd be close to probably about what, like 80 hours, something like that.
Come on, bro. Come on, like you know what I'm saying? Like that's damn near triple. But man, and she refused to do the interview. So as we look forward, think about it. The Asian guy said our leaders, which is an Asian woman, they're failing them. How often do you see Asians turn on each other like that? Come on now.
Hey, when your money on the line, you don't give a fuck what color that motherfucker is.
Hey, you see what I'm saying? Quick, fast, and hurry. No, she's not one of us. She not one of us. But I ain't gonna lie. I thought that, you know, she because she is considered the leader of Oakland, and I believe that it's a possibility that maybe she is the one. Maybe she's the one that can save Oakland. We'll find out. Let me read couple of these super chats in before I get lost out here. My guy Gary Grant says there will be no reparations. It's just the okie dokie. Gary Grant, don't hurt me and Tommy Dreams like that. You got a chance of seeing us become instant multi-millionaires overnight. Don't you mess up our dreams. Don't do that because you selfish. Because you don't want us to get these reparations. You're being real selfish.
You know the goofy part about it is, I could probably see this shit happening, and then as much shit as we need to get fixed in California, they'll fucking pass that goofy ass shit. I ain't gonna complain. I'll take that shit, probably move out this month.
I ain't gonna say nothing at all. I'm gonna grind it out. I'm waiting for these women, this Black Power stuff to play out, and we just dwindle off into them checks. All right. AO says, so y'all the reason why ESPN fired everybody. Yeah. They came to the city, equipment gone. You know what I'm saying? People probably didn't even sign out the equipment. They thought it was cool. They got hit, and then, you know, Disney didn't want to pay for that. So it is what it is. LA says, dog, it's a dispatcher shortage all over, but people don't know about it. No, we know it, but it's a lot of cities that can do just fine without dispatchers. It ain't going to work out here. If you ain't got no dispatcher out here, as you can see, almost double the national average. Almost double the national average. That's insane.
I think what he's missing is if it was fully staffed, it still wouldn't be enough. So the fact that there's a shortage even makes it even crazier.
Yeah, exactly. If they was fully, it wouldn't put no dent in. We still be robbing everything that come into town. Let's just be honest. Everybody is getting.
Listen, I'm telling people, if people really invested in this, download the Citizen app and put Oakland on there, and I swear to God, your phone will blow the fuck up. Like, that shit is crazy.
Man, anybody want to put your phone, put it on mute, bro. I'm telling you. That thing was going off so many times. Listen, man, it's different out here. People think that we got all these rainbows out here. They think that's what it is. They just have no clue. I don't see no rainbows at all in my day-to-day process. I don't see no rainbows. So that's just for the TV, for the people that be watching.
An ambulance never made it to the Oakland police officer who was stabbed. He was just 2 blocks away from police headquarters. Before his 911 calls could connect, his fellow officers put him in the back of a patrol car.
Yep.
He survived, But grand jurors at the time said the 911 system's multiple failures in this situation almost cost the officer his life.
It's basically a waste of time, and I just don't dial 911 anymore.
We mentioned that Oakland has the second longest 911 answering time in the state this year. You're probably wondering who has the longest. CHP Golden Gate Division in Vallejo tops the list with an answering time of 56 seconds. CHP's numbers jumped during the pandemic, and the agency says,
well, we know why it's Vallejo. They don't got no police department.
Well, they went bankrupt.
Yeah, they don't have no police department.
And Vallejo's been a free for all for a minute. Like Vallejo, they told you if somebody robbed your house, don't even call the police because we can't even send nobody out. I was like, sheesh.
That's big fact. So like we kind of understand why they would be number 2, but technically they number 1. Technically they're number 1, and the leader is supposed to save the city. So I believe that she can save the city. All she has to do is give a powerful speech, and she can save the city. You don't believe me?
This is to send a strong message that if you are thinking to commit crimes in the city of Oakland, that you will be caught. Because we are not
scary
for our residents and our businesses to feel unsafe in our communities, to walk to the grocery store, to walk to their vehicles. And so this is a part of that comprehensive plan. On the same token, it is true. In my budget, we will be investing in the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, because why not prevent crimes from happening before it happens? In carceral consequences, obviously, we don't have the authority as the city of Oakland to charge and to give those consequences in a set manner. That is up to the judge and through the judicial system. But it's not just the carceral consequences. It's also, like we talked about, the very programmings, the mentorship. We all know that, people can change. People can change, and they can choose different options if there are more options to be picked from. And so that's what we're trying to do as well, too, in the city of Oakland. However, again, it will be up to the district attorney's office and the judge to, this is to send a...
I'm convinced. I feel safer already. Move me out. All I need to do is hear from her. I feel safe. Things are different now. I'm happier. Don't you feel much safer?
That was a scary speech, man. They better watch out for her.
Yeah, I feel much safer. I think she has. I think she's going to do a really, really good job of protecting the city of Oakland. You know what's interesting though? I don't know if she's married. I know what you're thinking. What the hell does that matter? I know what you was thinking. There seems to be the leadership in San Francisco, which we have. I believe the San Francisco mayor is the highest paid mayor in all of the nation. The highest paid. Oakland would be up there with some of the highest paid mayors in all of the nation. They're ran by two women that are unmarried. How often do politicians get those positions in office and be unmarried? I rarely ever see a man get to be in office and not have a wife. Think about that. When's the last time you've seen a mayor in office and he didn't have a wife? Something ain't right about that.
That's definitely a good point.
The two most dangerous places right now are when it's going crazy, led by women, unmarried women. Most men, in order to be politicians, they got to be married. And they getting paid crazy money to destroy the city. But be honest with you, I think they found somebody that can save us. I think they found a loophole. I think they found somebody that can bring justice to the people in the Bay Area. And ultimately, I think it's important that we give our leaders an opportunity to protect us and, bring this great city, great Bay, great towns back to where they need to be. And we got just a person to do it. Okay. Just a person. This is going to be your savior.
Covering his face with a ski mask to protect his identity, Boots walks around his neighborhood, Fisherman's Wharf, looking like this and with a non-lethal weapon on his waist that looks like a gun. His goal is to scare off thieves from breaking into cars.
The criminals are getting to know us. I wouldn't call it an organized anything. It's just concerned citizens. Every day is a small victory. You know, you chase them off from one corner.
For years, he's captured videos of car break-ins, and now he says help the area where he lives and owns a business.
The tourists aren't going to come here. The business of some people that, you know, have lived here and been here for their entire lives, and it's not fair.
Covering his face with a ski mask to protect his identity, Boots walks around his neighborhood, Fisherman's Wharf.
See what I mean? See? I told you we good. I told you we good.
Well, first of all, his neighborhood is Fisherman's Wharf. Second of all, buddy, you gonna get your boots smoked. Non-lethal weapon.
That's a secret weapon. He got to start there. Then he gonna make his way out. He gonna seep over into Oakland. He gonna get his group together. Yeah. That's what you thought the mayor meant when they said we're gonna make sure criminals get caught. Who you thought she was referring to?
Sure ain't coming to Oakland with no non-lethal weapon.
Hey, that's the superhero that we need. Okay, see, you got to give him some time. He's gonna get everything back in order. He gonna protect the neighborhoods. He gonna get his group together, and things gonna change. This is why you gotta listen to what the mayors say, because they got plans at hand, and they believe the people will protect us. So I'm gonna give them an opportunity to do that.
That's great. Jeez. Hey, good luck to that man. I guess.
Oh man, hey, listen.
Hey, I've never heard no shit like that before.
We so down bad out here. We referring to people that don't even get paid to do these jobs, man. Shout out to AO. He said, y'all got gangsta-licious out there. Do the homie. We ain't got no gangsta-licious out here. What the hell is gangsta-licious? We ain't got no gangsta-licious. London Breed is from the Mo. You know what? You're right about that. She is. I don't remember which part. Is it the Mac? I don't remember which part. Yeah. I don't know how she stole herself way in office like this, bro. I really don't know. But just know our two cities is run by the women, unmarried women. It is what it is. Oligarchy. Shout out to Omega Deeds. It is what it is, bro. I just want to make sure we raise awareness to people as you're traveling, to make sure you know where you're going when you're navigating the Bay. And shout out to Donnell for the cash app. Appreciate you, bro. But I think it's important. It's important that we know where we should go and where we shouldn't go. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just gonna ride a scooter. It ain't safe to have a car no more, Tommy. It ain't. It really ain't safe no more.
I mean, hey, we got Bart. But then even like I got my peoples that be on Bart saying all the goofy shit that happened on Bart. So I don't even know, dog.
Man, Bart just is crazy. I mean, it ain't as dangerous as it used to be, but it still goes down when you get to that Oakland, when you get to that West Oakland, when you get to them stops. Yeah, you still got opportunity there where things could happen, and you just not prepared for it. It is what it is. Now then let us go ahead and leave the cloud over the Bay. We're gonna shift up out of there for a minute. It's BIP City. Y'all know what it is now. But let me ask you this. Do you think it's okay to wish death on somebody, or does it even matter?
I ain't gonna say it's okay, but I don't mind doing it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I really don't know if I care for it or not, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it don't really affect me because people gonna die regardless, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say at the end of the day, if you're not the one that's gonna perform the act, then you just saying words. It is what it is. You feel me? Now, if people want to believe in any kind of, other type energy and all that type of shit, it is what it is. But that's, what it reminds me of? Remember back in the day, God strike me down if I'm lying. It'd be a whole bunch of missing niggas right now if that shit really was true. You know what I'm saying? That was the go-to to make sure somebody believed you. God strike me down if I'm lying. Like,
step on a crack, break your mama's, all those things. If they was real, you're right. It would definitely change up things. Let me see here. Let me play this clip for you here, because this ultimately what it comes down to, right? We're gonna shift over to the second part of the show. Welcome to the show. Make sure I'm caught up on all my super chats. We are good to go. Check out this clip here. This is quite interesting.
But Walmart used to take out life insurance policies against all of their employees that they knew were terminally ill. It was literally called the Dead Peasants Life Insurance Policy.
A corporate practice dubbed Dead Peasants Life Insurance. Companies secretly bet on employees' lives, expecting to make a buck when they die.
Sometimes there were even cases that they found that they purposely hired people that they knew had terminal illnesses so that they could take out the life insurance policy. So then when these people would pass away, they would get a huge settlement.
And they wouldn't give it to the family.
The family got nothing.
Bettina Tillman felt shocked, deceived, when a Wall Street Journal reporter told her brother, a music store cashier, was insured by his employer for $339,000 when he died, though he no longer even worked there.
We were just in disbelief that they were able to do it and actually cash the policy or cash in on the policy.
Yeah, they got sued, I think. So
yeah, they got sued.
Got exposed.
Eileen Moo represents Walmart and has paid more than $15 million to settle class action dead peasant suits in Texas and Oklahoma, but in Florida, she argued the law is on Walmart's side. So this is in multiple states that they're getting sued for this, and it's literally called Dead Peasants. So Walmart.
Now, basically, corporations, companies have life insurance policies on their employees, some terminally ill employees, things like that, and they got sued for it. I don't know, but I think it's quite interesting. Let me see if I have that actual documentary that they wanted to play. Let me pull it up here. Hold on.
I would more trip out on the actual life insurance companies actually offering it if they talking about terminal ill employees. It's like you damn near giving away free money. That's a little weird to me.
It is a little weird, but I mean, hey, listen, if that's how they was doing deals, they was doing deals. I mean, I don't know. Let me watch it. Let me watch this part of this documentary and get some more information before I make a definitive position here.
Profit from your death. Now to an almost unthinkable question. Could your employer be betting on your life in order to profit from your death? This is essentially what some companies are doing by taking out life insurance policies on their employees. Our senior national correspondent, Claire Shipman, has more on this, and we're going, huh? How can this be?
Exactly. Life insurance policies on their employees, but who gets the money when they die? The employer. Robin, we were stunned when we saw this in Michael Moore's latest film. These schemes that really give your employer a reason to literally wish you were dead. But it's nothing personal, just about the bottom line.
Hello, I'm Ed.
Not so long ago, life insurance was pretty straightforward.
You need life insurance protection most right now.
Offering security to loved ones in a tough time. So when Irma Johnson learned her husband Daniel, who died of brain cancer, had been insured for $1.5 million, that should have been at least a small comfort. Except she didn't get the money. His employer did.
You didn't know about it.
No. It's one of the most bizarre free market perversions Michael Moore highlights in his latest film, Capitalism: A Love Story, a corporate practice dubbed Dead Peasants Life Insurance. Companies secretly bet on employees' lives, expecting to make a buck when they die.
I mean, secretly, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's a secret that you're going to die. I think it's a known fact. It's a known fact. So I'm not sure if I'm as outrageous as everyone else is. I don't think do you find a problem with this? I don't really find a problem with it. I think it's fine.
I wouldn't go crazy, but you know what's weird is the wording, because they say betting on your death. So then you got to double back and go, so if my family take out a policy, are they betting on my death? Like if my family take it out, that's looked as being responsible. But then when they take it out, they say you betting on your death when they literally doing the exact same thing. It's a little weird. But yeah, that's wild. I mean, I've heard about it in the music industry a lot. I mean, it's always been kind of like a little rumor that they take out the policies on the artists and stuff. And then when I learned a little bit more, I heard that like a lot of corporate companies do that too and stuff. I'm not sure if that's ever happened to me. I don't remember signing. I usually read the papers I sign when I get hired, unlike a lot of people. So
I know they got life insurance on me. I know they do. So that's what comes with being part of the business. I don't have a big issue with it. I don't know why they made this documentary about it. I'm not sure why they're so frustrated. That's why I'm trying to get some insight for.
Like, if they actually charged you and then cashed out, I would get it. But if they're paying the policy, I'm kind of confused on what the problem is.
I'm
get
in
what I'm
agreement
saying?
with you right now because I don't get it. I'm lost.
Mike Myers, the attorney who's uncovered many of the cases and has helped angry relatives sue, says it's pervasive.
Life insurance is traditionally used to guard yourself against the loss of a breadwinner or someone who's very important to you. This is used as an investment scheme.
Myers says dozens of blue chip companies have these policies, but only banks are forced to reveal them. Several have billions of dollars worth. We wondered why companies would even be interested.
The driving force behind it is the tax deductions.
That's right, a tax break. It was designed to let companies insure a few crucial executives, but savvy companies realized they could also get a tax break insuring a lot of lower level employees. It's a financial scheme that doesn't actually cost the employees anything except, some say, their trust. But Tina Tillman felt shocked, deceived, when a Wall Street Journal reporter told her brother, a music store cashier, was insured by his employer for $339,000 when he died, though he no longer even worked there.
We were just in disbelief that they were able to do it and actually cash the policy, or cash in on the policy.
She sued and won. Now the government mandates companies get employee consent. Amegy Bank told us that Daniel Johnson gave his consent, but Irma Johnson says that's not true, and she's suing. Congressman Gene Green has been pushing for even tougher restrictions. Nobody's really being hurt, but it's so clearly creepy. Yeah. So, how do you get at what really is wrong with this?
Well, we hope our laws are based on not only fairness, but morals. And to me, it's immoral for me to benefit from your death if I don't know you.
Meanwhile, for those who feel wronged and were never told about the insurance, it's up to them to brave the court system.
It was a matter of making sure that we did the right thing and that it was something that would honor our brother. We sent a message across to that company to let them know, you may have gotten away with it all these years, but not this time.
Not this time. And Claire, I don't know if you want to know, but how can you find out if your employer has taken out a life insurance policy?
I know this is one of the problems. It's not easy to find out because until 2006, there was no federal requirement for companies to let their employees know. Now they are required to let them know. But again, the documentation is very hard to come by. And I think until that tax break is gone, companies are going to keep doing it.
Like I said, nothing.
I don't know. I think they should. I don't consider wishing death on somebody, but the lady said it's creepy. Are we gonna move on creepy? Is that how we should be moving as a country? Creepy?
Again, when your family does it, is that creepy? Because we know, one of the biggest things with black folks not getting it is, you gonna. They seem to think it's gonna bring death earlier or some weird shit like that. So that's one of the main things you hear from black people not getting it. So if your family get it, that's not creepy. But if this company gets it, I get the moral part. I get that it is a little weird. But when you start saying creepy and praying and stuff like that and hoping that somebody die, I'm like, well, what's the difference when your family do it? It's literally the same thing.
If you're an employee, you matter.
And most people gonna be worth less than what their policy is. So your family literally would benefit from you dying. So I don't know. It's a little. I get it being weird, but like having outrage over it, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have no outrage over it. I think it's kind of crazy. So it likens to this little video I seen. Hold on. And this was just kind of funny, I think. But it is interesting.
Hey guys, can I have your attention for a moment? As you all know, Ronald was in the hospital and he sadly passed away this morning.
What?
Our deepest condolences go out to his family and you guys here who were not only co-workers to him, but friends. We do have a card that you can sign, which will be given to his relatives. Going forward, we did post a job position and we have somebody here. His name is Marvin. He will be taking over Ronald's position. Marvin here has 18 years worth of management experience.
Hold on, wait. You said he just died that morning, right?
Yes, that's right.
And y'all replaced him already?
Yeah, we did.
Y'all didn't give him time to start breathing good. He probably just on the lab breath right now. He gone. Damn, y'all couldn't wait. You couldn't even wait a day.
Well, we needed someone to fulfill the position.
I know I've been not messing around and die while I'm been working here. Then what I'm gonna start. I'm gonna just start taking off. I'm gonna just start being off. Y'all want me to come? I'm not doing that extra. I can't. Cause y'all don't even care. Y'all don't care if you die.
Okay, that's not fair.
Nothing. And it's hot here. Ain't no air. Hell no.
That's how I kind of took it. I mean, they gonna replace you. That's true, but I think they should insure you. And if your family insure you and they get money, your family should get money. But if your family don't have no insurance policy on you, they shouldn't get no money. Why did Venus and Fantasy in the chat talking about the family should get the money? I don't understand. No, you don't get no money. It's for the company.
In the wise words of Smokey from Friday, you ain't put in on this.
Facts. You ain't put in on this. You don't get it. Why do women notice how the women's reactions and the men's reactions are vastly different? The women are, that's creepy. That's one that says creepy, like creepy that you're gonna die and somebody planned for you to die. No, the problem is most of us not planning enough for y'all to die. They're not planning enough to get some money off of you. See, me and my brother, we talk about this all the time. So we say this phrase, somebody got to come up off your death. That's what we say. Somebody got to win when you die. That's how we talk. So I don't know. Y'all better start making this more normal conversation. So when you die, your family can come up, because I'm sorry, if not, these corporations will. These corporations gonna come up off you, and I don't think the family deserve a single penny. I'm disgusted.
You know,
that they were able to sue. It's ridiculous.
One thing I did not hear from none of the families that they interviewed was that they also cashed in on the policy. So I think the problem is they ain't had no policy.
They didn't have no policy. They didn't have it. Look, listen. Fantasy says the family should win. That's ridiculous. What logical reason should a family get any money from an insurance policy in which they paid nothing into? Why? Why should they get any money because your feelings is hurt? No, y'all get no money. The company shouldn't pay y'all nothing. I gave you your wages while you work for me. And that's all I have to do. And if I make money because you die, well, that's how life goes. I'm supposed to make money when you die if I have an insurance policy on you. This is ridiculous. No, they didn't. Fantasy, they didn't pay for the policy. The company paid for the policy.
Yeah, if they was charging an employee, I think we all would agree that the family should get the money, but the company is actually paying for the policy. So if the company is paying for the policy, how do you, like, I'm confused on how do you even come to terms with, you know, that the family should get it? They ain't put in on it.
They didn't, and like I said, reasonably so. I think it's smart to prepare for death on people. Wishing death, I wish that I had a policy on a lot of people that died before I was old enough to understand what a policy was. I do wish.
I'm not, look, this might have been one of them little internet rumors or something, but I remember hearing about, I don't know if it was a white dude, but a dude going through the hood and putting random policy, and I think he got in trouble for it, but he was putting random policies on like drug dealers or whatever and cashing in when they get smoked. Yeah, and then they ended up getting for like fraud or some shit like that, which is weird. I didn't know you had to be a specific somebody to put a policy on them, but he would shoot them some bread to get their social security number and stuff, and just put policies on them, and whenever they get smoked, he would just cash in, and he made a lot of bread that way too. I heard. Like I said, I don't know. That's one of the things that could have been an internet rumor or whatever, but I heard something about that.
Yo, Aaron, why you being dishonest, brother? You know that's very underhanded. If they your job puts a policy on you without notifying you.
Why?
Because your family, because if they notify you, then they know that maybe they're gonna cough up some of that to your loved ones. Cause
no, I'm not coughing shit up. You didn't put in on this.
Yeah, you ain't paid for it.
No, because isn't that a benefit? That should be a benefit of being an employee for a company.
No,
hold on, fighter. That's why your company usually offers you your own life insurance policy at a discount.
I don't know, man. It does seem very snaky to do that, or to do it and not notify you to let you know. It seems like they just
Why do you need to? Why do you need to know that you're gonna die?
I mean, no, I understand. No, I understand that part. It doesn't matter if you're done, right? It doesn't matter. But Aaron, you know that's foul, Aaron. You can't just put an insurance on someone, not tell them, and then when they die, like, all right, let me collect this, let this bread. That's a scam. I'm surprised. Yo, listen,
Not a scam. It's good business sense.
no, it's a good no. But listen, I'm surprised the insurance companies are allowing it.
No, that's what I said, especially because they said I forgot what company that was actually doing it to what do they call those basically sick people. And usually, you know,
that was crazy because you normally can't get insured when you're known to be sick and stuff like that. But hey, you got a specialized policy or whatever the case is. I don't know. But outside of that part, because I kind of agree, all right, if we can't get no policy on somebody that has terminal illness, then y'all probably shouldn't be able to either. I kind of agree to that. But outside of the terminal illness part, I think every corporation should be able to get paid off of you if you end up dying. Paid.
Nah,
so you agree with me?
Yo, they probably killed your ass. To be honest with you,
well, if you can prove that, you can prove that. But other than that, no, they gotta get. It's why get mad at somebody if they're willing to pay for something because you're not willing.
All right. So okay, so I see what you're saying. You're saying if they're smart enough to do it, then they deserve it. I understand the concept, but
absolutely,
that's some tricky shit, boy. I tell you that.
It's good business sense because your employees, every company is essentially made up of assets called employees. They're thinking of the employee as an asset that generated money for the company.
Right.
So if my employee dies all of a sudden, listen, these companies are designed.
Yo,
I think he went out.
Oh.
The honest employee because they're very valuable.
You went out for
and
a minute,
in the time that they die, they're going to make the money back that they would have made while I find somebody to refill that position. It makes sense.
Okay, if that's the case, I'm gonna tell my employees don't be safe at work. Don't use caution. Don't use your PPE equipment. Just move like a fucking crash dummy out there, and then that way we could bank on you. So
well,
I'm
then Archie gonna come whoop your ass in. So now you got that problem.
you not banking on your employees dying?
If I had a company, nah, I wouldn't do that. I would rather them. No, because
wait. Crazy. You know it's going to happen, fam. You know that they're going to die. It's inevitable.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but like
it's inevitable.
No, but.
They're going to die.
But yo, listen, I understand this conversation, right? Because my stepmother, she was a maxillofacial surgeon, and I would tell her, so you want people to get in car accidents and get injured because if they don't, then you don't make money. And she says, kinda. She says, kinda, yes. So I get it. You benefit over someone else's bad situation, basically. You capitalize over someone else's bad situation.
No. It's not necessarily anybody can capitalize off of it. Anybody can pretty much, for the most part. They got rules. They change the rules up over the years to a certain degree. But if you want to put a life insurance policy on your mom, your brother, whatever the case is, you absolutely can. How many people actually do it? If you tell your mom right now, hey, I'm going to put this life insurance policy on you, is she going to be like, thank God for that, baby? Or is she going to be thinking you're trying to kill her?
And not only can you, Aaron, it's actually recommended to do so.
Yeah. Yo, can I ask a question? Do those insurance companies, do they take that in consideration? Like your area code, like your zip code where you live at, your zip code, do they take that in consideration?
You getting in dangerous territory now. Like that's it. Who knows their exact?
No, because if you live in fucking in St. Louis, they might say, oh, okay, your rates are gonna be way higher. right? So I mean, do they take that?
It depends on the policy. I'm guessing. I don't do life insurance or things like that, so I can't speak in depthly to it. But it depends on your age. If you have like any,
pre-existing conditions or whatever.
Pre-existing conditions, things like that. I don't know about zip code. That sound mad illegal, but
I mean, they do it. No, they do it for car insurance.
Yeah, I agree for the cars. Yeah, I agree. They do that. That's true. The city that you in, high risk of theft of vehicles. That's true. Like I said, I wouldn't say that they don't definitively. I just don't think they gonna be able to put that blanket on a piece of paper. Your zip code will be included in the deciding factors. Yeah.
Oh, nah, nigga, you live in Chirac. You gotta get the premium package. You gotta get the gold package.
Yeah. I think it's time we start advocating for people preparing and wishing death on people so you can get this money.
I don't. I'm not. I wouldn't go that far on wishing death on people. I ain't gonna go that far.
All right. So all right, and be honest. Is there people in your family? But they known family members that if you could get $1 billion life insurance policy on them, and collect it within the next 3 years, would you take it out?
Here you go.
Everybody in my family, because it's $1 billion life insurance.
Okay,
policy.
so what
doesn't mean I'm going to wish death on them.
No, listen. That's if you are. If I'm telling you, got a 3-year window to get this money. 3-year window, you're gonna be wishing that they die in these 3 years to get this money. And if you don't die in these 3 years, you don't get the money.
Aaron said
never mind.
Aaron said a nigga calendar gonna be marked.
Come on now. Come on now. Y'all got to stop acting like y'all don't understand. You don't like the word wishing, but the problem is you would prefer the term preparing. I'm telling you, it's a lot of people waiting for people to die to get this money. They waiting for grandma to roll over and hey, grandma, I'm waiting for this house for a minute now. Come on,
you fucked up.
What, y'all think I'm lying?
No, it's true. It's true though. I know that exists. Okay, I know there's motherfuckers right now waiting. Trust me, I get it.
I know this dude from the hood, man. We called him Georgia. Well, he was from Georgia. Then he moved back down south. He was living with his family and all that. He ended up killing his grandfather so he could collect the money. They ended up finding out, man, he's done. He doing that bid. But that's crazy, man. And I knew this dude, like he was like cool with me and all that. Like that's crazy. You never know the things people will do for money.
Look at fantasy. I have $500,000 insurance policy, and nobody that loves me is praying for me to die.
You don't know that.
You don't know that.
You don't know that.
You don't know that.
Have no clue if they can't wait till they get that 500 racks.
Yo, in fantasy, don't you say you dating a white man, right? You better be careful, girl.
There y'all go.
That's exactly right, Guinevere. He will flip on you in a minute behind that money. I guarantee. Listen, fantasy. I love dark-skinned women especially, but I would gladly trade your life for 500,000.
That's cold-blooded right there, y'all. Damn,
God damn, dog. Shit.
Yeah, dang. You saying some people in the chat right now that you're willing to take a $500K life insurance policy on and be wishing to get that $500K?
Absolutely. Where do I sign?
Damn.
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one, sir.
Listen, man. I don't think I want the money that bad. I don't think I can put the policy on nobody in the chat. I don't know.
About this paper,
but you can do it on your family, but you can't do it on the chat. You can do it on your family, but you can't do it on the chat.
Well, no, because listen. All I'm saying is I understand that the companies do it, and I understand why they should. That don't mean I'm willing to do it. Yeah, just because I understand it, I'm not willing to do it. No. So in a sense of like wishing, like hoping that they die certain time frame to get this money, I'm not willing to do it.
Yeah, I got a situation with my pops. Like, it's life changing, but I'm not around this motherfucker going tick tick tick. Like that's crazy as fuck. Like when my nigga had to go get surgery, I was tight. You feel me? So I think it also depends on like your financial situation. You know, you got motherfuckers that's fucked up, and yeah, they I mean desperation. You know what I'm saying? But if you ain't riding around fucked up, then no, you ain't riding around just hoping that a motherfucker. You know, that's crazy.
Yeah, I can't see myself be like, man, let me put this policy out, man. I hope I get this money soon. Like, I can't do it, but I understand why people would do it, and it doesn't mean it's not smart to do it. I just can't do it. I value people more than money, and most people haven't got to the point where they start to value people more than money. I'm not gonna say every person, because some people can just give away. I get it, but I don't know. Me, I'm not really. I don't know about it.
Yo, Nightish, write your social security in the private chat, nigga. You out of here any day now, nigga.
This nigga Fighter cold, dog.
That's just straight disrespectful. That is cold disrespect right there. I'm sorry, Nightish. He just been disrespectful for no reason. We like Nightish around here. He just a hater. He ain't FBA. So you gotta understand.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about a fighter complex. He might as well write his down too.
Wait.
Oh man.
Hey, Fighter, did you ever get that chick phone number that you came on my show the other day trying to get her number? Did you ever get it?
Nah, I ain't getting her. I asked her
you did all that to not get
No, listen. Nah, I was doing it for content.
No, you don't have to explain yourself. You're not him.
Nigga, you about to be him.
Hilarious.
You about to be him real soon. You heard?
Crazy. That's crazy.
Yo, Aaron, you shirts, RIP night.
That is crazy.
Put that man on the gilding, you heard?
Nah, man, you ain't no good. Hey, I'm gonna put in a good word for you, Fighter, because look, the way you came up here and interrupted my show, we was having a good time to try to get that possibly Dominican Republic chick. I don't know. You said she's not from the DR. I don't know. We got to make sure you get her, bro. We got to make sure you get her, because you put a lot of work in that small time frame, and we want you to have a successful outcome. So we're gonna work on that.
Now, I mean, remember, man, we over here on the manosphere, because we having dating issues, right? So, man, that's what we looking for, right? Man,
I ain't having no dating issues.
you not?
No, let him speak for himself. Let him speak for himself.
Yeah, man, I'm having dating issues.
Speak for yourself.
I utilize
my
YouTube
guy.
as a dating platform, and yeah.
I didn't recognize YouTube as a dating platform. I just like the
He tried to
content.
speak Spanish to her.
Yeah, he did do that. Shout out to my guy Shaq. He said Tommy B. Arano, town business, it's a city situation, no doubt. And shout out to Love C. She said it's similar to buying a foreclosure. You take advantage of the opportunity that happens to be a loss for someone else. Family must be more proactive, meaning y'all need to stop watching y'all family members bury themselves and y'all passing out plates. That's basically what she's saying. Stop passing out plates, doing these GoFundMe's, talking about, yeah, he was a good man, 30 years at the post office, and we just need a little support. And don't do that. Get the policy. Go ahead, get that policy. Get a small one if you have to. Just get a quarter, 250 bands. That'll be a starting point. And make sure y'all children have some. We tired. Tommy, can you tell them we tired of this? Tired of all this death, and we don't get no money after people die? Let them know we tired of this. Somebody died.
Hey, listen, my kids are
I'm
smart.
tired of seeing the GoFundMes. I'm tired of seeing the GoFundMes when you could have planned for it.
My kids young as fuck, and I'm sleeping one out open, nigga. They about to be lit when I die, nigga. They gonna have to earn that shit, goddamn it.
Oh man. Yeah, I think that's crazy. But yeah, I'm all for the policies. I don't have any problems with companies benefit off their employees after they so gracefully gave you a job so you can provide for your family. I think it's only fair. Actually, I think it's more important for companies to get more policies on people so that they can make more money if people die while they employed, or even after they leave. I don't know. I don't know if the policy should be shut down after you leave. I mean, they've been paying, so it might be fair.
This is what I think. I think they should get more money too, because like I said, they're going to have to spend time, energy to replace you. Plus, you're no longer performing in the duty. Let's say like something happens on a business trip. You know how people take business trips and the company be paying for it. What if the entire airliner full of people from that business suddenly go at once on the same trip? They suddenly go at once. Now the company's out of all the revenue generated from their work. Now the company got to close. The other people that work for the company got to find a new job. Like niggas don't think of big picture scenarios. Like
fuck them, fuck the company.
But the company pays and sustains so many families. You can't say fuck the company. It sustains more than just that one employee. That company needs to be protected so that the families that work for that company can be protected.
Right.
You
So
know what I'm saying?
so you think just all the employees are going to be on that one flight?
Yeah, as a for instance, not all the employees, but could be a large number of employees.
I mean, if the company know how to plan it right.
What if like the Lakers? Like what if like the Lakers team, right? They're on a jet and they just all pass away. Like that's what you're talking about? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah. Well, they all pass away.
They have a Walmart.
They got to replace. You got to replace. Gonna have to replace that. They're gonna have to replace their draw.
And
so
that
they're gonna have to get more people.
And in that situation, I could see that. Like for like a team, like if a whole team goes down or something like that, I could see that.
Well, and this is the thing about companies. They're built off of teamwork. This department works with that department works with this department. You have a whole hierarchy structure. People are working in teams within a company. It's the same concept. However you want to spin it, it's the same exact concept. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss, but I need that 1.5. I need my 1.5 because I gotta recruit. I gotta filter. There's a whole process I gotta filter to find the right replacement. And you know, Tom, I'm gonna just say in this scenario, the nigga's name is Tom. Tom, he was highly valued. I don't think I can get another Tom. So that means I'm gonna have to settle for somebody else who's probably not gonna be as good in the position.
Goddamn
I need
right.
my 1.5, man. I need my 1.5.
Well, there was something that happened during my last show, right? And I want to get you guys' thoughts on it because my last show went crazy. Y'all saw what happened if y'all was there. I want to know y'all thoughts because somebody left a comment. Because what happened was we had a conversation about what was it?
Nigga, that's a book.
Yeah.
Damn,
God, damn.
Who you broke up with, Aaron? God damn.
No, nobody. But let me just read because what happened was we had a conversation and there was an argument that black men keep saying that black women at the bottom, right? That's the argument, right? And so somebody left a comment. They said, "Greetings, Aaron. I was sent here to answer the question: which women are least desirable?" That's what they said. Now, as I scroll down, I read what they said. This is what it says here. Okay. If we are going to focus on race, then I will go based off of who women deem the most desired and what those most desired men say who they find least desirable. And so that leaves Asian women worldwide at the bottom. That is what was said. Asian women are at the bottom. Do you guys agree with that?
No.
How are Asian women at the bottom?
Yeah, I don't know. You know what I think you needed? I think the phrasing should have been for marriage, because if you're just talking about just attraction or something like that, now you're going into a whole different world. But I think your point that you was making, because I was watching that last show, was towards marriage, because you was talking about how the races who they marry, and to follow that point was, okay, this race is this is this loyal to their women, yada yada yada. And you was basically using those stats, so it would have to be least desired to be married to instead of just least desired.
Well, the claim was they was gonna leave black men alone and get with these other races.
Yeah, I saw that. Nah, and look, you broke it down. All that. If you took emotion out the argument, you broke it down pretty clear. I mean, and it wasn't even you personally, like your opinion throwing a dagger. You used the numbers to show a point.
Yeah, but that's what she said. So I'm Asian women at the bottom. That's wild crazy. The bottom worldwide. I wish we could get her on the show to explain this.
Yeah, we have to be a little bit more specific too when we say Asian. Asia is humongous, right? So, what are we talking?
Asian women typically have the number one traits that men seek in marriage material: submissive, cooperative. I rarely see overweight Asian women. Rarely. They're out there, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's wild that he's saying that, or whoever this is said that.
That was a woman. The woman said that because she wanted to answer. Because all I ask is who's at the bottom then? Because I don't know. I'm just asking who's at the bottom. Because they saying black men saying they're the least desirable and they at the bottom. Da da da. So then who is at the bottom? And so she gave it. It may be arbitrary. I don't know. So she said Asian women. Thought that was interesting. Thought that was really, really interesting.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. I mean, just off of how the white boys go crazy over Asian women, I think. I mean, I don't know.
I'll read it again so you understand. She said, this is the response to which women are least desirable. Okay. The least desirable women who are not down for maneuvering the best in the game of getting the majority of guys smitten and smiling in the realm and getting the most of the women in the realm wanting to be her. So there was an added component of women wanting to be her, right? And so she said, based off who women deem most desirable and what those most desired men say, who they find the least desirable, it happens to be Asian women.
Well, women weren't even in that conversation because we weren't talking about women dealing with women. We were talking about men and women. So I don't know how she even threw women in there. I think she just changed the argument with her response. It was a completely different conversation.
That's because women like women. Can we just be honest? Women like women, and that's the big difference. They look at women and they're attracted to them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's women, so yeah. But
so it's easier for them to make like we would have never, if we had to counter the argument, we would have never said based upon who men find men attractive and women who find women. We would never deem no conversation like that because men wouldn't want no parts of that. We just had to go by, what the women say about the men. We wouldn't go, well, what the men say about the men as well. That's wild crazy. But women have that opportunity to do both.
Yeah, but I think they also look at shit differently than we do too. So again, that kind of fucks up the argument. Like what they find attractive in a woman, I think it's going to be completely different than what men do. No, maybe not completely, because I mean, of course, they're going to look at some of the physical attributes, but I think just mentally looking at that, I think it's two different points of view.
Well, AL says Asian women not that cooperative. They sneaky, but they move through the game masterfully.
What woman isn't sneaky?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's my thing, bro. It's like in this space,
all women are sneaky.
They act like it's these specific, and I've been saying this for like the last couple of weeks. Is these specific races of women or these black women are the only ones? And I'm like, bro, we literally grow up looking at Italian women going off on their men. Literally, like that's what they're known for. We literally call Latina women spicy. So it's like, and then we act like, oh no, black women are these heathens, and all the other women are just these angels that just, it's like, nah. My experience with most females from different races, they all crazy. Like it's shown in different ways or whatever, but for the most part, they're human beings. They're not robots. And I think some of the arguments in these spaces make it seem like, oh, this race, they're just this, fully. Even when you go overseas and you do that, a lot of them are cooperating. Part of it is because of their, the society that they grow up in. Part of it is you coming over there, you're an American, you're looked at a certain way. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. You feel me? Like it's not always just because, oh, this is what I want to do type shit.
I think it comes down to is that black women they're not, see, the reason why The reason why is that Black women are the culture. They're just not necessarily what people, I guess the women love to argue is they're not the beauty standard, but they are the culture standard, meaning how they express, they create the expressions. They're the ones that period and all that kind of stuff. They do that dramatic stuff that other cultures adopt, right? And so because they're the most polarizing and expressing themselves about men, they get a different breakdown than I do think other women do. But think about it like this: like for example, listen to this woman. Listen to this woman what she says, right?
Literally just heard somebody say that working a 9 to 5 is not a flex.
If having a steady 9 to 5 is not a flex, I want all y'all so-called entrepreneurs and LLC holders to stop asking us 9 to 5 workers for money to hold y'all over until y'all next payday. Any real entrepreneur will tell you it ain't for everybody. Some people just need a 9 to 5 to keep them steady and good. Y'all over here acting like working for yourself is all glamorous, like it's some type of fairy tale story. Won't y'all tell them people the real? Tell them people that as an entrepreneur, sometimes it be months before you see your next payday. Tell them people that most of y'all be in debt up to your ears because you ain't do something right. Tell them people that you done got in over your head and the clientele that you thought you was going to have fell through. I'm not saying that working for yourself is not a good thing. I hope to be one of y'all someday. But stop trying to stunt and look down on people who still work a 9 to 5. Everybody ain't got that same grind as you do. Everybody don't want to struggle behind the scenes as much as you do. Over here eating ramen noodles for a whole month because you can't fill the house with groceries, but got the nerve to stunt on somebody who got steady income.
Literally.
So is 9 to 5 a flex?
It could be, hell yeah.
No, but here's the thing. It used to be. It used to be almost all you needed. Girl, he got a job. He got a job. All right, that's good enough for me. As long as he got a job. Y'all don't remember those conversations?
Aaron, didn't women say, "Oh, I love me a man in a uniform"? Didn't women used to say that?
Tommy, tell me, bro, wasn't that the conversation?
Bro, this is, I promise you, this is internet shit, bro. In the real world, motherfuckers is not asking if you're an entrepreneur, bro. As long as you holding your own, like, it's like motherfuckers get in front of these cameras, they say the goofiest shit ever, and then we think, oh my God, they're all thinking this way. Bro, motherfuckers, they not.
No woman has ever asked me what I did. As long as she got the dick, she was happy.
But not even just that. Not even just that. I got an echo. As long as you look like you holding yourself down, you got your own crib, you got a car, like the demands that these women that get interviewed on the internet, it be mainly because this literally does not translate into real life. It doesn't. And I'm in California. It's pretty fucking vain out here.
Tommy, we older though. You gotta understand, we're a little bit older. If you just do your because I know what you're saying. And that's why
I got younger brothers.
Yeah, so that's why
they far from entrepreneurs.
No, it's not.
Still moving around.
It's not that they're entrepreneurs, right? Because we got young. The point of it is they communicate through internet. They don't communicate the way we do. This is why you got certain skills when you around a woman, you gonna just fall right into being comfortable. What up? Like you can walk into a room, it ain't gonna make you sweat a little bit to see some fine. You ain't gonna be sweat. You gonna be good. But these younger people communicate through devices, through internet, through social media. They aren't uncomfortable in natural conversations. You talk about this all the time. So if these younger people are communicating that way and they're expressing these views, that is what they're going to take as their truth. Like that is really happening. And now we both know that's not necessarily the case for older people and that's around our age, but younger people are starting to have this be the thing. I'm a boss. I'm 21. I own my own business. So I'm just saying, I don't hear regular jobs the way, okay, I don't know when the last time somebody was hyping up somebody that just got a regular job, just working. I just don't know the last time I've actually heard that.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like,
unless they graduate.
No, I see it. I see it on like Facebook all the time. A motherfucker post up, "Oh, I just got this job," and all you see in the comments is "Congratulations, good." I know that's my isolated experience, but
Is they taking shots at me? They taking shots. They taking shots. It's all good. When I get a car, don't worry. You're gonna be the first one to know. I'm gonna get one day. It's all good. It's all good. Go ahead and send them
Aaron
shots.
gonna pull up in that S class. You
Hey,
feel
listen,
me?
I'm not gonna play with them. When I finally get me a whip, it's gonna be going down all the way. I shout out to Gary Grant. He says all females have the crazy gene. It's just our women have to display it on social media and in public. No other race on mass does that. Big ups. Shout out to Gary Grant.
Nah, this is
You ever
online
seen?
shit. It's
You
online
ever seen?
stuff.
You ever seen the episode of Jersey Shore? They wasn't acting like these delicately lately. These niggas be talking about in space. I'm just saying.
Now, like you said, Tommy, on Facebook, you see it all the time. Like, oh, I just passed my firefighter academy, or I just became a cop, or I'm a registered nurse. Like, everyone gives you congratulations, or you know what I'm saying?
You literally get more comments and likes on that than anything else you post. Shit. Besides, like maybe a baby or something. So that's why I say, like, I've been saying that since like sometimes you got to get away from this to understand that this. I don't want to keep saying it's not real life because it kind of is, but it's like it's a vacuum sometimes.
It's exaggerated.
Yeah, and
Tommy, I
people
might
try to
delete
say
my
shit to
shit,
go
to be
viral.
honest with
So
you.
everything that's said is not necessarily 100% true. A lot of people just saying shit, the next hot thing to go viral type thing.
That's a good point.
Everybody with this trend shit. You know what I'm saying? I got a t-shirt business. I got a candle business. I'm like, bro, why y'all motherfuckers don't think outside the box? Everybody following each other. It's just like taking a vacation to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas. Nigga, Vegas been here for 100, whatever, 200, 300, 400 years.
Word,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? I'm like, bro, everybody on this
No
train
originality. I
shit,
feel
and
you.
I'm tired.
That's a domestic flight, bro. That's like $80.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Tommy B. Gary Grant said he not playing no games with you. Jersey Shore was a scripted show. It don't count.
Look, hold on. Even if it was scripted, they still allowed their people to look like that in
That's
the
a
public.
good point. That's the imagery. You're right. That's a good point. The imagery. That's a good point. I think who said that? Who said that comment? No. Do women look down on people in California who don't have a car? Yes. Women look down at all men who don't have cars.
Niggas look down on niggas that ain't got no car in California.
It don't matter
it's
what state
crazy to be in
you're in.
California without a
If
car.
you ain't got
nigga.
a car, they gonna look at you way differently than when Tommy B pull up on you in one of those Corvettes. You know what I'm saying?
I got
like,
a Jetta, man. I got
nah,
a
just
Jetta,
play it
sir.
off. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be a different view when that Corvette pull up next to you. Go on YouTube and type in gold digging pranks. Corvettes be galore. So
I'm starting to think.
Bro, it's like the Scat Packs and the damn Hellcats. I don't even want that shit no more.
I'm starting to think New York City the only place where that's accepted.
Bro, okay, look, Fighter, let me tell you something. When I went to the military, I met this chick from New York. First person I ever met from New York. She was 22, 23, had never had a driver's license. That shit blew my mind. Nigga, we turned 15, we straight to the L's. She was like, I didn't need one. I'm like, mind you, I had never been nowhere. I was just straight California. So in my head, I'm like, what? You didn't need a license? Like, that shit blew my fucking mind.
Yo, no, I had the hugest culture shock, right? Because in New York City, it doesn't matter what economical class you're in. You might be on that train in the morning, right?
Economical,
whatever. So and in Cali, I made the huge mistake of taking the train, man. Never again.
Oh yeah, you was on there with the bums.
They cleaner than ones in your city.
Here we go, man.
Aaron, you can hear me?
Yeah, what up, Venus?
I was in and out. Did you already move past that entrepreneur conversation? Because
We ain't moved past nothing. We know y'all love the entrepreneurs. Corvette. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say what that girl said was like, that is a perspective that you only hear from entrepreneurs, right? Because I'm one of them, like a hybrid. So I'm around a lot of them. And the idea is that you haven't created anything, right? So they'll look down on 9-to-5ers because to them, it's a little bit easy. Well, no, it is easier for you to go and do the same repetitive thing every day, right? And when you leave work, you get to leave work where it's at. When you're an entrepreneur, that shit never ends. It never turns off. You're constantly focused on building something. So it requires a lot more work and a lot more effort. So when you hear that from an entrepreneur, it's because they're looking at you in terms of like effort and creation. Like you're not doing what I'm doing kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I get that, but entrepreneurs, their business is going to sustain on 9-to-5ers. You won't have a business unless 9-to-5ers patronize your business. It's just how life works.
That's a fact.
I think what it is I understand the complaints. Actually, the complaint is not understanding why I have to do the work that I have to do, why I have to work the hours I have to work. You won't understand or appreciate why I'm doing what I'm doing if you're not an entrepreneur. I know why they say it. The problem is when
it's not a smart thing to say out
yeah,
loud.
like I've told people about billionaires, right? A billionaire is not dumb enough to go on national TV and say, "I'm just smarter than all you idiots. It's why I'm rich." They're not dumb enough to say that, but that's the truth. They're richer than you because they're smarter than you. This day world. But they're not gonna say that. They're gonna say crazy stuff like, if you work really hard, you're really passionate about what you want, so a little bit of luck, you'll be able to successful too. That's what they'll do, but they're lying. So,
and I partially disagree. Disagree because some 9-to-5s are a flex. I'm not no damn brain surgeon, right? Like every job ain't just that easy. So I really don't agree all the way with that because certain jobs, I'm not a scientist. Like there's a lot of things you can't do either as an entrepreneur. So it's kind of like you got to respect that too.
Well, and also understand the fact that most of you niggas is gonna fail. Statistically, most of y'all gonna fail. And so, like I said on the other show, the same ass that you kicked on the way up is the same ass you're gonna have to kiss on the way down.
Facts.
I don't know if it's me, but I still respect people. I don't know if it's me, but maybe it's the entrepreneur in me. I understand that failure is a part of success. So we don't look at failure the way you guys do. That's not if I found out that Tommy B started. Wait, hold on. No. If I found out that Tommy B started a trucking company and in 5 years it didn't succeed, I would still respect the fact that he tried to create something. That wouldn't make me look at him like, well, you failed. It'd be like, well, you were brave enough to try because most people
but my
won't.
point is 9 times out of 10, when you do fail, guess where you're back at? 9-to-5.
A job.
So you just spent these years talking shit about the very thing that you might, or I'm gonna say more than likely, are gonna end up going back to anyway.
Go back
of course, yeah.
Right. Now, you're not wrong. Most businesses fail within the first 5 years, I believe, 3 to 5 years.
I'm going to tell you that I hate to tell you, only a small amount of entrepreneurs are actually successful.
Exactly.
And the majority of 9-to-5ers do better than entrepreneurs. If you really just crunch the numbers.
That's a fact.
Okay, but what do you consider successful? Like, is it rich or if I'm able to make your salary, but at my own convenience?
Honestly, that's not even at your own convenience because let's just say I'm making $60K and you making $60K in your business, right? You have more risk and liability than I do at my salary job. Like I'm getting insured by the company. You got to pay your own insurance. Most of those businesses are much more reliant on you at that time. Like it is subjective, like Reese said. So I think
they both have pros and cons.
Because I say it like this, Venus. Like, so with truck driving, you could be a company driver, which is 9-to-5, or you could be an owner operator. If you're an owner operator making the same as a company driver, you're actually not, because like what Aaron said, now you got to pay your own insurance, which I don't. You got to put some away for taxes. You know, all of it. So once you add all of that up, if you are ending up at the same as, say, the 9-to-5er, you're actually doing way more work for way less money. You do get the freedom, quote unquote, but then, like you just said, actually you kind of don't, because as a 9-to-5er, you actually, I mean, if you get paid hourly, you get paid for every single thing that you do. Whereas as an entrepreneur, you get paid for it. You have to do it to get paid. You get what I'm saying?
You got a whole bunch of stuff on your plate.
I'll share something with you guys, right? Just to wax a vagina, which takes me 15 minutes, it costs $65, right? So even if I only got 4 clients for the day, what it takes you all day to get, I can get in 2 hours.
Yeah,
right?
but
so
see,
what I mean at my convenience, It's
You're
like
giving one side of the story though, like because that's true,
what
right? But the problem is on the days when you don't make that much money, right? So let's just say you
right.
make $400 on Monday and you make $150 on Wednesday. You need
And
that
Thursday might
400.
be Thursday might be
Exactly.
zero. That's how it is. But I guess for me, because you guys said success. So I'm like, well, what is success? Is success being rich? Is success being able to make a decent living at your own convenience? Like, I don't have to work 8 hours to get what the next person has to work 8 hours to get, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
So
just trying to figure out, like, what are we measuring success by?
the only way to truly measure success, and to be genuinely honest with you, is control of your time.
And that's why I feel successful.
Yeah.
I may not be rich, but
That's the true
yeah.
measurement.
And also, because Tommy B spoke about paying for insurance and other expenses, which is true, right? I have to pay for every single thing, everything from the gloves to the tissue, every single item. Yes, right. But also, I get a lot of tax breaks because I'm an entrepreneur. I get a lot of benefits. I get a lot of discounts with companies. I can get invoiced later for things. I get deals on things. So I think both have pros and cons. And like,
Yeah,
I think
absolutely. Yeah,
Mine's
I
a
agree.
little bit different and complicated.
I think you can measure the success also by security too. Like you're good. Like you're gonna eat regardless. I guess that's a form of success too.
Yeah, that like those are beyond entrepreneurs. Those are like tycoons. Like they on the next level stuff. Gary Grant says most entrepreneurs are broke. Sorry to say, I very, very much agree with you. They
that
very
might
much
be true. That's why I recommend people do what I'm doing. I have a part-time job still. Like, do both. I mean, just an idea.
just an idea.
What you said, Venus, I agree with. Do both.
It's
Absolutely.
it's not always a good idea to do both. You might don't have the abilities to do both.
I do crypto trading and I work 2 jobs. So
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, if you're an entrepreneur, I would recommend, like you said, there is safety in having a job.
Yeah,
I
we
would.
got Baco talking about he do cryptocurrency. Like that. Stop it.
That's like gambling, right?
No.
Yes.
Hey, hey,
No,
hey,
if you
hey,
know what
air
you're
it up.
doing.
Especially the
Hey,
way
when
that
it's
shit
good, it's
just
good.
dropped.
I can't let that go unchecked. You sound mad crazy. Doing cryptocurrency is not a job.
No, it's a side hustle. Like I
It
work 2
ain't no
jobs.
hustle either.
Well, there's some guys that do it full time.
Hold on,
It's hard.
wait,
It's hard to do it full
hold on,
time.
wait,
You get liquidated, you're
Oh,
fucked.
Eric.
wait. So Gary
Noted.
Grant,
You're not producing anything.
hold on, guys, hold on. Gary Grant says success is having your money work for you. Me personally, I believe control over your time and a level of your money working for you is kind of a combination, because if you have freedom with your time and you don't have to work and you can maintain a lifestyle no matter how high the lifestyle is or how low it is, if that's what you want, that's the ultimate level of success. It's somewhat of a combination, right? Because your money could be working for you, but then you still got a lot of time constraints in order to make that happen. So it's a lot of variables in. But let's focus on Bulldog talking about he do cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is something that is very complex. Most people don't understand, and it's still being developed right now. Are you a founder of cryptocurrency? Like, what are you talking about? You can't come up here and talk about, I do cryptocurrency. That sounds crazy.
Well, he might day trade, Aaron.
Well,
day
I'm in a
well, it just
Discord,
depends
and
on
some guys are pretty good in
what
it.
he's doing. You know what I'm saying? If he's long term, that's different.
If somebody tell you, AL said I skipped the super chat. Did I? I might have. My bad, bro. I create things every day at my 9 to 5. Definitely created more than someone selling lashes or bootleg Gucci.
Well, I started with stocks.
That is cold.
Shots.
That might be a shot. I don't know. AL known to throw them subs. But no, I think you got to be careful with this crypto crap.
I think if most people are taking L's trading regular stocks, I'm pretty sure most people are taking L's trading crypto.
Killed over there, Tom.
That's true. Very high volatile.
People getting rich off of selling those courses. I see those courses everywhere. They're making more money off the courses.
Yeah, Venus, that shit, the pandemic pumped that shit up.
The money
Everybody was getting
selling crypto. They're making money off of us if we're stupid enough to buy the course. That's where their money's coming from.
So some of the courses have value. It's just that it's what you seek in the value, right? So not all courses are necessarily bad, but the bad part about courses, right, is that you'll sell them to anybody. People that you know have no chance of being able to take this information and apply it. You like buy it anyway. So that's the thing. There's information in there that's important when you want to understand options. I don't necessarily recommend options to nobody, but understanding it, understand how cover calls, things like that, it's important to know. But at the same time, they gonna make more money off of it, making you pay for the course to explain it to you, and then putting that money in the market. So
my cousin, he was part of a trading group, man. He lost them like $100K, man. They wanted to kill his ass. Like, not for
Hey,
real.
fighter, put a life insurance policy on him.
Would you say, Tommy?
Put a life insurance policy on him.
Right.
Man, you might have to fight it, but no, that's the thing. When it comes, like, the question is, do you prefer an entrepreneur over a 9-to-5er? And I say that it just depends on who you are.
Yeah,
depends on who you are. Because I'll tell you this, a lot of children, and this is where it gets all argumentative and stuff, like seeing their dad come home at 5 p.m. every day. That's just the truth. A lot of children prefer that. And so when you got those 16-hour shifts and things like that, you lose. You lose where you gain where you lose. So you got to pick your poison, because it's a lot of sacrifice that comes with this life. So
yeah, I got the same situation with the trucking shit. Like, you go over the road and make a certain amount, or you can stay local. And I got my kids. I'm gonna stay local. And I actually had conversations.
You lose money though, right? Like if you really you losing money.
I mean, I found ways to kind of make up a lot of it.
But you can make way more.
Yeah, I can make a significant amount more on the road. But I had conversations with people that was raised by over the road truck drivers. Yeah, my kids wasn't about to have that story. I mean, it was just like they just didn't see their dad at all. You know what I'm saying? Birthdays, games, like just the motherfucker was gone. The money was good, but he was absent. And I personally can't do that. I don't knock nobody that do it, but just me, I can't do it.
I just got my Class A, so I know I could do that because I don't have no children. I have no responsibilities except myself. But yeah, I mean, a lot of truckers, I heard they want to live that lifestyle, the regular lifestyle. They want to live back at home. See, they friends.
Hey, shout out to Jacques Quartel for being this sponsor of the show. We appreciate you, fam. Thank you for always supporting us. You definitely make these shows go, and so we appreciate all the support. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm with Tommy. I don't know if it is worth it to be so far away from your family. I don't know. I mean, listen, you see people do it. The money is how many you can't never get that time back. I think as we get older, we realize, damn, we can't never get this time back. So,
hey, Tommy,
how do you find that, man?
What's up?
How do you feel about it though?
About what?
We know you said the kids love to see you come home every evening, but how do you feel about being able to come home at the same time and sit back in the recliner and do your thing?
Yeah. Oh, bro, I function with my kids. Anybody on my Instagram?
No, not the kid part. I'm just saying, not.
Being home. Hell yeah, because I did the road life for a little bit. That shit just, I mean, it's for certain people. You feel me? I mean, like every job is. Certain people, they love the road. Other people, they can't stand it. Look, bro, I'm 6'4". I can't halfway fit in these fucking trucks anyway. So I ain't trying to. You feel me? So yeah, I just
Tommy, so what's the benefit of the road? Just the stacking part, right? Because you have
you get the stack and just you get paid more on like I said, like I got with the trucking, if you get it's kind of like being a doctor. If you're a family doctor, you don't get paid shit. It's when you start becoming like surgeons and stuff like that, it's when you get the money. So with trucking, the same thing. If you start doing heavy haul or like gas, that's when your pay start going up. So like I make more money than some motherfuckers that's over the road because I do gas. You see what I'm saying?
And you know how to play the game at this point. You know.
Yeah, exactly. I've been doing this shit for 15 years now.
Yeah,
so.
And you kind of know how to play the game. You kind of know where the extra money is. You kind of know, you know what I mean?
That's another part of it too, is keeping your shit clean. Like I'm 15 years, I got no tickets, no accidents. I'm way over 1 million miles on the road. So for me, I mean, I literally get job opportunities every day in my email, every single day.
So that's part of it. And shout out to AL. He says, no shot, but a lot of you women, I don't know if he said it like that, say they entrepreneurs, but they just selling lashes online, living with 3 chicks in a studio apartment. They still an entrepreneur though. They still
But
get to
that's
put
that's
Wait, can
with the
I say
trucking
something?
thing.
Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. This needs to like down what people are doing. Like beauty is $1 trillion business. I don't understand. Ignorant shit like that just lets me know y'all really don't understand. Like
No,
y'all
let me
really
tell you
just
why,
don't
Venus.
understand.
I was about to explain to you why, Venus, because it's like with truck driving, right? So like the owner operators will look down on the company drivers. I was owner operator before. I know the bullshit
Granville.
of owner operator.
Granville.
And the problem with a lot of owner operators is, and I would say this for entrepreneurs too, is you motherfuckers are liars. You'll tell us all the good days. You won't tell us about the bad ones. And that's where people have the issue at, is like somebody said earlier, you don't tell us about that month where you was eating ramen noodles every day, but you're going to tell us every time you eating, surf and turf, and act like that's an everyday thing for you. And I think that's where people kind of get turned off by the shit. With the whole entrepreneur thing, because again, if you look at the numbers, most of you motherfuckers are failing. That's a fact. But it just so happened that we only hear from the people that are successful. Like, that's cap. So when you look at it, you have to understand that most of the people that we're hearing on this internet talking shit, and I think the reason why they went after the lashes is because that's a big part of where a lot of this attitude came from. Is chicks that found out that they could go to Alibaba, get a couple of lashes, and make a couple of bucks, and now it's you 9-to-5ers, and it's like, chill out.
Yeah, like beauty is a huge industry. The thing is, it's a cyclical industry. So when economic downturns happen, they get hit and suffer the most. One of the industries that suffer the most. Like, this is why a lot of these entrepreneurs that are women are the ones that are losing jobs the fastest, right? Because when you ain't got it, I had to pass on the nails for a little bit longer. I got to pass on getting my hair done a little bit longer than normal. I got to pass on going to the spa and all these things. You have to start passing up on it when there's a downturn. And so I think that's probably why. But at the same time, I just think it's an influx of it, but it's inconsistent. But I mean, I honestly get your money however you get it, no matter what industry it's in. Well, I shouldn't say no matter what industry it's in. You got to deal with the consequences depending on what industry that is in.
Yeah, I was about to say, be careful with that, Aaron.
Yeah, there's consequences depending on the industry that you're in. There ain't nothing I can do about that. The way that the rules is set up ain't got nothing to do with me. But I don't know. I don't have any problem with the beauty industry. I think there's a lot of money to be made, and women should continue to capitalize off of it. But unless you make an exceptional money, it's probably not best to stun on somebody that's making comparable money. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. My service is bad. I heard some of what he said. I didn't hear it all. I mean, I don't know. Think what you want. Ain't nobody paying my bills. I'm not going to over explain. Like, I just noticed there's like this need to tell people that they're failing and they're not making money. It's just weird. Like, I don't know, but I get it.
No, I was saying the reason why the lashes particularly are getting attacked is because a lot of these chicks found out you could buy a couple of lashes off of Alibaba and make a little profit, and now they turned their nose up to anybody that's working a regular job. And I think that's where the vitriol towards the lashes come from, is that because you see a lot of that on social media. Is you start selling lashes or like some counterfeit shit, and all of a sudden it's just like, oh, you peasants, and it's like, dog, relax, because that shit gonna be.
They think they Jada Waiter. They think they Jada Waiter.
No,
That's what it comes
I
down
wasn't
to.
talking about you. It was the comments for me. Like, there's this, but I always notice that there's always this
No,
need to like
I was explaining why
tell
those comments
females
come
that
out like
they're
that. Though.
just broke and not doing shit. I don't know. It's weird.
Do you know a barber could argue that he's an entrepreneur, and if you're a decent barber, you make pretty good money, real good money if you know what you're doing.
They are entrepreneurs.
I'm not saying they aren't. I'm just saying you don't really hear people talking about being a barber and using it as a flex as much as you probably would hear somebody talking about being in the beauty industry. That's probably why the response is different. And if your internet keep messing up, people gonna think that you probably really not, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like,
that was a shot.
Yeah, you
But not,
stupid.
but the thing is, right? Because it's the same industry, but it's not the same rate. Everyone isn't charging the same rate, and that's why that has that stigma, right? There's people that do nails, but they're doing high quality. They're actually doing art, and they're going in New York Fashion Week. That's where they're working at. Versus the girl that she does everybody's nails in the hood. So it's levels to everything.
Like
Yeah,
I'm gonna be 100. I actually saw it firsthand. I had a homegirl that did it. She got into the whole buying the lashes and shit. And this is the part I think where the vitriol comes in, Venus. Is she would make posts like, "Oh, you need to go do this, this, and this, and be an entrepreneur." Oh, do. And literally, this broad was on the phone with me 5 minutes earlier, crying because her fucking light came on in her car. I'm not bullshit. I'm dead ass. And I literally
No,
was
I
like, reading
believe
posts
you
like,
because
this is
I
insane.
know somebody like that, so I believe you. I was gonna say, like, true entrepreneurs who are like actually building things, in my opinion, typically don't do that. Is people who think, oh, I got a quick little something. Let me try to pump fake. But like, I'll just say this: y'all may not hear men say that, but trust me, I know a lot of entrepreneurs. They absolutely say it. They're just smart enough to know not to say it in front of other people who are not entrepreneurs. That's the only difference. But I'm telling you, that is how a lot of entrepreneurs think. I promise you. That's how they think.
Man, it be
Especially if
some.
they actually created something. Especially this. Like, oh, we don't think like the 9-to-5ers. Our mentality is different. And to an extent, it's just true. That is true. I'm not saying that should be said. That don't mean you're gonna be successful, but yeah, the mentality is it is different. Unless you know what it's like to pay for every single thing inside of an establishment and take that risk and spend all that money and invest all that time, just it's not an insult, but the mentality is different. It just is.
So wait. So where you coming from again? Venus.
Where am I coming from? What do you mean?
You was talking about never mind.
What I was trying to do was give like different parts of the
I had
wait,
walked
let me
away, my bad.
well, I gotta drop because my service is bad. But what I was trying to do was just I basically understand all sides of the argument is my overall point. I understand the entrepreneurs, the real ones who say that. And I understand that 9-to-5ers need to be respected because your business relies on them, right? So I understand both sides, but that was really where I was coming from.
What's a
I'll be
fake
back later if I can. Somebody who orders lashes and just sells them. Like I'm a trained professional. I went to school. I'm a trained professional. I went to school. I had to pay $10,000 out of my pocket for a license. I've invested in a business. I pay for everything in my shit. There's a difference, in my opinion. No disrespect if you sell lashes, nobody, but I'm just saying.
Do you have men in your business? How do I get the business to make that kind of money?
That's not safe for me, so I don't wax men. But no.
No. I mean, I wax the women for the money. What did you talk about?
Well, you can go to esthetician school like I did and pay like 12 grand. And there are a lot of men in beauty. They do like skincare, they do makeup. They just I don't see a lot of them doing waxing because women aren't really comfortable with that. But
Are
there's a
they
lot of men
straight, man, or do I gotta change my voice to get this money? Like, how does it work?
I see straight men in the beauty. I think they're straight. Like if you go get a facial in the spa, those are licensed estheticians. Sometimes it's a man.
Yo, y'all seen the videos online where they do the real sensual massages and all that?
They're not even licensed. See, those are fake entrepreneurs. Real licensed massage therapists would not do that shit.
How you get entrepreneurs?
How you gonna say that? Venus, they lit online. They go viral.
Actually, let me take that back. If you found a way to make some money for yourself, I ain't gonna knock you. You're an entrepreneur to me. Let me take that back. You're right.
I wish my woman would ask one of them goddamn massages from them niggas.
I can't
you
even say
that. Real jealous. She just going to get a service provided by a professional. That sounded real jealous, Tommy B. I don't know what's going on.
Don't let your girl go to that shit. Trust me. Don't.
Hey, Aaron, and I it's some services in Chinatown that I go get massage too, motherfucker.
Oh man, I think we just gotta patronize and support black businesses. So if there are black massage therapists and they need you to have maybe get your wife in to support their business or your girlfriend, whatever, I think you gotta support the business. I mean, how else are we gonna grow as entrepreneurials? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't knock the hustle. You just ain't gotta knock other people's shit.
I don't think
You like
it gotta be married women that gotta be the ones going. There's enough single women out there to line their pockets successfully without it being married women.
I mean, that's fair, but I mean that's fair. But what if a married woman need to? Okay, so where does a married woman got to go to get a massage?
Her man should set that up for her. Either rent the equipment and have that set up for her. You feel me? So he could do that himself. He can learn how to do that. I don't think now. I mean, listen. If that's what you want to do, you can do it. And I don't think that, me personally, I don't think a man should feel the type of way, because if you trust your shorty, I mean, she just getting a massage. If it's a dude doing it,
right? Just hit up my DMs. By the Complex 7.
Have you seen the massages that we talking about?
Oh, you talking about the Instagram shit? Nah, I ain't talking about that.
Yo, lady, if you need a massage,
I don't give a shit, Aaron. Yeah, they gonna professionally bend your shorty over too. Nah, I'm good. You know what? I'll go learn how to do that before I let somebody else do that shit. Nah, that shit on YouTube, on Instagram. Nah, we not doing that, man. We not doing that. That's too much.
It's still a service, bro. What you mean?
It is a service.
They got clientele.
That's cool. That's cool, and I think single women would enjoy that. They would love that. I think he should really be his target market. Should be single women, because shit, with a single shorty, maybe you might just get the happy ending with her. She might pay for it. Who knows? I don't know. But if you fuck with a married woman, you gonna fuck around. Her husband gonna be waiting for you outside. I ain't even try. All I'm saying, if I was that dude, I wouldn't even want no married women coming to my business. How they was wilding on those women on Instagram, doing hump moves and all that. Nah, we not doing that. So you gonna get shot.
Unlikely. Let me ask you this, right? Do you think them women are thirsty? Because they going over there.
Goddamn right.
In some aspect, they know what's happening. Yeah, thirsty. Thirsty to get humped on, if you want to say that. And yeah, they want to feel like they 16-year-old self again and shit, and just get a ride safely. I don't know. I don't know what their mindset is.
And they paying for it. You heard?
Yo, listen, man. Like you said, it's a service.
They paying for Netflix and chill. And
I don't mind it.
He gonna buy some cheap wine, little barefoot, get him right.
I don't mind it. I just think his target market should be women. Should be single women.
See, but that's the thing. If you're an entrepreneur, your target market is going to be whatever women come to you. And then your next target market is going to be the men who want to learn how to do it, who don't want to send their wives to you. So then you've added an additional stream of income by teaching what you do.
Well, target market means that you spending money to target a specific people. So if I was going to target and I had two options, single was going to make, like, I was going to pay this much per advertisement placed in front of this person's face, and then I got the married couple, it's going to be more money. Plus, on top of that, it's going to be the fact that she might not do it because the husband, like, now you got a second ear. Just like when I'm booking reservations, I hate when I hear the husband in the back. Because I'm like, oh boy, now I got to deal with a second person, like, giving their input. So it's like, that's what I mean by, like, I would target the single woman because it would just be a more successful, it would be more successful for me.
Lee, but the taken woman, right? The woman who are taken, they might want to be a customer because to them, they're like, oh, I'm not cheating. I'm just getting a massage, babe. I'm not cheating. So it's a great excuse.
They know what they doing.
Nah, you wildin'. If it's the ones that I seen on Instagram, nah, they know what they getting into. They try and get humped on. That's crazy.
Dang.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. So. But all right, let me ask you this: should men still go to the strip club if they're in relationships? Because this is an interesting question now.
Honestly, I don't think you should. Me, I don't go to the strip club, so I
No, no,
can't.
no.
I'm not the
Listen,
one to answer
do
that. You
you
can't.
think
I
we
can't
should
even.
ban men who are in relationships from going to the strip club?
If that's what she want to do, that's up to the relationship of the woman. If she gonna let him go do that, that's on her. Just
Wait,
like
wait.
if
What
you,
you mean? What you mean? Let him?
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to.
because I'm saying like she can set a boundary, be like, yo, if you go to the strip club, you could go, but I'm just not gonna be here no more when you get home. Same thing like men. It's like you could go on your girl's trip. I'm not gonna stop you, but I ain't gonna be here when you get home. I'm not gonna argue with you.
So you making an argument that going to the strip club is a form of cheating?
No, what are you doing, Aaron? I never said that. All I'm saying is that you asked me, should they ban men from going to the strip clubs? And I say it depends on the woman. If she want him, if she cool with it, then she cool with it. If she like, yo, I got a boundary, and
But what's her reason for not being cool with it?
I don't know. I don't. Normally, the strip club is like the women making money. The women don't even really like the dudes they dancing with. They really just it's really a transactional thing. What we was just talking about before wasn't transactional at all.
Nah,
They paying a guy
Aaron,
Go ahead.
the part that Lee just explained, I think that's valid. I think that's valid. Like the woman just might listen. Women have they have their positions on things that may not even make sense. But I mean, it's up to like the woman. It's her right if she feels like, listen, I don't want my man at a strip club, right? Like I don't really think she gotta explain why. Like I think if that's just something she's not comfortable with, she's not comfortable with it. Now my thing is that it's just the idea of a woman letting you as a man do something. That's the only reason I had an issue with it. But if he's just saying, hey, she's setting a boundary that she's not cool with it, I think that's fine. Like if she's not cool with it, she's not cool with it.
What's the argument? Why are you not cool with it? What's wrong with it? That's the question.
Hey, she may just have a problem with you having a see Keisha throw it in a circle. Like she don't want you to have to see that.
See,
I mean, the problem with that is I don't think most men think that they gotta have an excuse if they tell her not to do something. It's just this is how I feel. So if I'm gonna be like that, and like JB said, I'm gonna respect it. All right, ain't that big of a deal, dog. But I'm also not from Atlanta where it's like a lifestyle for them niggas. Like for me, we don't go to motherfuckers out here like that anyway. So it is what it is.
I think JB came up here to tell us about his lash business. He's about to start a lash business. He's selling lashes.
Actually, no. I came up here. I came up here to agree with Venus. Like there's something Venus said earlier, and I was actually clapping for her in the clouds. Like I was clapping for her because when she made the point about failures, right? That point that she made was so apt. And like when she talked about how she doesn't view like somebody who failed trying something, like it's actually not, it's not just a failure. And I think to me, like that's such a good point because a lot of times, like most people are sideline people, right? They like to sit on the sidelines. Most people don't like to take a risk, right? Most people don't, they're afraid of taking a risk. And it's always interesting to me. You'll see the people who have the most to say about somebody failing, in terms of being an entrepreneur or whatnot, is usually people who ain't accomplished shit in their life, right? They've never taken a risk. They've never taken initiative, right? So when I see somebody who's like, yo, I tried to do this. I started this business and it failed. I respect you. Like immediately I have a connection with you. Like immediately I'm like, yo, that's dope. You tried. You at least you went out there. You tried something.
Exactly.
Also,
you actually went out there. You tried something.
Also,
when
you come back,
bro, how many people you know how many people I've heard say, yo, bro, I got this idea. Man, I got this idea. A year later, bro, I got this idea. They never gonna go on and do shit with it. But then you got that
I
one
can't
person
stand
that's
those people.
Go ahead.
but you also come back if you come back to a 9 to 5 with a different perspective. So like when I did the truck driving thing, I don't look at truck driving the same way dudes that's only been company drivers, because I've had to endure the expenses. I've had to pay for the tires. I've had to pay for the fuel. So I look at it from a completely different perspective. My only problem with the failure is, again, and it was just based off that phrase I said, every ass that you kick on the way up, you're going to have to kiss on the way down. So on your way to doing your entrepreneurship, that's cool, but you don't have to do that and then shit on the people that's doing this, because like I said, according to the numbers, you're probably going to end up back doing exactly what you shouldn't have. And so that I think that's where the problem comes in at. I agree with you because even if you fail at being an entrepreneur, you also get a lot of knowledge out of that. And no matter what a job you have, you'll never look at it the same because you've endured what your bosses or your company owner has to run that business. So it actually make you an even better employee.
Absolutely.
I just don't like.
I agree.
I just
1,000%.
facts.
Yeah, I just don't like the whole. And I guess it's just a thing in society now where people just like to make themselves look better than other people, and you know that type of
Well,
thing.
and Tommy, for the record, bro, for the record, I'm actually with you on this. Like, I at the same time that I'm saying this, I can't stand the people who like talk down on 9-to-5s, and because listen, the 9-to-5 people, the blue collar people, they're the ones who keep the world running. Like, they're the ones who actually keep the world running. They're the ones that run our supply chain. Like, the things that matter the most to us, it's the people that a lot of people look down on. Right. So I don't agree with people looking down on people. Shit, even if you work at Walgreens and you checking shit out, like, I think that's until that job is replaced, that person's job is actually valuable. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm pointing out just on the entrepreneurship side, like, if the people who do take that risk, because most people don't. And it's always so interesting to me when I look at the people who got the most to say. It's always people, when you look at their background, it's like, bro, you never taken a single risk in your life.
But those
You've never taken a single piece of initiative. You never tried to go do something that took you out your comfort zone. You never, like, everything you did, you always had a fallback, like something that, you know, to fall back on. I respect
JB,
somebody
that be
who
the
said,
9
bro,
to 5
like, I
too.
didn't. You said what?
That'd be the 9 to 5s too.
That's the 9-to-5 people, yeah.
Yeah, that's mostly
They be the
not.
man. I ain't gonna lie. I had a ex homie, man. I ain't gonna cap. Like, the shit the stuff I'm doing now is just like talking down on it. But I'm like, bro, it's not my problem. Like, I'm the type of dude like this. If you want to be, you know, ain't nothing wrong with the 9 to 5. I get that we need, you know, it's majority of people that's gonna be like that, right? But don't shit on somebody when they want to like take a risk. You know what I'm saying? Or building something, talk down. Those the people that, you know, like you were saying, you know, that I agree that, you know, I just have a problem with. I'm just like, yo, y'all niggas been doing this shit for a long ass time, hating. You know what I'm saying? Jealousy, all that shit.
Again, it goes back to the risk thing, brother. Like, that's what it goes back to, because like I said, if you think about it, the number one thing that keeps people from trying something, we're like, I'm not even talking about full-blown entrepreneurship, whatever, right? That, you know, maybe it's being an entrepreneur, but I'm just saying trying something. You could, like Venus said, you could keep a part-time job and do something on the side. The number one thing is people are afraid of risk, right? Yeah. People are afraid of risk. And so that's why you see a lot of times people will even apply their own limitations to you. So you go to somebody and say, yo, I'm starting a business. And they'll immediately tell you all the reasons why you're going to fail, right? Yeah. Immediately, they're going to tell you all the reasons why you're going to fail, because they can't comprehend somebody, you know, stepping outside of their comfort zone to actually go out there and take a risk.
Yeah, because that actually plays into people want you to do good, just not better than them. Because there's a fear like, dang, I thought about doing that business too, but I'm scared. And if you do it and you do it well, then I have to acknowledge that I'm really a sad person. Like that's what it really comes down with people. They know if you do well in something they're scared of, they gonna feel bad on the inside, like, damn, I'm a chicken. And I feel bad now because you're willing to do something I'm scared to do. So that's what it really comes down to.
I think from a visceral point of view, that's true. But I think, to be honest with you, when you decide to take that risk, you're going against human nature, because human nature is to be comfortable. And so whenever I'm around people like that, I don't even take it personally. I just understand that, okay, your mindset is this, and it is what it is. Now, unless you're just doing something extra, I wouldn't even necessarily even just push you off or whatever. I just understand my mental is in a different place than yours. And you can just think about, like, I think we had a discussion about this today, like the shit that Elon Musk came up with. Like, nobody's really, a regular person ain't thinking, oh yeah, let me go, you know, make a rocket to go to the moon. Most people gonna look and be like, motherfucker, you nuts. You know what I'm saying? It's not a natural thing for a natural human to just think some shit like that. So if I said that, it wouldn't necessarily be hating, because there's a 99.9999%. I'm gonna be 100% right. You're nuts. He just happens to be that inkling of a percent that could actually follow through with it or whatever. And so
that's actually a really good point. Like the way you just explained that, Tommy. That's actually a really good point.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
I
Those
think
people, you gotta push those folks away. To be honest with you, Tommy, I ain't gonna cap, because when you try to keep them around. Yeah, I'm the type of dude like this. If you weren't with me at the bottom, you ain't gonna be with me at the top, and that's just it. That's just how I view shit. To be
But
honest with
what
you.
Tommy's telling you though is it's because I think you're talking more about the people who listen. I think there's nuance to this, right? There's people like Tommy's saying who a lot of them they're just seeing it from their vantage point in terms of they're not necessarily haters, because you got people who just are haters, right? People who actually just they want you to fail, right? They are actually haters. And then you got people who just they can't comprehend you actually are willing to actually go out there and take that risk. So you definitely have like a different it's two different sets of mindsets there, right? So
Yeah, and they're both
I would say
needful though.
keep the haters far away, right? Or at least don't keep them around you. Don't keep the haters around you, right? Because they're just gonna drain you, right? But there's certain people that it's not that they necessarily want the worst for you, right? But they're actually in their own ways, they're actually trying to protect you because they don't want to see you fail, right? So
Yeah.
at least in their mind, they actually think they're doing a good thing.
I ain't gonna lie,
Their
Jay-Z.
mind
That's
can't
hard to see,
comprehend.
though.
Some
I ain't gonna
people,
lie, though. That's hard to see.
some
That's
people's
hard to
mind
see.
can't comprehend the risk that it takes to be an entrepreneur.
And that's true.
But they may not be a hater, but you always need a number two. And the number two is generally going to be the person that's going to, because entrepreneurs, they can be impulsive. The need to take that risk, it has to be tempered by someone that has they're a little more risk adverse than them. So sometimes that person, as long as they're not trying to damage your dream and tell you what can't be done, they can be the person that brings you into perspective. You might be wanting to mortgage your whole house, and they might say, no, let's build it organically until you get to a point. Then once you've proven, your concept, then you can, do this way. They can be a sounding board for you to think, what's the best way for me to take this risk. But if it's
Right.
somebody who's just ultimately saying what you can't do, or they're projecting onto you, that's one thing. But
Yeah, that's what I experienced.
9 to 5 people end up being the support team for entrepreneurs. A lot of times they have a vision, they want to do this, they want to do that, they want to do this thing, and they need somebody to help
Yeah,
them bring the
well, see,
structure
you
and
took the
rein it in.
words right out of my mind, because the whole time I'm thinking like I'm a number two. Everybody be like, oh, I look at myself as a number two.
I am too.
Most people have these ego things where they think they have to be the top person in charge of everything because they the man. It's better to know what role you best fit and to be very, very good at it. And I've always looked at myself, I'm good with being a number two. Doesn't mean I'm incapable of being a number one, because I think I could do that too. But I like being a number two. You the face, you got it. Let me be your support. You got it. Go ahead, be the face, everything. Yep, you get most of the money. I'm fine, cool. I have no problem with that. A lot of people, their egos get in the way of always having to be the man instead of being one of the men. Like I'm good with being one of the guys instead of being the guy. And then that's when it comes down to ego, competition, all that type of thing that people view. I think that's what holds a lot of people back. They think they're supposed to be the one when they're probably a 2 or a 3.
I think
I'd rather be Scottie Pippen and have 6 rings with Jordan than try to be a number one and be like Iverson.
so a perfect example of what I was talking about is like my pops. Like my pops grew up super safe. They was get a good job, get a savings account. Yeah, they back here going crazy. Get a good job, get a savings account. You know what I'm saying, and save. So when I started talking to him about me messing with the stock market, his natural instinct was no, because he's not educated on it. He didn't understand it. But what I try to do is I look at intentions. And so I know his intention isn't to hate on me and discourage me. I know his intention is he wants me to be safe. He don't want me to throw my money away. And so for me, I'm not looking at him as he's a hater. I'm looking at him as he's uninformed, and mentally he's not, because he never has been. Like I said, the way my grandma and them raised him, it was super safe. It was do everything super, super safe. So because I know that about him, whenever he did that, I even had to have a conversation with my sister about it, because whenever she tried to do any of her entrepreneur type things, he would be the same way. He would always show you the bad parts that can go down. But I understand it because of the way he was raised. Everything was safe. So I don't look at it as being a hater. I just look at it as mentally, that's where he stopped at. He's mentally stopped at, okay, be a worker, save. So what I'm trying to do is outside of his boundaries or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I think,
With.
yeah, generally you just have to try to find the intentions of the people that are talking to you. And if you think their intentions are, to kind of discourage you and put you off, then that's something for you to determine. But if you don't think that their intentions are bad, that they're just limited, then you just take it as that.
Yeah, that just takes time, though. To be honest with you, depending on the person.
I just wanted to say to. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You guys with these bad back audios and y'all can't get nothing together. Y'all ain't got no etiquette. It's always something wrong with your audio.
My bad. I just wanted to say, Aaron, real quick before I mute back up, is the perfect example of a good number two. Since Lovely C brought in the realm of basketball, I have to say that Shaq is killing the game as a number two. He played with Jordan. He played with LeBron, and he played with Kobe. And that man is absolutely dominated, and he bossed up through that. I would say actually it's wiser to be a number two, because number one takes on all the risk, and you just get to watch what number one is doing in the number two seat, so that you can go ahead and do what you need to do independently when you want to be in the number one seat.
The thing is, the number two takes on a lot of the work, the physical work that those processes. And I think that's the offset. Like, hey, yeah, I'm the face. I'm gonna take the backlash and the risk and all this, but you're gonna be doing the majority of the pushing.
So grunt work.
But he still made that bad almost close to damn number one.
Yeah, and then also if you ever read this book called Start With Why, they break this down actually, and they break it down how the number one is the visionary. That's the why person. The how person is normally the number two. So they create all the systems, the how. And they kind of keep everything grounded. Then you have the what people. Those are employees who do what's needed, right? So those are the three levels of where I kind of like breaking that down and how that kind of looks like for the number one and number two person.
Okay, AL with the Simon Sinek. But no, you need the number two though. You can't just be a indifferent bystander as a number two either. You have to fully believe in what you have to believe in the number one, because you are still supporting what they're doing as if it belongs to you too. And this is just my opinion. I think marriages are like that. The wife is your number two. She is your support. She believes in you when nobody else believes in you. If you say you about to jump off the cliff, she, hold on, let me write down what do we need as we go down the cliff. You have to have somebody who's like, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna be the best that there ever was to do it, and I'm gonna use every resource I have to put at your disposal so that you can be great and still be able to not feel a way about you like I'm in the shadows or I'm not getting my shine, because we are doing this together. So I think you have to assume some of the risk with them, because the failure is also yours too, because you were the person that was providing the support. So success may be yours, but failure also carries a part. You carry a part in both of those things as well.
Girl, I be telling folks, if the number two role, I'm like, if you want to be seen so much, just go start your own venture. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I experienced something with my twin brother. He had his own company, and like I said, the number two guy, he was the type, he wanted to be number one. You know what I'm saying? We were just telling him, like, bro, look, if you feel this way, go start your own shit. You know what I'm saying? We in full support, But some people, I don't know, just because you doing it, they just don't want to see that,
Yeah, that's the biggest destruction I see in relationships. Thinking you deserve more money than you're getting. Like I find that stuff be the biggest issues. Like, oh man, I'm doing all this work, I should be getting as much money. Nah, bro, you're not the number one. Let them have more money than you. I just don't understand what people issue with. Let them get more money than you. It's cool. It's cool. You all right. You don't have to have more money than them. You don't have to. You don't have to destroy.
We literally watching it with podcasts right now. Damn near every podcast you see right now, as soon as they get successful, they break up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it don't be any other race but
That's a band theory. That's just like any type of band or any type of NBA team. You always see like the Everybody's like, no, I want to be number one. I want my own team. Kyrie's like, no, I don't want to be under LeBron. I'm going to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's always like that. It's a lot of people like that. So it takes something really special to be, you know what I'm saying, to be under Bill Gates, you know, and to say, you know what, Bill Gates, you got to shine. Hey, I got a couple billion too. We're good.
For you to create as a number two the technology that Bill Gates is the face of under his company and him make more money than you would drive a lot of people insane. But it would never bother somebody like me. Like, I think when we can do better together. I think when we get over the ego of who has to have more money, even if you did more, like I could be doing more. Me and Tommy got a business together, whatever the case is, and he has a bigger ownership stake, right? And I'm doing more of the work. I don't have to hate him because he got the higher stake in the business. He get more money and just let it be. Be happy to put money in people's pockets. Be happy to get somebody that's making more money. You don't have to be the guy. But we never
Aaron, that's what make the dream
Well,
work.
you know what, though?
Aaron, you see,
But Aaron, I don't even think it's. I don't think it's. I don't even think it's the money per se. I think a lot of people want to do it for their ego and want to be the face. They just want to be the face. So they'd rather be the face of something losing than be the face than be the number two of something winning.
So Aaron, I'm gonna give you an example real quick, right? So you see the link I just sent, I just text you, right? You don't say it out loud, but you see the company I just sent you, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So the founder of that company, Max, that's my buddy. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example of like where people misunderstand failure, right? So he founded a company prior to this company, and he had, he managed to raise some angel investment for it and a little bit of VC funding, and he raised a little bit over $1 million, right? The company failed phenomenally. Like, I mean, it just like the company just he just like the company just absolutely failed, right? But then while he was building that company,
he learned something
that failed. He figured out there was an issue. Well, I don't want to describe it because I don't want to expose which company we're talking about. But he figured out an issue while they were building that company, like an infrastructure issue, and he realized it was a big issue that other companies face, right? And in terms of syncing data and whatnot. But again, I don't want to give too much. And so when he figured that out, he built a prototype based off the initial IP that he had built on the failed company, and he built a prototype. And now this company right here is worth over $100 million. The company I just sent you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right.
I was like,
so
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like somebody may look at that and may have met him when he had just failed his other company and like, man, you failed, right? But this man is now running a company that their last valuation is over $100 million.
Right, shit. I ain't gonna lie, Aaron. I think a lot of people sleep on 2%, 3%, 4%. Man, look, when I hired these two engineers, I said, hey, look, guys, I'm gonna give you 2% stock options. Boy, they were happy than a mug. I said, shoot, if I would have offered that to a nigga, boy, they would have been mad as fuck.
Yeah, I asked JB. I said, JB, let me work for you, for free. He said no. I said, God dang, I can't even get no job for free. Dang, I'm getting fired on my day off. I just think that what people have to realize, it's the value added that can change things. When you add value to people, small, subtle things that take things off their plate, you become valuable to them. And the more invaluable you make yourself, the more valuable you actually become. So I think that a lot of people are actually learning that. I think through these podcasts, people are starting to see the separation of who can do this and who can do that, and just how easy it is, and who gonna keep putting the day in and day out process. Who's going to make sure their content is actually consistent. It's a good entertainment plus some valuable aspects to it. It's actually really, really hard to do, and so it's going to be fun to watch all this play out, because a lot of people are going to be trying to make podcasts, and I'm not trying to discourage nobody. And what happens is they find out just how difficult it is, because when you wake up in the morning, you go, should I do a show today? Should I put something together? I don't know what to do, though. That's what goes through people's mind. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know what to do. It is difficult. And you get to 80 videos, 90 videos, 200 shows. Man, oh man, it is difficult. So
they not willing to put it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I said a lot of people don't understand. It's just like with me, for example, like I told you my thing is in AI, right? So it's just like I put in 80, 90 hours a week, A lot of people not willing to do that. I just made up in my mind. I'm like, a lot of, Black people don't go, try to build the next, Facebook and Instagram, for example. I'm like, you know what? I'm finna sacrifice my whole 20s to accomplish this, and a lot of people not willing to do that, you know. So it's just like, I know everybody want to be the face, but it's just like, can you last? Can you withstand in that? You know,
That's a
it's
huge
crazy.
factor.
Well, we first of all, we gotta understand this ain't a black thing. This is just a people thing.
Yep.
Poor people, generally poor people, but they got a saying. It's just in sports. It's easier to wake up on that minimum contract early than it is on that max contract.
Facts.
So when you get that bag, it's a whole lot harder to wake up at 4 a.m. than it is, when
Yeah.
you sitting on a couple thousand.
Because you got equity. You got like when you go into work and like we be going to talk about this at work. Like, and you realize like you could say what you want. Like you could say F you, say whatever you want, like, and disrespect people, and they be like, you fired, and you go, I don't care. It's a different way you operate when you know that they don't hold nothing over you. It's your decision to show up there day in and day out. And I think that's a difference. And when you get that money, that real money, yeah, it's hard to show up and wake up at the same time like James Harden had them. They said that James Harden used to make them push the meetings back. I don't know if you remember, they was talking about like they had to wait till James showed up and all this other stuff. He wasn't early. So yeah, that money definitely changes it. And that's why they actually have, this is how society has to be run. When most people say everybody can be entrepreneurs and everybody can be rich and to a degree, there's truth to the concept, but people, natural human beings, will not show up every day if they don't have to. Most of us are doing the things we have to do because we're scared of the alternative. And so that drive is needed there. So most people don't want to hire somebody that don't need a job. Y'all don't notice that they want to see that you already employed before they hire you a lot of the times. How dare you ain't worked in 10 years? Dang, you've been good for 10 years. You cool? Like, dang, that's look good. Like, you ain't need a job. I don't know if it's in my best interest to hire somebody that don't need to show up to work tomorrow. I kind of want somebody that needs this job. And so,
I mean, to be fair, Aaron, it's not just because of that. To be fair, they also want to, like, if you're a good candidate, their assumption is that other companies would want you, and therefore you probably would have another job. So I'm just saying a part of it is signaling. A part of it is signaling.
Yes,
is
of
what you're
course.
saying.
But we want you to need the job. Like, honestly, like they want people to really need this job. In most jobs, obviously, if you're looking for a higher up position, like where you ain't really got an interview, you really get elected because somebody wants you for this position. They're like, hey, I got this opening, it's for you. That's a different story. But most jobs, like Target, McDonald's, whatever, we need you to need this job. We can't afford for you to wake up and go, I don't feel like going to work today. That's not good for most businesses. They need you to be in a position to need a job. And for most people to do that, your money got to be messed up. Let's be honest.
That's true. That's true. I ain't gonna lie.
How many of y'all would show up to work tomorrow if y'all had $10 million in y'all account?
Shit, I ain't showing up.
You see what like it changes people's, like, when you don't.
Well, it depends on what it is, Aaron. You got to be specific.
No,
if I'm at Microsoft, then of course. If I'm at Microsoft or Facebook, of course I'm showing up. But if it's like, fast food, no, I'm not.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you this: if your boss, let's play a little fun game here. If your boss say something like a slightly disrespectful, right, and you ain't got 10 million, you gonna let it go? You gonna let it slide?
Shit.
How disrespectful are we talking?
How disrespectful you
talking? It made you feel like he was sunning you. You know how you get that feeling like,
yo, Aaron, you ain't shit, bro.
Huh?
What's the pay looking like? It just depends on the pay. What's the pay looking like?
Listen.
You talking about 15? I'm out that bitch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you feel a certain way. They say something, you like.
No, but Aaron, you do have a point. Like, this is why they call it, the golden handcuffs. Yes. Even that's why they call it the golden handcuffs. Like, even at the executive level, right? They actually on purpose will pay certain executives, an exorbitant amount of money and give them, a lot of a lot of equity on purpose, because, and then they give you that that vesting schedule, right? Like, that's the other way they get you. right? They give you that vesting schedule, so you got this equity that the only way you get access to it is if you let that, is if you basically go through that vesting schedule and actually see it through, right? So that, I mean, yes, you're right. You are right. To be fair though, because the way you make it sound like very
listen,
because
saying,
listen, from the company side, it's not one-sided, is all I'm saying. It's mutual. But depending on what level we're talking about, yes, it may be more beneficial to the company. So I'm
Man,
not necessarily saying you're wrong, but
if
it's
Mark
funny.
Zuckerberg yelling at me and I'm his chief technology officer, I'm taking that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm staying in place. But if I'm at Arby's or something, I'm out that bitch. I'm out.
No, he did,
I'm out.
but JB is right. It works both ways because, like, even with like the truck driving, it's a severe driver shortage right now. So I get to speak in a way that a lot of motherfuckers can't speak at work because I know that they can't afford to replace me. You feel me? So it worked both ways.
Thank you. That's so
Also,
important. You look, Tommy. Look, think about it like this: we have overabundance of drivers in these markets right now. Tommy B show up to work early, 30 minutes early. Hey, boss, what up? Hey, you need anything done before he show up early, right? The following week, there's a shortage of drivers, and we don't think we're going to be able to fix the problem. Tommy be like, hey, I'm gonna be 15 minutes late to work today. All right, I'm gonna see y'all later. It's gonna start changing a little bit.
Aaron, I'm gonna tell you something crazy. I put one of my partners on, and I had kind of gave him the game, but it's like that's supposed to be known. They're supposed to be told. This motherfucker told the boss that y'all need me more than I need you. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Oh man, I'm telling you, it hit different when you walk in there with your chest out, like, yo, what up?
No, but see, Aaron, the other thing too is it's not just the money. It's that I think there's market dynamics plays a part in this too, right? So for example, like because this is something I actually witnessed earlier this year in particular, where when you like last year, especially in 2021, right? Being an engineer, right? It was technically an engineer's market, okay, in 2021, especially with all the crypto companies and whatnot, right? And then 2022, it was still mostly an engineer's market, and then towards the fall, we saw that actually starting in the summer, but really towards the fall is when you started seeing, a lot of the layoffs and whatnot, and then suddenly the equation shifted, and so before that, you would see like an engineer. Right? It doesn't really matter how much they're getting paid. They just felt like, listen, I'm the shit. You need me here. You need me. It's hard to hire me. You need me here, right?
Boys.
And they were walking around with their chests out. Okay.
Yep. It's a talent
and then the
shortage.
layoffs started coming, and by
10,000
large numbers,
at Meta.
tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, right? And suddenly you don't see those chests out no more.
Bro, I kid you not.
We cutting jobs at Twitter here.
I did a job posting, bro, for an AI engineer the other day, bro. Boy,
you probably got like 200
not.
applications immediately, right?
Boy, what? In an hour, bro. I'm like, damn. I said, God, thank you.
I hear
like,
y'all giving out work, Massa. I hear y'all giving out work over there. I shows need some work.
Bags, bro. I'm like, yo, it's crazy out here. I'm like, in an hour, I'm talking about it filled up. My whole phone going off, and I'm like, damn. Thought somebody else would text me. I was like, damn, bro. But that's true though, bro. That is true.
It's game changer when you understand the value that you currently have. And this is the thing. Most people know they're going into a job where they ain't got no leverage.
Right.
But you know what though? I also look at the impact of what I'm doing. Like what is the work I'm doing? That's actually primary before the money for me. Like I want to see, am I doing something
primary now? That was not your first initial thoughts when you got into the workforce. Let's be honest. Come on now.
I mean, yeah, okay, cool.
You're doing a little bit more different. Your bag a little bit more different. Now you like, yo, I got options now. I want a white chick, Asian. Like you getting like that. You want more reasons for doing what you're doing. So yeah, you can start adding to now how I feel and my purpose to things, I wanted to matter as much. But when you first getting out, and most people, they not going to work flipping burgers like, man, I sure hope Tommy B really enjoyed that burger that I just flipped for him. Man, I put my soul into that. You know, it's not gonna happen. So,
Wait,
But
Aaron,
but like even like for things like, for example, when I drive Uber, right? I try to look at the impact of like if I have a conversation with somebody, one of the passengers, and it brightens their day or something like that, or I got them to they flight, like they about to miss a flight, and I got them to the airport on time. All right, when they like that kind of shit kind of helps me, like is important to me as well.
yeah, I see that. It also helped that it's an optional job for you too. See what I mean? You got to add those elements in there. You ain't got to do it.
Yeah, you can care about that kind of shit. It's an optional job.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, yeah.
Bruh, listen, sometimes Aaron, when it comes to that Uber thing, man, like there's one time I was actually like about to miss my flight, and my Uber driver was driving crazy to get me to the airport, and I'm pretty sure I tipped him like $100, bro, because he, like, when I got to the gate and I was and I was able to make it into my flight, when I sat down, I'm like, yeah, he gave that tip because he like
Pause,
Pause, my bad. My bad.
I don't want no tip.
Nah, because it was like, when you're really about to miss that flight, I'm just saying, man, like, just the effort. That was an A+ for effort, man. You didn't have to do all that.
Man, y'all some special people. I'm so glad.
As opposed to that what was that DoorDash person that didn't get his tip and he had to get active.
Oh yeah, man. Yo, they getting real mad about, like, oh, you know what? I was thinking about doing a show on tipping. I was just looking over an article about it, and how it's really weighing on Americans right now. So America apparently tips the most in all of the goddamn world at this point. And we tip for almost every job we can tip for. Somebody said they saw a machine like for checkout ask for a tip. I was like, whoa. So you got checkout asking for tips now? Man.
Oh, nah. Aaron, I think I went to like a fast food restaurant that had a tip jar. I'm like, nigga, what? I was confused.
Hey, listen, they are really, listen, I gotta find that order. I think it was on
Do you do tips for takeout? Like if you just go in and pick it up?
I do it, but here's the thing though. I do it, but then I feel like I'm being finessed. You know what I'm saying?
You are
like
being finessed.
I do it on principle. You know what I'm saying? Because so here's the thing. I actually think America's system when it comes to tipping is just awful. But at the same time, I also like really value like the people who do put in the effort, right? So like when you do go into restaurants and like the people who really care, I value that. So just as a habit, I always make sure I tip people well. So I do it on takeout as well. When it's on basically when I have an option to tip, I just do it right automatically. But I'm not gonna lie, I do feel like I'm getting finessed. Like if I'm coming to pick something up and I got a tip, like I feel like I'm being finessed.
Man, the hood, I don't
Getting
tip
finesse.
nobody.
Yeah.
You definitely getting finesse. I hate to tell you, but and this is the thing, us as Americans, we get finessed by the culture. We think we supposed to tip for everything, and you feel bad when you don't tip, knowing in a situation you shouldn't tip. You like, man, I still got to tip when I don't want to tip. You feel bad even if they gave you the worst service. You like, man,
Shit, I don't.
Look.
If the service trash,
Bad service, no. Bad service, I get no tip.
What the hell was that?
What the hell?
I don't know what that was, but that's why that show. What was it? Was it Nyax that they did on the peak? That show. He was
yeah.
Man, F you, Americans. I ain't tipping nothing. I would listen.
In situations where you're supposed to tip, I tip healthy. But if I ain't supposed to tip, I ain't tipping.
Let me tell you how shady these people can be, right? So I went, I forgot where it was that I went with Cam, and the way they did the tipping, even though it was like takeout, they made it automatic, right? But then on the receipt it says, if you would like to remove it, please ask a manager. And I was just like, I was laughing. I'm like, It's so fucked up how they do that because they're trying to make sure you make a scene about it, right? They're trying to make sure you do like it. There's no reason I should be tipping y'all right now, but they automatically take it and then they say right on the receipt it says if you would like to remove it, just ask them. Just ask for a manager.
They
So they
want you to
trying
do
to
the
make
walk
they're
of
trying to make
shame. When you
sure
walk
that if
out
you're
and
gonna remove
everybody
it,
gonna be looking at you like
exactly, and I'm like, yo, this is foul. Like that's crazy.
I heard Kylie Jenner gave a chick $20. I'm like, damn.
Hey, listen, that's all they deserve. Snuggles says, "Why do you people? What do you mean? What do you mean, you people?" Snuggles, don't let us find out that you are not part of the people. Say pause for everything, even when y'all having a productive conversation. I'm trying to understand the mindset because we still blacks, okay? We still the blacks.
because in America we got freedom of speech.
Yeah, we still are blacks, okay? We talk like this, okay? Blacks do weird stuff in situations and scenes that we're not supposed to do it because we blacks, okay?
I'm just saying, why do we crack jokes at funerals? It's gonna happen.
We
you
the
walk in with that
blacks,
fucked up suit, we gonna get you.
Facts.
Nah, but in hindsight though, that was a very pause-worthy moment right there.
No,
So
that was major pause, major pause. Sometimes you just got to understand the environment that you are in and everything. They recording us right now. Could you imagine Fatty get a hold of these clips and chop them up? Come on now. Come on, see, now y'all know why.
Aaron, why are you
that.
giving him ideas, bro? Why?
No, I'm just saying. Like, look, every show. Think of it. Clips is popping up. We like, whoa, we didn't know that was happening. We saw one. I think he got Jay Prince digging in his nose or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, right? He not playing. So don't give him no ideas. So he listen. So that's why we do it, Snuggles. We got to protect ourselves from the fatty fouls because we just don't know. It's just what it is.
Yeah, I can see the headline now. JB's gonna force it on her. They gonna get this tip.
Hey, listen. So that's why you gotta be careful. I do have another question, right? And I shouldn't ask this question, but I'm gonna ask the question. I know I shouldn't. I'm telling y'all now, but I have to ask the question. We have one of these artists named Light Skin Keisha. We always get in trouble for this colorism. How come you can be celebrated as an artist named Light Skin Keisha? I just have to understand how that makes sense.
Wait, that's a real person? Like that's an actual artist?
Yeah, she a rapper. She on Power too, on the one with the sun. I think it's still just Power, but she's like a little character on there. She got like a little part on there. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Even though like it's looked at like they celebrate it, they also have their issues they go through too because they're quote unquote celebrated. So like my mom is super light skinned.
Yeah, but they get mad at us for the color stuff. But her name is Light Skin Keisha. Like, how does a woman get away with this when they the main ones talking about we got the colorism issue? How?
Oh my gosh, the dog just threw up. Damn.
Because women in general don't know what the hell they're talking about.
This is her, if you're wondering. This is Light Skin Keisha.
So you saying she's a rapper?
Mm-hmm.
Let me guess. Like, so does she rap like ratchet shit? Like, what's her name? Sukiana and shit.
She not as bad as Sukiana, but she a ratchet.
Yeah, I think she better than that. I don't know if Suki can rap or not, but I think she probably better than that. She actually be on some podcasts now. I think podcast is the new whatever it is, so everybody doing that. But yeah, I mean that's her name though. Are we allowed to do that and still complain about colorism if we going?
I think Aaron. I think here's my real thoughts on this colorism thing. I think the colorism thing is just it's a lot of times in my opinion it's copium, right? It's just copium for people. Like most people, I think most people don't really like. I don't walk around and look at people like, oh, this person is really like light skin and dark skin. Like it's mostly, I mean, when we making jokes and whatnot, you might say some shit like that, right? But most of the time, in my experience, what I've seen is that women in particular will use the colorism thing as a way to explain why they've gotten the results that they've gotten, right? Even if that's not necessarily the case. So for example, what you'll see is like this is the kind of thing that I like to talk about when I say like a lot of people, they look at a multivariate situation and they analyze it, as a univariate situation, right? So like, this person may be an awful person. They may have, stank attitude or whatnot, but they're going to tell you that the reasons why, they've had these issues in life is because I'm dark skinned. But it's like you removed all the other variables that other people may be repulsed by, and it may not be that you're dark skinned. Like most people probably don't give a fuck that you're dark skinned, right? So that's what I've noticed is that it's just people using that as an excuse for their failures. Because guess what? When it comes to beauty, if you're bad, you bad. I could name a list of bad females, and you're gonna have a mixture of light skin, you're gonna have a mixture of dark skin in there.
So I think he's wrong on this. I'm gonna tell you why. When you think of the beauty standard in this country, it has never been past a certain skin color. Number one. Number two, if we just highlight simple things like music, entertainment, magazine covers, we see who gets highlighted, right? So this is not a made up concept. Like it's a real thing. Some of us even heard family members kind of make certain comments, right? Like it's not copium. Like it is it's a very known fact that like, and it's not specific to African Americans because in Asia they're very much like that, like extremely colorist, right? It's not like a specific to the U.S. kind of thing. It is a real thing.
So you're saying, let's actually break that down. So you're saying, for example, you took magazines as an example. You're saying because magazines have mostly had, let's just say, lighter skinned people on it, that's colorism.
Well, no, I think as African Americans, when you grow up in this society and the conditioning starts from very young on what's considered beautiful, right? And the people who control media don't look like me, right? And then we get conditioned by them through TV, by media, etc. And then if I go to rap music, if I just look at video, not even rap music, right? Because there are singers that are way better than Beyonce, but they don't look like Beyonce, right? It's all over entertainment. And rap is really stated. Everything's red bone, light skin. Like we all know that lighter skin gets praised in the Black culture. Like they just do. Even in the Latin culture. Is Fighter still up here? Because I know.
I got you. No. I got you. I got you, Venus. I got you, Venus. I get what you're saying, right? So, by the way, there's a difference between what you're highlighting in the like rap culture and let's say what you're saying with like Hispanics, right? So, for example, in DR, they actually are colorists, right? I've been there, so they actually are colorists, but that's very different. And they're against their own Dominicans, by the way. Not just a lot of people think it's just against Haitians, but even against their own Dominicans, right? But when you're talking about what's happening, in the beauty industry and in rap music, there's different reasons for each one of those things. For rap music, a lot of times, again, it's you got to think about it, right? You have a lot of these dudes, right, that they've grown up in a particular environment. They've been used to one type of thing, and now they have access to a whole different a set of things. Okay, and so now it's just like getting access to a car you could never drive before.
They don't want the crab legs.
So it's just like getting access to a car you could never drive before. Automatically, it's like the thing you could not have, and because of that, you attribute a higher value to it. It doesn't necessarily mean that.
Well, no,
like it doesn't actually make that the standard. It just shows that again, it's something that they never had access to.
JB, they don't want the crab legs no more.
Listen, there's a reason that a person like light skin Keisha would name herself that. That should tell you alone. She even understands. It is a thing. Like even before they get out to quote unquote women that they couldn't have access to, that division starts right in the neighborhood.
But what to Aaron's point, but Venus, to Aaron's point though, like to the point Aaron made earlier, what I've noticed is that this is mostly women who push this shit, right? Because when you talk to men, most dudes are not really thinking about that. Like, yes, there are some dudes. I can say this. There's some dudes that really they have an affinity for a specific skin tone, but most dudes they just think, yo, she bad. That's it. Like she is just like she's bad. That's it. Most dudes think that, and you're not gonna see a dude see like a good looking dark skinned chick and say, "Oh, she bad, but she dark skinned." Like you don't hear that. That's why a lot of times when these women say, "Oh, you know, all my life I've heard dudes say you're pretty for a dark skinned girl," I don't believe you. I'm not saying it's never happened.
No,
I'm
trust
just
me.
saying.
No, it
I'm just
happens.
saying.
It happens.
Listen, I'm just saying in my experience, I have never heard dudes actually say bullshit like that.
But JB, why would they be saying that to you? They're not gonna say it to you. They saying it
Because
to
men talk to other men about bad chicks. That's what men do.
Understood, but every woman's not making that up. Trust me, that there are black men who say that ignorant shit all the time. All the time.
Listen, if
And
you're bad, you're bad, Venus. That it just is like I just find a lot of times it's black women making excuses for their shortcomings, right? You probably just not you, Venus, but a lot of times it's like you hear chicks say, "Man, I got these results because I'm dark skinned." I'm like, but you got a snake attitude though. Or guess what? You might just be ugly. Like you might actually just be ugly, and it might not just be because you're dark skinned.
But this is why I took it outside of dating, and I made it my business to take the conversation away from dating, right? That's why I showed you entertainment, TV, movies, who plays the main role, what kind of black women are they? Like I don't know why the excuse or like copium. That's
But the reason I'm saying you're putting all of them, Venus, you're putting all of them in the same box. That's why I was saying you can't do that because
wait.
there's
Let me ask
reasons
a question. Hold on, guys. Let me ask a question. Men don't go to movies to see light-skinned women because they're attractive.
But y'all are not the ones who cast. I'm talking about
that's
the
why
reason.
that's why I'm asking y'all. The women, y'all have an affinity for women. Us men ain't going to watch no concerts and no movies to see women because they like it. We don't care. That's not us. That's y'all.
So all of these I like to look at like athletes, right? So all of these athletes, yo, there was a rapper who died. Damn, I can't remember his name. Oh, I believe it was Nipsey Hussle. And if I'm not mistaken, and YG was at the damn altar saying something about we gotta raise these light-skinned daughters. And I remember thinking, what does that have to do with anything? Like, I don't know if you guys just don't see it, but that's definitely a thing with a lot of black men. It is. I don't know how y'all don't see or listen to the music. It is.
Again,
Venus,
that's why I just tried to explain. That's why I just tried to explain to you that you're putting a lot of things in the same box that's not actually in the same box, right? The reason why rappers have a certain perspective is different than why the beauty industry operates in a certain way, right? So but y'all put all of that in colorism. So for example, the beauty industry, the reason I was saying let's break this down. If you have, this goes back to, again, the human nature of being tribal, right? If you have a beauty industry that's run by people who don't look like you, more than likely the people they're going to push won't look like you, right? So that's not necessarily because they're colorists, it's just because they're going to look for people who look like them.
But here's my thing. You're kind of
right. That's compared to rappers and entertainers who, like I said, a lot of times what it is just you getting access to something you've never gotten access to before, something you've never. Now it's like most of the women you've dealt with in your life, they were dark skinned, and now suddenly you're in this industry and it's all these light skinned women, and that's a noticeable difference.
JB, that can't be true because there's a lot of light skinned women in the hood. That's why I keep telling you that starts way before they get there. There's a reason somebody like light skinned Keisha would brand herself that way, because she knows amongst a certain group of men it is valued. She just understands that. We all understand that. And what you were saying about
her music to women,
I don't know, because I never heard a song. But wait, and I just want to say this. You're kind of speaking to my point when you said, like, well, the rappers look at it this way, or the athletes, because they never had access. But then you talked about why the beauty industry would promote a certain thing. That goes back to me talking about being conditioned as Black people in this country and consuming media that is put forth from people who don't look like us. So from very young, we are conditioned to look at a certain thing as that is beautiful.
All right, so let me ask you a question, Venus. Do you think that's most Black men? Do you think that's most Black men who think like this?
Honestly, I honestly don't know.
If you had to put a percentage on it, just take a guess. How many Black men do you think like that?
Maybe half.
That's okay, fine. Here's why I'm asking you this, Venus, because again, what I'm telling you is that I have never heard a man. I've never heard this. I'm not saying it never happens. I'm just saying I have never heard a man say, "Damn, she bad." Listen, damn, she bad, but she dark skinned. Right? I've never heard that.
Be like,
and mind you, if you ask most men, if you ask most men, for example, I remember a perfect example of this was actually Kevin Samuels. when he said that Kelly Rowland, right? When he mentioned that, like when he put her on the top of the scale, right? And it was like most of the people who were surprised were women. Most of the men were not debating this. Most of the men were not like, nah, you're wrong, Kevin.
Well, listen, they're
She dark
conditioned
skin.
too.
Most of the people who
No,
were
but
shocked were the
JB,
women.
they're conditioned too. I'm not making it specific to black men. Black people in this country are conditioned.
Right. But what I'm getting at is that it's mostly the women who push the, like, men don't really give a fuck about that. Like en masse, maybe there's some men who think like that. But most men, they don't care about this shit. I'm telling you, they just don't. If you're bad, you're bad. Like if you, I just don't see that.
I'm going by what I've heard and what I've seen.
I think what it is, Venus, is especially when you deal with women or just anybody in general. Once you get rejected, you start like you don't go to the person and go, "Hey, why'd you reject me?" You start coming up with the formula in your head of why it happened. And so I think you deal with a lot of that because I agree with JB. Amongst men, you'll get every once in a while some weirdo, and we'll tell him he's a weirdo if he comes around. Oh, I don't date dark skinned. My little brother did that, and we call his ass a fucking weirdo. Like so. I don't think that's like something that's super common amongst men, and we're talking as men that talk amongst men. I think a lot of it comes more from the women, and I say that because even when you look at that test that they did back in the day with the dolls, that was with little girls, and the little girls were the ones that were saying, the white ones was cute or beautiful, and the dark ones was ugly.
But let me ask you a question. I saw that. Where do you think your little brother got that from? Because he didn't get it from you. So where
Nah,
do you think he got it from?
So look, he was raised in Sacramento, and Sacramento might be the mixed race capital of the world. These motherfuckers don't nobody fuck with their own kind out here. So I think that was more kind of that type of shit. Because I was in the Bay where everybody's kind of mixed up or whatever. But I don't know where he got it from, to be honest with you. It's weird.
Conditioning. Y'all not trying to see it, but it's real. What's put in front of us by media from young? See how you said the babies even chose the white doll as beautiful, not the dark dolls, not the dolls that look like them. Where are they learning that
But
from?
what I'm saying is, if it was conditioning, when he says that, it would be accepted as, oh, okay, yeah. But when he says that, overwhelmingly in my family, we like, blood, you're a weirdo. Like, and even amongst my friends, if they came and said something like, oh, anything about a complexion is nothing that we're really focusing on. So if a guy came around us and they were talking about complexion, for us, you'd be looked at as a weirdo.
So let me ask y'all a question. Why do you think there's so much emphasis in music on red bone, yellow bone? Why is that? Like, I could name like 20 rappers. Like, why? If you guys don't think complexion plays a role in attraction.
So Venus, the mistake you're making right now is, I'm not going to deny what you're saying because it's true, right? But the mistake you're making right now is that you're using the rappers, even if that's not your intention, as somehow like they're representative of as if their views or whatever they're saying in their songs is representative of what a lot of men think, for example, right? And it's just not true. Like, I'm not saying some men don't think like this. I do know there's some men who think like this. I'm just saying, en masse, if you talk to most men, they're not worried about like your skin color. Like most men, they're just not. They're just
I believe you.
Look, I'll give you a perfect example. When Kodak said what he said, that wasn't generally accepted.
Dark skinned kids,
yeah,
right?
when he said that, but listen to me. What I'm saying is, you didn't hear a bunch of men go, "Oh, I get that." Even the men was like, "The fuck are you talking about?" Now, when he explained it, it kind of went towards the experience of him being dark skinned and what he's went through, because he said he didn't want his kid to go through what he had to go through as a dark skinned guy. But when he said that, you didn't hear men overwhelmingly go, "Oh, I get that." Mostly everybody's like, "Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?"
Yo, I heard a person, like you said, I'll be honest. I heard a person in my family say that shit when I was very young. And maybe that gave me like a hyper awareness.
So let me ask you this though. But
I heard a
was
grown
that
man in my family say that shit, and I was like, damn, I didn't know about complexion before.
But you're kind of going towards JB's point though. The fact that you're pointing out a person shows it's not the majority, it's the minority. You see what I'm saying? Because
honestly, Venus, when it comes to a lot of these things, not even just skin color, right? What I've noticed, even with a lot of even with natural hair, for example, like I personally love seeing black women with their natural hair. Like I actually make it a thing that if I'm walking and I see a black woman with her natural hair, I actually compliment her on it because I want her to know that I appreciate that, right? But a lot of times you hear black women say, "Oh, you know, y'all don't really like it," and I'm like, when I've growing up, the people that I saw again go against y'all the most for y'all hair was other women. It was other black women. It was a lot of the insecurities I see a lot of black women have. They don't realize they blame men for it, but they don't realize it comes from women. Like it's women, it's the women who call you nappy headed. It's the women that when they're doing your head and they're pulling your hair back and like all of that trauma that y'all carry, it's coming from women. Most men are not.
Sorry, mine came from men. And y'all not finna sit up here and tell me that women were the ones walking around calling people red bones and yellow bones and it wasn't men doing that shit. Let's be real. Let's stop it.
We being real.
No, men definitely call
I've heard
women
it
yellow
mostly
bones and
come
red
from other
bones,
women.
but that's a description.
I've really heard it come from mostly other women, not really dudes that much.
Yeah, the main ones that was the main people that was discouraging me from going natural were men. The ones who did not like it were men. The person who wanted me to get a perm as a child was a man.
Cali Bev, let me tell you this. Hold on.
Father to be
Cali
exact.
Bev, let me tell you this, Cali
The
Bev.
one who wanted my mother to wear a wig was a man.
Okay, Cali Bev, that
okay,
Cali Bev.
let's not even trip. This natural shit, this natural shit and this support for natural, that's relatively new. Okay.
Are you crazy?
Yes, it is.
Hold on.
And let's encourage women to wear their natural hair and all that shit. That shit is relative. That shit is
Cali
new
Bev,
in the
when a little girl is born, who's the first one to let that little girl know whether she got good hair or bad hair? It sure the fuck ain't the daddy.
I'm gonna go back to conditioning. Who the fuck
Bruh,
told
I've
black
been
people
listening.
to tell your kids
the first person to make fun be little boys and girls. Let's not trip.
I have been hearing men going against the perms and shit since I was a kid.
Wait a minute.
And I've heard the exact opposite since I was a kid.
I want somebody to tell me they've ever heard a newborn baby come out.
We're gonna sit here and say it's a mixed bag because it is.
Cali
we got
Bev.
two totally different opinions and two totally different experiences.
Yeah.
So let's just call it a mixed bag and call it a day.
You gonna tell me that a newborn baby is popped out? A newborn girl is popped out, and the dad sat there and said,
hell no.
"Oh,
Tommy,
she got
give me
good hair."
1 second, brother.
not.
Please give me
Absolutely
1
not.
second. Hold on
Absolutely
there.
not.
Young ladies on the panel, do you think they were wearing hair in the 70s?
Afros.
Do you think they were wearing hair in the 80s?
Gotcha.
Nope.
When you all are saying that this natural
afros in the 70s. They were wearing afros and shit in the 70s, and then they crossed over and what? Nobody wearing no fucking natural hair in the daggone 80s and 90s.
Are you sure?
I'm
Where were you living?
dead ass serious.
Excuse me? Are you telling me that, well, since weave didn't come in until the late 90s and early 2000s, okay, first of all, 90% of all black women wore their natural hair. This weave thing came in because women became lazy.
I'm not talking about just weave. I'm talking about straightening and perms. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about natural
But it's
hair.
still your hair.
Naturally curly.
That's your hair, though.
Curly.
It doesn't matter.
Curly.
Hold on, no.
When we say natural, we all know we talking about
no.
naturally curly. We ain't talking about no fucking pressing comb. And
No,
y'all know
natural
this.
means it comes out of your head, Cali Bev.
That
No,
is
that's not what natural means.
and not sit
No.
over here and play split hairs and shit.
Natural means it comes out of your hair.
Curly. They ain't talking about no goddamn pressing comb.
Natural means it comes out of your head. It doesn't matter what you do with it because
when
it's
people
yours.
say natural, they're talking about naturally curly. Ain't
No,
nobody
they
talking
don't.
about
No, that is
natural
your
fucking
hair.
perm and over
Come
that
on,
pressing
get
comb.
real.
And you know.
Calm down.
Arguing against women about hair is stupid. Why do y'all argue with women about shit that y'all don't know better than us?
No, we know better because we know women that used to comb their own hair.
But you comparing a type of hair
You
though.
don't know.
There was no natural hair community before there, Venus. Everybody had natural hair.
We're talking about natural.
One at a time, please.
Listen, natural just means original state, right?
Exactly.
Here's the thing, Cali Bev.
I'm not going to deny your personal experience, right? What I'm saying is that en masse, the people who's perming these girls, these black girls, the people who's promoting that, what are women? It's the mothers. It's the mothers. It's not their fathers. It's the mothers promoting this shit.
Let me tell you something, JB. You see how like you
a
guys
lot
are
of
like,
this stuff is coming from the women, bro. Like a lot of stuff is coming
well,
from
let
the
me
women.
tell
I'm not
you.
saying some of it. Maybe some of it came from the men, but en masse, it's the women pushing this shit. It's the women who comment on other women's shit. It's the women. Like most insecurities I hear from black women, I'm like, bro, men don't really talk about that shit. It's the number even when it comes to even when we talk about the stupid body count conversation, right? The number one thing a woman gonna call you when she got an issue with you is a slut, is a hoe. Right? It's mostly women. Most of y'all insecurities come from other women.
Okay,
Exactly.
JB, listen, wait, JB. So you're not necessarily wrong in that aspect, but here's what I'll tell you. When you say who initiated the perms and all that, right? It sounds very similar to like women are getting surgery because of other women. That like that same argument, right? But there's a reason they're doing it because there is a change in behavior from men.
No, y'all looking at the
Hold
next.
on, wait a minute, Venus. You do understand the overwhelming majority of women that get chose don't have that surgery. That's literally women competing with other women. It has nothing to do with us because we're choosing whether you have that surgery or not. That's a y'all thing.
Again,
So we finna act like. Okay,
go ahead, Callie.
Go ahead, Venus. No, go ahead. Cause y'all
Yeah,
own surgery.
No, Cali Beth. This is what we gonna act like. It's specific niggas y'all chasing with that surgery.
Exactly.
It ain't every nigga.
I ain't up here to talk about surgery. I'm up here to talk about natural.
Oh, okay, got you.
I gotta say this, Calabi. You guys check this out, okay? Everybody here is telling truth based on what their experience. You guys are all telling the fact, but like the
Wait, so
guys are
everyone's telling the truth and we're altering facts? Did you just say that?
I say you guys are all telling facts because you're telling your experience, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But your experience is also limited to yourself, right?
Correct.
Okay. But when we talk about majority or broaden the scope, there is a fact that most men prefer natural looking women, both in hairs and in color. And there is a fact out there that most women bleach their skin or encourage bleaching skin and also encourage palming of hair. That's a fact. Am I
Most
correct?
women do not bleach skin. No disrespect, but in your culture, most women
No,
bleach.
no. I said encourage bleach skin or encourage bleaching skin, meaning that they prefer their skin lighter. Because if I want to tell you that it's not only in Africa, go back to many of these
It's
pictures
in the
out there.
Caribbean too. I know.
I'm coming. If you go to many pictures out there of celebrities and also normal people, you see that when they were in their teenage life or younger, they were dark skinned. Okay, if you're dark skinned in your teenage life, how the hell are you light skinned when you're an adult? That I don't understand. You see what I'm saying? So some bleaching is more expensive and you don't notice that person is bleaching. But if you want to find out somebody's bleaching, just look at when they were younger. It tells you that they're bleaching.
You're proving my point, though. The entertainment industry makes them do that. They Photoshop photos. They make them look lighter because light skin is the beauty standard here.
Sells. Yes, the light skin is the beauty standard. Yes, it sells. But you're talking about celebrities. But I'm also bringing normal folks on the street.
No. Stop. Who are they selling it to? Who are? Okay, look. Most men like all women, all types of women.
Yes.
That is not true.
Aaron is asking me a question. Aaron, go ahead. Guys, hold on. Aaron is asking me a question.
Wait, hold up. Let me just say this real quick, right? Because Venus, here's what you're proving right now, right? What I've noticed, and this is just my observation, just hear me out, right? What I've noticed is women have a certain preconception of what they believe men want, right? And what they believe men like. And so they go with, they move along in their lives thinking those things. And when men tell them the opposite, they're like, but that's not true though, because they don't realize what you've been marketed, right, has not come from men. It's not come from men. Like if you actually talk to men,
No, because you just one dude, according to you, just one dude, as
JB,
opposed
men
to
control
multiple
media
dudes
though.
telling us this shit for our like
Big guy.
entire life.
Hey,
So yeah,
big
you're
guy.
just one dude.
Let me tell you something, big guy,
Wait, but do
about
men control media?
what you just said right now is correct. But the mistake you're getting from the women is this. And also, let me bring you to this point. Men like to friend light-skinned women. They might not marry them, but they always want to show. No. I'm telling you for you, they always want to show off light-skinned women. These girls.
Why? There's no colorism, so why?
No. There is colorism. So whoever saying there's no colorism from men is not telling the truth. Absolutely, it's not. But the person is telling the truth of his experience. But I got to tell you, as somebody that knows what is out there in terms of fashion and so many things, men always showcase lighter skinned women than darker skinned women.
can I ask you a question? I got a question for you. I got a question for you. What is the difference between a dark skinned big booty and a light skinned big booty?
This is the two difference. A light skinned big booty is usually seen as a sexual object than a dark skinned big booty. For a man that is no, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking
They're both
about.
sexual objects.
What you talking about?
No. There is no way every woman is a sexual object to a man. It doesn't matter your skin, it doesn't matter your color. Men see women as sexual objects.
All right, stop. We got to get this centered conversation. So let's start here, right? From what I understand, women market to women primarily.
Correct.
Because men ain't, especially if you look at the entertainment industry, we get absolutely nothing from going to a movie to see you. We don't want it. Men don't go to movies to see. Man, you know that hot girl was in the movie. We ain't wasting our time on it. So it's not the movies. And when it comes to music, we're not buying your music because you like dog skin. Men ain't doing that. So
no, but you're watching the videos because you like the imagery of the woman.
We don't even.
No. We don't do that. Men don't do that.
Don't even type that in.
There's a reason it's done. Y'all not gonna like convince me that I'm just making this like no.
Men not looking up to watch.
It's only a dark-skinned woman insecurity. That's all it is.
Okay.
They're insecure about light-skinned women. They're insecure about
women being
white
fine in
women.
videos wasn't a thing until like the early 2000s.
T-Pain made a whole big deal that he made it his business to put dark-skinned women because they were discriminated against.
Because you guys are
Why
always in competition with other colored-skinned women.
What?
Men tell you what we like. We like women with natural hair. No, you don't. Men said we like women in general. No, you don't. How can women tell men what they like when a man is telling them?
About?
I said men tell you what.
Compared to multiple men telling us the opposite.
If you're dealing with
them 5 opinions are not in a way.
Stop.
A
Please.
lifetime of experience.
So let me just make sure I understand, right? Just so we can get to see me. The issue with somebody liking somebody, whether they light skin or dark skin, is because they can't change the skin color. Let's really break this down. What is the issue if I only like dark skinned women? I ain't attracted to you light skinned women. What's the issue with it? I'm trying to understand.
Oh, it never would be one from that end.
It would be if a lighter skinned woman heard you say, y'all act like they don't get offended too.
No. Stick to the point. What's the issue? Is it because you can't change your skin color?
It's discriminatory. That is simple. It's
discriminatory. Hold on, wait. My mom is light skinned. Hold on. My mom is light skinned. Very light skinned. I have not one time in my 40 years on this earth heard her be offended because somebody only like dark skins. Ever.
So what were you speaking to earlier when you were saying like, no, they be going through shit too? What were you talking about, Tommy?
So my mom goes through shit with other women, which also even adds to the point because she's light skinned, because of the perception that people have about her because she's light skinned. They think she's, most of the time when she goes to a job and they get to know her, the first thing they go is, "Oh my God, I thought you were like this." That's what I'm talking about.
People have done that to me too. People just do that. They judge you early and then they figure you out later. That doesn't.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is because I think that would happen with dark skinned women too. As far as it wouldn't be uppity, it would be I thought you were mean and yada yada yada. But what I'm saying is that usually comes from the women. Men don't come up to her and go, "Oh my God, I thought you were da da da." It's the women in the workplace that usually come up to her and say that kind of stuff.
I'm going to agree with you to a certain extent, but the reason why I'm going to also disagree with you is this. African American population in the United States is not 13%. We've discussed this many times, even on Aaron's show. African American.
What?
I
Say it
said,
again?
Africa. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you, African American population in the United States is not 13%. We've discussed this on this show many times. Actually, the true African population, African American population in the US is around 25%. Why is it 13% after 300 years? It's because colorism. Almost half the black population on census is choosing others or whites. They don't want to choose African American.
Look at Aaron.
because they want. No, he knows that. I'm not lying.
I don't think he agrees with that, but
He doesn't need to agree, but it's a fact.
That's a fact. Okay.
It's
It's
a
not a
fact with
fact.
this.
It's a fact.
No,
He
it's
said
not a
Excuse
fact.
me. Do you know how many African Americans that
Why do
will
y'all
admit
do
to you?
Point by point, okay? The question was, what is the issue if I only like dark-skinned women? Is it because they can't change their skin color? What is the issue?
They want
That is
you,
not.
Aaron.
No, here's
There,
the thing,
there
Aaron.
not, there is
Let me
no.
make it clear.
There is no
It's no
issue.
issue with you liking them. The issue is
No
with
issue.
you weaponizing them against another group. That's the issue.
Well, if you
Guys,
say the
no,
opposite,
that does not make it. No, I don't agree to that.
The issue is you downing one group to praise another. That's the issue. So you
now,
can like whatever you want, but this public declaration that you see how I can point back to all these different references because of these public declarations. That's the problem. Go for what you go for.
if it was the other way around, you wouldn't be
Why do
offended.
we need an announcement?
You wouldn't be offended if it was the other way around.
I'm not
I can
offended
tell
either
you
way. I don't really give a damn. I just know what I know. I'm black. I grew up here. I know what the fuck going on. Like,
You didn't catch my
wait,
statement.
guys, stop. We got to deal with it point by point. The weaponizing. What does that mean? I have to understand.
Okay, it's kind of like what the guys on TikTok do when they're like, I'm gonna get a passport. Instead of just getting a passport and going, they gotta be like, nah, because these women are like this, and you guys are like it's all the extra negativity that's unnecessary.
So Venus, why does that bother you?
She dropped off. I think her internet is messed up.
I'm gonna tell you, JB. I think it bothers her because it's like, okay, just get a passport and bounce. What's the use of getting your passport and then having to sit here and shit on the people that you don't like? If you don't like them, ignore them and keep it moving. But
actually, there is a use. Listen, there is a use to it. Doesn't mean hold up. Let me tell you what the use is. Let me tell you what the use is. Right? Doesn't mean I condone it, but there is a use. Right? This person may feel like, listen, if they understand that, if their viewpoint is, okay, you're getting a bad deal here in America, I found a way to not get a bad deal, right? And I want to share it with other men so y'all know, hey, you don't have to keep getting this bad deal. It's not, y'all may view it as a weaponized, as a weapon on y'all, right? But really, they're spreading the message to other men.
Well, I don't honestly think
that message always comes with.
Wait, Venus.
That message half the time comes with the local shit afterwards. It ain't just pure. These women are great over here. No, it's these women are great because these women over here suck.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Guess what? Cali Bev, they're entitled to believe that. This is my point. This is my question. This is why I was asking the question. Why do you care, right? Because
I can tell you why.
Well, hold up. Let me solidify what I'm saying, right? I can go all over YouTube, right, and find, for example, black women who don't like black men or who have whatever viewpoint, and they say whatever. I don't feel like none of that shit applies to me. It does not bother me. I will never flag your content. I won't even give you a dislike. Shout out to you. Keep doing your thing. It does. Why does this even affect? Like when you call it colorism, when you call it colorism, what it does is it's almost like you're saying that this shit is impacting you, and I'm trying to understand, how does this impact you? This is just a group of people who, by the way, are a minority of people who have an opinion on you. Why do you care?
I can tell you why. So you understand like how important public image is, right? Like I think you're very smart. You understand what propaganda is. You understand how people can be influenced and conditioned to view a certain group a certain way. We all understand. Those of us who smart, we understand that, right? So again, if you get a better deal at Target instead of Walmart, you don't need to stand in Walmart and talk shit about everything in all of the aisles. Just go the fuck to Target. Like, it's real simple. So when you stand in Walmart and you talk shit about everything in all of the aisles in Walmart, you're infecting all the other people who were just
Okay.
minding their business in
But
damn
what if that's
Walmart with your
Hold
shit.
on,
if the
JB.
goal is
JB, hold on.
all right,
So
go ahead. My bad.
I guess it makes sense now. So I guess the honest issue is that if you have a preference or if you only prefer something over something else, you should not announce it.
No, you should announce it, but you shouldn't shit on the people. Like, when he said, why does it
But-
bother you? I'm a black woman, right? So listen, I say this all the time. If I just type the words black woman in the search engine on YouTube, you know what I'll see? A bunch of black men with a bunch of videos with a negative connotation behind those words, right?
Wait, so what about
Wait,
all
but
the
let me
videos of
get to
black
my
women?
point. Let me get.
What about all the videos of black women pushing the representation that caused those men to have that view in the first
Wait,
place?
let me get to my point, right? But you asked me why do I care though, so that's all I'm trying to answer. Because on the outside looking in, no one's going to go, well, no, there's a difference between this and that. No, you're tainting the image of everybody. You're fucking with people's like it's not. I don't like if I like tall guys, I don't see the need to keep announcing every day that I don't like short ones. It's just I don't understand the point. I would have to be operating out of bad faith and wanting to make all the short guys feel bad. I don't need to do that. I just need to go and try to find a tall guy.
Okay, so Venus,
but y'all
Venus,
women be doing that.
let's have this conversation, right? So I agree with you. Image matters, right? You already know I agree with you on this. Image matters, right? The thing is, though, it's on you, right, as a person who has the image, right, to make sure that you're pushing the right image for yourself, right? So what happens is black women are mad. In the case of Passport Bros, you're mad that these black men are saying, "Hey, I found a better deal overseas." Right. And here's what I'm dealing with. They're sharing their experience with black women, and they're saying, even if they say fuck these black women, fine. Let's actually take it to that extreme. Fuck these black women, go overseas, go wherever, right? And go get your woman overseas. The thing is, the problem is not with those men. It's the fact that those women have that image because listen, there's an ounce of truth to every stereotype, right? When you see that black women carry themselves a certain way, right? When you have distinct attitudes and all of that, right? And that's how you presenting yourself, then you can't be mad that people are suddenly saying, like these men are saying, man, we tired of this shit, we're going somewhere else. Just like for me, as much as I hate the image that black men have, I'm not going to be mad if people view black men a certain way based on how a lot of these black men carry themselves, right? That may not be me, but if you out here, doing something and then somebody highlights it, I'm not going to tell you, man, don't say that, because if what they're saying is true, it's true. So it's on us to change that image. You change that image first. You can't be mad that people are highlighting the image that you pushed upon yourself.
Here's the problem, JD.
A lot of people think
Wait,
backwards.
can I say this last point? I'm sorry, y'all. The problem is this. I know there is some truth to what a lot of them say, but I've also learned in these past year and a half that I've been online, a lot of people are sheep. A lot of people are followers. A lot of people do not think for themselves. And we can tell that just by all the statistics that, shout out to Roy B, she debunked, that a bunch of men been running around repeating. These people are very impressionable and they're followers and they don't think for themselves. So yeah, you can spend time doing that. But what happens is other people who don't even relate, have never had that experience, run around repeating it. And then it really becomes propaganda for real. Because then you got a whole bunch of people just running around tainting your image just for the fuck of it. It's a talking point. It's just something to say.
I gotta disagree.
Stop. How is your image tainted by someone or some group of people who are not interested in you?
That would be the point. If I ain't interested in short people, why am I talking about them? What's the point?
So
I'm purposefully trying to bash them. There's a goal.
Okay,
right?
But give me give me an example of the bashing, because the reason why I asked that is that normally people say they don't like something when it's offered to them or it's asked, do you want this?
Nobody asked them dudes on TikTok none of that shit. They get up and get in front of a phone and just say a bunch of shit that'll get people to click and comment. What do you mean they're asked?
Venus,
Nobody
the reason,
asked.
Venus,
what you're
not realizing, Venus, is that the reason you see it that way, which again I'm not faulting you for, is because you're personalizing it, right? So that's the reason you see it this way. Because check this out. Let's remove this from black women and black men for a second, right? Let's say I go to some bakery, okay, and I find out over time that they make some of the worst cakes. This is probably a terrible example, but they make horrible cakes, okay? And I know a lot of people go to that bakery. Or let's say I find out that there's some ingredient that has some side effect, okay? Just a stupid ass example, right? But I find that out, and I know there's a bunch of people that go to that bakery. And I found a better bakery, right? And I'm like, you know what? I want to advertise. I want to tell other people about this other bakery, and I want them to stay away from this bakery that I've been going to, right? So that's effectively what's happening. It's probably not the best example I could come up with, but what I'm saying is that you're personalizing it because ultimately those men are sharing what they believe to be true, right? What their experience has shown them, whether you like it or not. Listen, Venus, whether you like it or not, right? That stereotype, there's truth to it, right? I personally have a view of black women based on my experiences with black women, not what somebody else has told me about black women, based on my experiences with them. Now I can also look at
Most people are not smart, so they don't like stop.
I can also look at things from a nuanced perspective and say, okay, I know there's some dope black men out there, right? But if ultimately I know how a lot of these black men walk around with stink attitudes and just like the way they carry themselves, and half of them are fat as fuck, et cetera, et cetera. If I know that to be true and somebody highlights that, I'm just saying, like, unless there's no reason to personalize this. Like, if you don't feel like it applies.
Well, when I hear black woman, I actually, unlike a lot of black people, I take pride in being black. I really do, right? So it's very hard not to personalize things, right? Because I do identify with said group. I'm not one of those black people who desperately want to be separated. No, I'm black and I like being black. So yes, I do personalize when I hear people talking shit about black women. For what? I've been on panels with men specifically who've had some of these talking points, and then when I ask them, what actually happened to you? What has a black woman done to you? A lot of them don't have any real history. There's a people crying about child support who ain't never fucking paid child support. There's people crying about marriages who ain't never been married. There are a bunch of followers repeating other people's fucking, internalizing people's trauma who really been through shit and then running around spreading it like a virus.
Don't women do the same thing?
Yes, they do. Aaron,
thank you, Gary.
Highlight Kai's comment for me, please.
What? Caliber. What is that?
Well, as long as you're not a black woman taking up for the bullshit, to be honest with you, or supporting the bullshit, that's all I got to say on that shit.
Wait, what did it say? I didn't see Aaron. I walked
far
away.
away is the comment, Callie?
Wait, what does it say? I didn't see.
I don't know.
It was something about she's been told herself personally that she is pretty for a dark-skinned woman.
I'm telling
black
you,
men.
they think we lying about that. I don't know why they're doing this.
No.
It's a little bit far up though, but
No.
You can go for a minute.
Hold on, stop. Yeah, too many comments are coming in. So here's the problem. I believe that's been said. People see tone, people see color. You pretty for a dark skin girl. I make it make sense. The true issue. Are you not supposed to see the difference in somebody's complexion and identify it? Like what? Can we really center the actual conversation? Because I'm starting to be slightly confused. Because color plays a role into how people see things. They view things as more attractive, lighter colors, darker colors, depending on the person.
Aaron, where's the comment though? I wanted to see. I walked away.
So I think, Aaron, I think
type it again for me to be able to pull it up.
I think another way is that comment is probably coming from somebody who might not even prefer darker skinned girls. So it's almost actually a better compliment because it's saying I actually don't prefer darker skinned girls, and I think you're beautiful. It'd be no different than like what you were saying, Venus, with the tall short thing. Oh, you cute for a short guy.
That's not
this is what I want.
Hold on. Let me say. What I'm saying, Venus, is showing. Hey, I'm normally not into short guys, but you're cute for one.
Well, can I tell you a secret?
And not just that,
Venus.
She never takes that as a compliment.
Wait,
and we know that they think that, but that's not a compliment.
Wait. Venus, there is something I want to say. Wait,
hold up real quick.
Now the two of you talk endlessly, man. You never ever allow somebody to say any single word. Let me talk. You guys have been talking endlessly. So this is what I want to say, Venus. One thing that I noticed when I talk to black women sometimes is this: they take compliment as an insult. When you compliment a black woman, this is my biggest experience, even from the very beginning. When you tell a black woman that, oh, it's something about her body, that is something from the depth of your heart you like, and you extend that compliment to her. She take it like you're insulting her, or you believe in her, or something. She always take it personal. Why is that? Because you mentioned something like this. I want to find out why.
Pretty for a dark
Why
skinned
can
chick is
why
a straight up
why
backhanded
can men
compliment.
why
You can't
can
even
men
tell me nothing
why
other
can
than
men
it's a
why
backhanded
can
ass
men
compliment.
I
Let's be
heard the
real. Stop
question. Let me
faking it.
answer it.
why can
Women
why
be
can men
so fake
compliment
to
you
each other.
guys?
That shit is
Oh, Jesus
Why
Christ.
can
How
Venus,
many
go ahead
times
and
you gonna say that? I heard you. Let
yeah,
me
yeah,
answer.
go ahead and answer.
You can't insult and a lot of men, y'all get this really fucked up. You
Yeah,
Oh
can't
my
give
women
an
do
god.
that shit.
insult. Let me finish. You can't give an insult and a compliment in the same breath, right? So if you were to say you're pretty for a dark-skinned woman, you still are insulting her complexion. What the fuck? Why don't y'all
Wait,
understand
wait.
that?
So
Y'all
Venus,
just
Well,
stupid
because
to
Venus,
understand
Venus,
that.
Venus.
most
Before,
girls
before
in
you
This
a
is
even
not
hold
pretty.
up,
matter.
can it hold
This
up?
is not matter.
Venus.
Venus, it's only because it's only hold up. Can it hold up?
Can I ask
Venus, it's
Venus a
only because
question?
you want to look at it like that, right? So first of all, again, I'm gonna make this clear.
Oh
I've
my
never heard a dude say that. But if I go by what y'all saying, right? You notice even what Aaron said and what Tommy said, right? There's multiple ways you can interpret this. Immediately you interpret it as an insult. But again, it could mean it could mean, hey, I don't typically like dark-skinned girls, but damn, you cute. Two, it
That's
could
right.
actually
Bro, they can't comprehend that. They can't comprehend that.
hold up. The other thing too
Wait,
that
hold
y'all are
on,
missing.
JB.
Hold up real quick. The other thing that y'all are missing, right, is that what if, because you're also potentially dismissing the person's experience when you're doing that. Because what if that person, every dark-skinned chick that they have met before, right, every dark-skinned chick they've had experiences with, left a bad taste in their mouth. So that's making them already have some prejudice about, dark-skinned women. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just pointing out that there's a potential other way to look at it, that
Bro, they don't think that
they may
far.
have developed a certain prejudice about dark-skinned women based on their prior experiences. And so now they're reacting to seeing something that's different, but that shares that same characteristic, which is the dark-skin aspect. And they're saying, wow, like, I didn't expect that. But it's actually, you're taking it as, oh, it's a backhanded compliment immediately. You took it as an
It
insult
is
immediately.
one.
They don't
But
think it
JB, hold on.
through.
It
But
is
JB, I
not.
will
It's a
say,
It's
backhanded
not.
compliment when
JB,
people will see
Can I
how
ask her
that
a
goes, and
question?
I'm gonna report my
Can I ask her a
behavior.
JB, I
question?
will say
One thing,
this though,
one thing,
JB. It's an extremely shitty way to hit on a woman. I will say that.
I
That's
agree
Like,
with
not
you.
no
I agree with
that's
you.
compliment. I don't
terrible.
know why y'all think that shit is not.
No. What I'm
Like,
saying, no, Venus. What I'm saying is,
Bro,
Jesus
they
every
brains
guy
can't
ain't good
process
at
shit.
talking to women. So for some awkward dude, that might be his way of hitting on you.
man,
I'm telling,
Tommy,
it's a
you
terrible way of
something
doing it.
else, man.
What
It's a
Tommy's
terrible
saying,
way of
Let
he's
me
not
doing
ask
it.
you a question.
malicious.
Do
That's
you
what he's
Tommy,
think
saying.
man.
if a
Exactly.
guy says this,
Guys,
if a guy
stop.
says this, do you think it's meant as an insult? Do you think it's
No,
actually meant as an insult?
actually, hold on. I need to read the super chats and then we can break that down because honestly, I think we're not actually hearing each other. We're talking past each other. DJ Neff says, "Ale, ask them to explain how and why all them light-skinned girls grew up getting jumped by darker-skinned girls in the hood.
Where are
It's
they?
men's fault."
Where are they?
I
Oh,
definitely
it's
saw it in
plenty.
my
Stop
house.
playing.
I
It's
had this a
plenty.
lot in high
Stop
school.
playing.
Yeah.
I literally fear for my daughter right now. She's about to be 13 because I know that shit happens. Let's stop the fucking cap.
Yeah, that stuff
Yeah, I don't know.
definitely happened a lot growing up. Zoman said, OFC, the women are still gonna blame the man.
Well, to be clear, I blamed the media for conditioning Black people as a whole for colorism, but your ignorant ass probably couldn't understand that. But go ahead, Aaron.
Okay.
Timeout
says,
y'all dumb. I hate you niggas.
Timeout says, Aaron, it's all your fault. Of course. Black men cause all the pain and suffering, even current men and fathers. Yikes. Dang,
Shout out to Umar Johnson. Shout out to Umar
I
Johnson.
need some IQ tests. I need some IQ tests. I need some
Guys,
niggas that read
control
books
yourself
past
long
fourth
enough for
grade.
him
Let
to
him
read the
finish.
Read
Hey,
super
let
books
chat?
Aaron
past the
finish. Let
fourth
him
grade
finish.
level. Can y'all
Can
get your
you
IQ
let him
fucking
finish?
like y'all are dumb?
Can you let him finish?
Can't
Is that
take it.
possible?
It's the stupidity. It's just triggering. Like, why are y'all so stupid?
Stop being triggered by people you
You're
don't
not
know.
processing it.
Guys, please calm down. I just need to read a couple super chats so we can get to the actual thing because I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Loaded Lux Gamer says it's always Jermaine's fault. Is that Jermaine Jackson? I don't know. Is that Tito Jackson? I don't know. Zoman said it's funny how black men get blamed.
He the same nigga who will be like, I don't like dark-skinned women. Shut the fuck up, stupid. I'm tired of these. They're dumb.
Sharon says,
Venus, can I ask you a question?
Processing it. That's the whole
guys,
issue.
let me just get through.
Now let him finish. Let Aaron finish. Let him.
Ma'am, didn't your husband choose you? Don't you wear natural hair and no makeup?
He's white.
That's why he got. That's why I'm chose. That's one dude.
Yeah, he was talking to you, Kelly Beth.
Yeah, I married one dude.
Yeah.
So, isn't that the only dude you should worry about, Kelly Bev?
Look at Aaron.
Yeah, but we having a conversation, right? So I'm dead after I got married.
She's even had the experience as a married woman. She lying too.
All right.
Y'all are dumb.
Okay.
Why are they so dumb? Oh my
So
God.
Snuggle says is the psychology of men and women the same? Apparently not. Timeout says black men so bad, why not divest? Or what is the solutions? Sounds like a lot of trauma. No man says Venus. I said women learn to read.
Nigga, you could not fuck with me in any way, shape, or form intellectually. Shut your 4th grade reading level ass up. Low IQ having ass niggas.
Stereotype.
Y'all are dumb.
All right. Venus is kind of cute for a big forehead girl. What's your IG?
Thank you. It's the voice of Venus. Come see me, ho. Anyway.
So this is the part where I'm trying to get down to the thick of things. I honestly, just Tommy B said it sounded like a pretty messed up pickup line or things to say, right? Honestly, I don't know what to tell y'all, but when somebody tells you, I would never ever give anybody a chance that normally look like you, but I absolutely have to give you a chance. I don't know why. That is a compliment. Whether you take it as one, for the men, they identify that as one.
Well, here's the thing, because you did a stream up and you spoke about communication. And do you remember what you described as a good communicator? Do you remember?
Yes.
Someone who understood their audience and was able to convey their message properly, right? So even though two-way man, that's a compliment. Your audience ain't men. So what you're going to need to do is learn how to convey that message to the woman you're pursuing. And I'm telling you,
Venus,
that's why all of you are up here saying, why do women take it that way? Y'all not learning the lesson.
Venus.
Wait, excuse me, hold on. Y'all are not learning the lesson. If you all can say, why do women misinterpret? Then you got to reevaluate the way you're conveying the message.
But that's why I double back. But that's why I double
back
backed and said it's a horrible way to pick up on a woman.
No,
and that's
you
why
understood,
I said
but
a lot of niggas.
Everybody understands.
Okay, can I ask you? Hold on, Tommy. Let me ask Venus a question, please. Do all women feel like how you do?
Of course, 100% of people will never feel the same way. No.
What do you think the percentage of black women feel like how you do?
I think the majority would take that as a bad.
Exactly.
That's for her, Tommy.
Would take that as bad.
Yeah, majority of women will take that as a slight, because what you could have just said is, I think you're beautiful. Period. When you insert any negative thing in that so-called compliment, you're messing it up.
So are you telling me black is negative?
I think you're pretty for a dark-skinned girl. You're already letting me know dark skin is not pretty to you. What the fuck? Why don't you understand this?
Well, because most girls.
Well, actually,
hold
not
on. Let me finish this situation. Let me just finish. Hold on, John. Let me just finish this, please.
That's not the only implication, Venus. That's the only implication you're choosing.
Relax, Rutherford.
Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead.
Okay. Most women are not pretty. We know that, right?
Nah,
on an average. Most women are not pretty. Okay, without makeup, as I'll use the Kevin Samuels line, coming out of the shower, fresh faced and everything. The majority of women are not pretty. Am I wrong or right?
I didn't know that.
They look like gremlins.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
If you didn't know, now you're being disingenuous. I'll leave it alone. Go ahead,
I didn't
Big
know
Tom.
that. I don't think that. That's a man. That's some shit y'all got from that one man, and y'all all repeating it. See what I said?
Because this is starting to get goofy, dog. If you're talking to a woman, you have to know the audience, and you have to know how that's going to be received. Now, if you want to shoot your compliment that way or not, that's on you. But I'm telling you, as a person that before I was with my girlfriend, talk to women, I would never shoot a compliment like that ever in fucking life.
Tommy.
Yeah, I had to qualify that. You goddamn
They're
right.
dumb, Tommy. They're stupid.
To be fair, Tommy, they're no longer using that, so they've adjusted to it. So, like, you have to understand, if it was said back then, who knows? People probably was corny back then. I don't know, right? But they're not using it anymore because they've adjusted to the audience. So let me give you an example. Lie. Instead of saying what I really think, I'm a lie.
You
see how
should,
that
because we do it for
adjustment
y'all all the time.
Wait a minute,
Trust me.
Aaron.
You're
You
one
saying
that
that
thinks a lot of
like
shit
that's
that she
something
don't
new.
say. So it goes both ways.
But you see what I'm saying, though?
Hold on, Aaron. Let me explain to you exactly this. Your girl comes in there. Does this dress make me look fat? Exactly.
Well,
We all know how to fucking answer that question.
Does it actually make her look fat?
JB
ain't shit.
JB, do you want to have dry dick for a
That's a
couple of days?
suicide answer. A suicide question.
Wait, but why do y'all think women don't? You know how much shit we don't say? Why y'all act like I get a special reward for like omitting certain things? Everything on your mind don't need to be said.
We gotta expose that shit.
What? No.
Okay, so Venus, we can agree that it's not. You could make a better compliment. Fine. What I'm saying is this, Venus, right? If you just hear me out of your feelings for a second, right? If somebody says you're pretty for a dark-skinned girl, if I take y'all word for it, if somebody says that, right? You're assuming that the only implication is that dark-skinned girls they assume that dark-skinned girls aren't pretty. But really, that's not the only implication. The implication is that they have some prejudice about dark-skinned girls. It may be pretty. It may be in terms of beauty. It may be in terms of anything else, right? You're assuming it's about the beauty because they're making a compliment based on beauty. So that's all I wanted to highlight, is that the implication you're going to is that they're assuming that or they're implying that dark-skinned girls aren't pretty.
And actually, to be honest with you, I'd even argue to a certain degree they're actually describing their attitude more than their looks.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
Listen.
But
whatever you guys want to sum it up to is still being summed up to some negativity mixed in with a so-called
Venus, what I'm
compliment.
getting at. Venus, what I'm
That's
getting
not
at
how
is
you
that.
compliment. I'm gonna say, "Hey, JB, I like your
Okay, so
suit."
Venus,
and
let me ask you this.
Leave it there. I like your
Venus,
suit.
let me ask you this. Do you think it's intended as an insult?
Yeah, probably not. But the thing is, your audience is not worried about your intentions. They're worried
Y'all
about
females
That's
be
fine.
fake
I
as
can
fuck.
wait.
Y'all
I can agree with you on
females
that.
be fake than a motherfucker.
I can agree with you on that, Venus. But I'm saying ultimately, the person doesn't necessarily for you to call it colorism, right? And like when you use an ism like that, there is an assumption of intent there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, is that if the person doesn't mean it as an insult, it's not necessarily colorism. Yes, it shows that they definitely have some form of prejudice against dark-skinned women for whatever reason, but it's not necessarily that, if they don't mean it as an insult, then clearly it's not just them being colorist, is what I'm saying.
No, understood. But honestly, the person you're talking to is not going to think that far. All she's going to know is, I feel insulted. Goodbye.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And I'll give you an example, Venus, right? I've heard people say, I've had people say this. I've actually had a couple white people say this to me before, right? Wow, you're articulate. Now, the way I'm raised, they never say for a black person or anything like that, but the way I was raised, I was raised to think that that person is racist. Okay, they immediately assume that basically black people cannot be articulate and whatnot. What I realized is that in those scenarios that I'm thinking of, they actually really meant it as a compliment. There was no type of ill intent or whatnot at all. It was not even coming from racist. It's just coming from that person's, whether it's their preconceived notions, their prior experience. And so if I just immediately say, "Oh, that person's racist," because they said that, if I just call them racist, hold up, if I just call them racist because of that, it accomplishes nothing, because ultimately what they're saying is that, hey, this is different than what I expected. And in a good way. And
different from a black man. Different from a black man. Whenever a white man says you articulate, everybody know universally what it means is that you are an articulate black man. Joe Biden said the same thing to Obama. Come on, man.
You telling me that would have been the same meaning as just?
No, it's not. No, that's different, because you know what? Everybody know that's a racism. That was racism.
But I'm saying it could. If he leaves out for a black man, then you can kind of interpret that either way, right?
Because it's coming from a black man to a black woman.
That's a little bit different.
Get out your feelings.
Black to black is different.
Wait,
why?
No. Hold up, Cali Bev.
I'm not assigning the same weight that you're assigning to the 4 black men part. So I don't think it would actually change anything for me, right? Because what I'm getting at is that ultimately, when I look at something like that, I look at it holistically and I say, okay, is this, like, if you're saying it's colorist or if you're saying it's racist, any of those things, what was the intent, right? Was this person just basically actually trying to make a compliment? Yes, it may have came out the wrong way. They probably could have worded that differently. It could have said a million other things. But what was the intent of what this person said? And if the intent is, I just want to highlight, like, this is dope about you that you're articulate. Yes, it clearly is based on some preconceived notion they have about me, right? But I cannot change whatever preconceived notion the person has. I have no a way of changing that, right? But at least I know that somehow my very existence and whatever interaction I've had with them has somehow, impacted whatever preconceived notion they had. That's actually a good thing.
Well, here's the problem.
I would have said I was a rare
That's
breed.
just that white liberal bullshit. That's what that is.
All right, so but listen.
Boy, y'all so insecure, boy.
If someone
Well, like pandering? You mean pandering, right?
No. Okay, so we've established that it's a backhanded compliment. That's the argument. And then Venus says, well, you don't need to say what you don't like.
No, you can say what you don't like. Come on.
You don't need to say that, is what she said. You don't need to acknowledge, just only focus on what you do like. That's basically
no.
There's
That's no
a difference
communication.
between acknowledging and when you get to just downright bashing.
You said
There's a difference.
weaponizing. I need to substantiate and understand, where does the weaponizing get to? Like that part I don't understand. Are you saying that we're using light-skinned women to make dark-skinned women become light-skinned so they can be the women we want? Like, that's
No,
the
like
weaponizing
using one group of people to make another one feel bad, using them as a weapon, using them as a way to harm another group.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Let me ask you.
Can I ask her a question?
So
the
argument is using a group to weaponize. So basically, your argument is we shouldn't hear women talk about broke men ever again, because they're gonna weaponize rich men with money against broke men.
I got something better.
No, again, there's a difference.
I just want to hear her. I want to hear her thought on that.
So again, there's a difference between acknowledging, hey, I don't want broke men. But then getting in front of a rich man and a broke man and then making it my business to talk shit about the broke man instead of just focusing on the rich man.
Which women do all the time? Women do that shit all the time.
Let Aaron cook. Let Aaron cook.
That's exactly what happens, actually. So, like, there's no way a woman just go. So, what you're saying is, if a guy says, "Hey, I'm interested in you," and you say, "No, I do not like broke men," and you leave it alone, you're saying that's perfectly acceptable.
I wouldn't even say that. I would never say that.
You have,
man.
But if you don't want to mess with him because he's broke,
but
Venus, the thing is this. I can't even get a question.
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute.
No, go ahead, Venus.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Wait, who is that?
It's prime time, right next to you. Okay, so you said you can make a compliment to someone, just don't down the other race, right? Don't down the other group, right? That's what you said.
I mean, that's what my mom always told me. You don't
even have to compare to the other group. That's
right,
the whole point. You don't have to
Okay, hold on. Fancy. Hold on. So, okay, let's just say that I have millions of subscribers, right? And I make videos, or talking about, or I'm on the shade room, and I make, how big the shade room is, hundreds of comments, likes and anything. What if I made a video on YouTube with a million subscribers, or a post on shade room, and I say, I'm gonna stick to my black queens only. I can't mess with an unseasoned, a pasty, unseasoned chicken, white women. What's the response of the black women?
You don't necessarily need to say that if you want to stick.
I ask you a question. Ask you a question. What's the response from black women when they see that and they go in the comments?
The majority of people today are going to drag you because they do that shit first of all, but you're going to
black women. Oh wait, Fancy Island girl. Are you talking about black women? Black women are going to drag me for saying that?
Everyone online is going to drag you.
So black women are not going to say. Wait. So hold on. Black women. Wait. Hold on. Stop. Guys, stop. So you mean to tell me there's not going to be?
Hold on. Let me address your question because this is a bad faith question. That's
No,
like
it's not a bad faith
asking.
question because I see it all the time.
Why it is.
It's
Let
all
me
over
tell you why
social
it is.
media.
Can you let me
Black men
finish?
are saying that. Black men,
Can
Umar
you let
Johnson.
me finish?
Let him talk. Let her talk. Let her talk.
It's the same thing as asking a white woman right now how she feels about what you guys do to black women. Does not
Oh,
fucking
Jesus Christ,
apply.
bro. Jesus
Doesn't
Christ.
apply. Don't
So
ask me
Umar
about
I
black
Johnson.
love
women.
So
that.
Umar
Ask me about
Johnson.
black
So
I
women.
love it.
We don't have an Umar Johnson that say Snow Bunny
Can
crisis.
you
I
acknowledge
would
what I
never
said? Can you acknowledge what I said?
because you
Please.
didn't answer my question.
No, I
You didn't answer.
did.
No, you
Listen,
What would
didn't.
black women respond? What would black women response be?
that's like asking a white woman right now, what does she think
Oh,
about what the
Jesus
That
black
Christ.
is an
women do?
That's
You're
indirect
not answering the
question.
Wait,
That's
question.
an
that's a
indirect.
bunch of
Answer
bullshit
the
there, Venus.
question.
Oh, that's you're not
Answer
answering the
the
question.
question.
Black women will say, thank you, Black King. Finally, a black man that recognized our beauty. Applaud, emoji applause, and all that.
Yeah,
You
you know
know
what that
damn well that's
means?
gonna
They're telling you
happen.
the
So
majority of
it's
y'all
not
ain't
about what's
shit.
right or what's
Don't you
wrong. It's about
understand?
what's in your favor.
Oh my God, no. When they tell you these things,
Oh
it's trying to
Jesus.
tell you the majority of y'all ain't shit. Like
Oh
you have a
Jesus
small
Christ.
butt for a black girl. That means that they're saying majority of black girls have a big butt. It's not.
I'm
It's
downing
obvious.
another
It's obvious
race
in
to
the
lift up black
comparison.
women. That's the
It's in the
point.
yeah.
Your
And if you
own
did that,
race.
what
How
I'm
are you
saying is
missing the
the
part where
majority of
you're a
people will
part of that
drag you.
race?
No, you
You need
said
to
no, no,
stop
no,
being
no, no.
weird.
Before I asked that, no, wait, hold on. Before I asked that
You the
question,
only group of
you
people
didn't.
who down your own race. Y'all are
You see,
stupid.
y'all
I
see
hate
this.
y'all. Go
Before the way,
away.
hold
Get
Prime
on.
the
time,
Before
hell
I
prime
on.
asked
time,
that,
Both of
prime
wait,
y'all
time,
need
stop,
to
prime,
get
stop,
the
prime
fuck.
time.
hold
Venice,
on. Before I
Venice,
asked
you're
that
too
question,
political.
you
No,
didn't
you
Venice,
say
you're
know
too
why
race
this
when
is
you
political.
going
say
on?
don't talk
Nobody
about another
cares.
group of
You guys have
people.
not listened to what they've been saying up here on this fucking stage the whole
I'm
time. Now
repeating
they're
her.
sick
I'm
of
asking
you.
a question
Wait,
after
now
her.
they're sick of
All the
you because y'all
Oh
self-haters
been
can
Jesus
gassing
Christ!
go
She
instead of
just
saying
away.
said you don't
instead
Get a
of
have to
passport
uplift
asking.
and
a
a
Now
group.
they're
one
Don't
sick
talk
ticket,
of
a
shit,
one
talk shit
way,
about
and
another
trust
fucking
group.
and
saying when
pay.
y'all been doing
Prime
it.
She
time.
never
Are
even
you?
said
That's what
race
Venice,
before I asked
just
that
can you
question.
explain
Can't
like
hear
listen.
y'all.
Prime time. Let me
Oh
help
my
So
you,
there
Hear
will
brother.
be
y'all.
God!
a
Everybody
If
just
you
listen.
bloodletting.
if you expect logic from women,
There
you're
will be
You
crazy.
don't
some
expect
logic.
logic
you're
from.
Don't
She just
crazy?
mentioned race
listen.
before I
Venice,
asked that
a
question.
woman is
But
never going to be
bro,
logical,
this
man.
bro, we
Stop,
can't hear
bro.
Oh
y'all.
my
Divert.
God,
So
bro!
this is what
bro.
y'all get.
My mama, your
Don't down
mama, not
another group.
Hey,
logical. What the
Kenneth,
Don't
hell?
hold
down
What
up.
the
another.
Hey,
hell
Kenneth,
are you?
hold up.
Y'all got to figure out how to have a conversation. Because, boy, y'all suck at it.
Thank
Suck
you.
at it.
Venus, can I
That's exactly
tell
what I
you,
just said.
Venus, can I tell you a secret, Venus?
Yes, JB.
All right. So when I hear y'all say black men are the only group of men who do this, you know, have you ever been around white men?
Yes, I
Oh my
have.
God.
Okay, let me tell you something. All right,
They're
let me
not
tell you
playing
Sorry.
something.
fair,
Let me mute.
bro.
I thought I was muted.
Let me tell you something, Venus. You ain't heard men talk like this until you hear how white men talk about Asian women.
Okay.
What I'm getting at
They
is
don't
this:
care,
that
JB. They only care about black women. They
hold up.
don't
What
care,
I'm
bro.
getting at is this: is that ultimately, I don't think it's just black men who talk like this. You know,
Okay, so
a lot
JB,
of
can you pull up the
white men,
videos? Can you pull
white
up the
men.
same amount of videos as black men when you type black women in the YouTube search engine? Can you pull up the videos of white men just doing that shit all day? So that can you pull up the Asian men? Can
But
you pull up
also
the
they don't
Hispanic
have.
men?
Hold up.
Can you pull up the Indian
Wait.
men?
Venus, let me
These
answer you.
niggas
Let
are
me answer you.
retarded. They're dumb.
Venus, let me answer you. Let me answer you. Relax. Let me answer you. On some topics, yes. Like certain topics, they don't have the same issues that black men have. But on a lot of topics, they do. Like when it comes to divorce, when it comes to whatever
Now
you
I need
hear.
it race
Hold up.
specific. I
Let
need
me
to
answer.
see
Hold up.
white woman in the
Wait.
title. I need to see
Hold up.
all of that.
Venus, let me answer you. On certain topics, yes, there are plenty of white men doing this. On certain topics, for example, if black men are talking about black women's attitudes, that is something that is particular to black women.
No, it's not. That's the other lie. No, it's
I got a
not.
Yes, it
question for
is.
Venus.
No, it is
Okay,
Y'all
not.
are
okay,
absolutely blind.
can
And it's
can
so
I ask Venus
irritating having
question,
this
please, guys?
conversation with y'all if y'all gonna be
Uh,
disingenuous. Tommy
Alan
just
girl,
said the same thing and
Alan
y'all
girl,
ain't give him no
Alan girl,
pushback.
Alan
No,
girl, wait,
and Janae,
Alan, let me ask
Wait
you
until
this
I
question.
finish.
Excuse me.
Don't cut me off while
This
I'm
is
trying to
Okay,
funny
go
finish
as
what
ahead.
I'm
hell.
Go
saying and
ahead.
then
Go
try
ahead.
to
Go ahead.
talk.
Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead. Go ahead.
disrespectful.
Go ahead. Go
Y'all
ahead.
didn't
Okay.
say anything when Tommy said exactly what she said. So stop it. Stop gaslighting these women. When we say something, just even if it's that it's the minority, don't dismiss it. That's just wrong. Y'all been doing that shit the whole conversation, and it makes it to where nobody wants to fucking say anything because all y'all gonna say is, no, that's a lie. Y'all are insecure. You lying. You're insecure. You lying.
I
You
gave her an
literally
example of
refer to
downing another
men
group.
our whole lives. It's stupid. Stop it.
Oh my
I get
God.
plenty
Okay,
of
Alan,
wait.
Let her.
I get plenty of
Alan, let us cook.
beautifuls. but I still get those two from ignorant ass niggas. So
So
stop
why
gaslighting
focus
these
on
women.
that?
Stop it.
Why focus
Okay,
on the
Alan
negative?
girl, Alan girl, we got
Hey,
you.
hold on there,
Alan girl,
hold on there, African dude. Hold on a
but you
second.
gotta wait. You gotta let them
Hold
to
on a
talk,
second,
bro.
man. Hold
African
on a
dude,
second.
I'm
Let
dead.
me ask the ladies a question. Why do you all choose to focus on the negative instead of the positive?
We're not.
Facts.
We're just
Thank
We're
you.
not
Hold
Facts.
on.
focusing
Thank
on
you,
Let
it.
me
bro.
It
finish.
is
Let me
literally the
finish.
Most
subject
black
of
men are with black
conversation
women.
right now.
When y'all point out what's wrong with black women, what we supposed to say? Oh, why y'all so focused on the negative and not the positive?
You
No,
mean
y'all
like
need
the
to talk about
swirlers and
Okay.
fucking do
No,
that
divestors? The
shit. Y'all
swirlers and
need
divestors?
here's the
tell them.
problem. Here's the
You know
problem.
Can you
what?
guys
Most
allow
people
these
forget.
girls to
Hold
talk?
on there, fantasy girl. Here's the problem. I
Ridiculous.
didn't even
Don't pull on
finish,
me.
and you've already started talking. When I said you're focusing on the negative, when Venus
Do
said the
you tell
story,
those black
can
men
I
who make
finish,
those videos to
please?
stop
Can
focusing
you
on the
control
negative?
yourself?
If you ain't gonna tell them that, don't tell us shit. Tell
I'm
all the
not
men
telling
who
you
making the
nothing. I'm
videos
asking
stop
a
They
focusing
question.
don't
on the
say
negative.
nothing
Relax.
Venus,
famous.
You
don't
can
They
raise
do
your
don't
it.
say
voice.
You can
nothing.
do
Let,
it. You
It's
can
so
make
let,
cute.
somebody
Ignorant
finish a
women doing it
question
so
Oh,
without
he
embarrassing.
pissed,
interrupting.
bro.
Don't
It's so
worry. You
let,
can
let,
do
embarrassing.
it.
Stop
You can
it.
do it.
these women
Okay.
are going to give
When
you
I
a heart
said that,
attack.
okay, this is what I meant. You focused
Every
on the
goddamn
man
body,
said,
even
"Will you
Todd's
shut the fuck
beautiful
up for
ass
a minute,
heard it.
man? What the fuck wrong with you?"
Venus, stop.
Oh
You know what I
my
mean?
Okay,
Hold
let them
God.
on,
talk.
man. Venus, when I said that, you focused on for a black girl instead
Wait,
of
I'm gonna stop
focus on
trolling.
you're
Okay.
pretty.
Uh-huh.
Why do women do that? Instead of focusing on you're pretty, and then you focus on for a black girl.
Gary, because you focused on for
Oh my
a black girl when
Jesus
you
Christ,
decided to
bro.
put that in a compliment.
It's literally
Air.
at the
Like, just
Whoa,
end.
don't put
okay,
it
okay, all right.
there.
Can I
The
say
My
something right
bad.
quick,
I
you
Air?
won't
didn't
even
have to
try no more.
add it. Y'all are
Duh.
purposely disingenuous and
Like,
fucking
Go
listen,
annoying.
ahead.
some
Do
of the
what
It's
women are
hills
annoying.
off.
famous. Do
Y'all are
what
Hold on,
women
rude
are
as fuck.
famous
stop.
for. Call
Y'all are
people
Venus,
bums.
names.
Venus, I have a question for you,
Some
Venus.
of the
I have
hills
a,
that y'all want to
let,
die on
let
is
me, excuse me,
amazing to
guys.
me,
Let
bro.
me ask.
Women are who they are. That's what they gonna focus on. Ain't shit we gonna do to change it. So don't give her a compliment like that.
I'm
It's
just pointing
that
out the
simple,
It's
nigga.
so
hypocrisy.
Tommy. Like,
Point
if
out the
you start
Okay.
saying,
hypocrisy.
"Oh, you cute for a
Yeah,
brokey, you
See, this is
cute
why I
for a
like
shorty,
Tommy,
yeah, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
I
you
Okay.
always like
smart for a
Tommy.
black man," they'd be like, "What the fuck does that
Um,
mean? What the fuck
Right.
is that supposed to mean?
But
What
it's
the
not
fuck
even
does
that.
that
It's just like
mean?"
I got
as
a,
a guy,
I got
when
a
you
Like,
go
y'all
in
are
question.
so
I
talk to
got a
women,
y'all
question.
are
you learn
purposely
what they
Oh,
like. You
disingenuous.
don't
because
like.
the
You don't
man
try
will
to
take the
change it. You just
compliment
learn
as
it.
soon as you just said he's
Pablo,
cute.
no.
Umar
He don't
Johnson
care
can
what
say
you said
anything he
after
wants
that.
to other women, and he don't get no flack for that. That's crazy.
Y'all are
Here's my
Shout
so
out to Black
thing.
annoying.
Queens.
Nobody,
Shout out to Umar
nobody.
Johnson.
It's not a focus like that because
No, let
obviously,
God say
black
something
women
too.
still go ahead and go natural. Black women still think they pretty, even though they are, you know what I'm saying, even though they are dark skinned, despite the negative connotation or whatever, right? But this is literally the subject of conversation. That's why we're talking about it right now,
So
and that's why it's.
that's
They always play dumb when they can't prove your point. Dennis, why are you
so.
focusing on the negative? You're insecure. Bitch, that's the topic. I hate you niggas in the chat. Y'all are fucking dumb.
All right, calm down.
Dumb.
Wow. That's why
Dumb.
they're
Calm
afraid of
down.
black girls.
It
Listen how
is
you speak.
dumb. It's dumb.
All right, I'm gonna read the super chats. Okay, Fantasy Island Girl says Venus, start saying you're cute for a broke man. That makes total sense. DJ Nessa is funny. She said everything on her mind doesn't need to be said. However, unless it comes from a woman, because she's allowed to express her emotions at all costs. Oh, Fantasy says, say you're cute for a bus driver. I guess that I'll be a bus driver. Say you're cute for an average earner. Now you're trying to. No, I'm below average, but now you're getting there. You're trying to hit under the belt with me now. Say you're cute for a black man. Whew. Whew. Marvel says we support. We support. And Timeout says trauma bonding at its finest. This actually does feel like, because I actually trying to understand, and what we're doing is trying to prove that women don't know what the hell they're talking about. So
Thank you.
ultimately, what Venus said was the weaponizing aspect. And that's the biggest issue that she has with it. But if you have a preference and you just don't like them, that's totally fine. Just don't weaponize it against another group. I guess that's the argument. I don't know if human beings work like that. I think what human beings absolutely do is talk about how much they don't like what they don't like.
So can any of you
Exactly.
please pull up the
Highlight your teeth for a
videos?
small dick
Wait,
dude.
hold on. Please pull up the videos. And because black people are what? Like 14% of the pull up the videos of all the white men with videos titled white woman and negativity.
No,
Pull
no,
up
no.
the Asian man
Wait, wait,
videos.
wait, wait, wait,
Pull
wait,
up
wait,
the
wait.
Indian man's
Hold on,
videos. I
hold
want to see
on.
them.
So
I
only
want to
on
see them.
social media.
Wait, guys, stop. Wait. The complaints are not identical. It's not
Exactly.
identical. Sharon asked me, did I read your super chat? Sharon, I definitely read your super chat, brother. I definitely read it. I read it, brother. I remember. I read it. I'll read it again. Ma'am, didn't your husband choose you? Don't you wear natural hair and no makeup? So I definitely read it. But let me say this. What white men are more overt about is how much a woman weighs. They're way more overt about
Facts.
it than we are. It's a difference. And here's another factor that you have to
So
take
can
in.
I see all those videos?
Well, Jesus freak. Okay, here's another factor that which you have to take in, right? Black people are multicolored. White people rarely are not. At worst, they're pale. So they don't have the same wide range that black people have. From a very, very dark to a not as dark to a caramel to a lighter and light. We have way more things to deal with than them. They're dealing with possibly two things. So they're not going to have the same complaint. And then also when you say that, can you pull up the videos, right? The thing is, we had a white guy come on here the other day. He said, hey, it was the weight. He said it expressively, right? The difference is this. We create the culture. We talk. We do the talking. They don't as much as us.
The difference
And
is,
also,
and this is why I always say black people have a self-hate issue. Black people are unique in this way where they feel the need to stand on top of the building and yell from the rooftop to everyone else about their problems in which we don't really care. Y'all are the only ones who do that. Because I
that's not
agree.
Venus.
Other groups of men have those problems, but you won't see them online every day crying.
Venus, you're Venus. This is
You're
why
wrong.
I'm telling you, you're wrong. It's because you've only seen this bubble, this side, right?
Social
Trust
media
me,
only,
if you
bro.
take a visit into white manosphere world, and especially in particular the MGTOW world, you're gonna see so many pathetic white guys. You won't even I'm telling you, you're assuming that.
But will they? But will
Hold
they
up,
be saying white chicks, white chicks,
Venus,
white
hold
chicks,
up,
white chicks?
Venus, hold up. And they actually are bigger than the black manosphere. And on top of that, the other difference is that they don't primarily date their own race. Like, they don't only date their own race, I should say. Whereas a lot of the things that black men talk about is because black men overwhelmingly tend to be with black women. And the specific issues that black men highlight the most is attitudes, combativeness, etc. Those things, I'm not saying other groups of women can't be those things. I'm just saying that stereotype exists for black women for a reason, right? And it's not a made-up one. So when you have the black men complaining about this, and they're complaining mostly about black women because that's what they date, then you have white men. They also are complaining. And listen, their group is larger. You should go visit the MGTOW communities, and you're going to see some very pathetic white men. Okay, I'm telling you, you should go visit them. And they're much bigger. It's a much larger community of people than the black manosphere by a large margin. And they're constantly complaining about women, period, including white women.
But right.
And what the number
but
one
listen,
thing, for example, the
JB,
number one thing they'll say is that white women, they always talk about how white women will take you to the cleaners. They talk about, I'm telling you, they talk about a lot of the shit.
Wait, but
white
JB,
women,
this is my only question. Do they make it their business to say white women every fucking time in every video?
again,
Is
if
that a
that's
thing?
what that's what I'm telling you. If that's what they've dated, yes, you should. Venus, just go. You don't have to take my word for it. Go look at the MGTOW communities. Go listen to their panels. Go listen to their panels, and you're gonna realize, damn, this shit is worse
I
than I
think
thought.
she's saying that. Do they say the race
I
and the
heard what she
gender
said,
name?
and I'm saying
That-
yes. I'm saying yes. Go listen to their panels, and you're gonna see that what you're saying is not true. Go
Okay.
listen to their panels.
I'm gonna double check.
So I've been listening for a while because I'm kind of I can't even express like where I stand on this topic, but just listening to it from everybody's side, I don't think that whether another race of people did the same thing, I really don't think that would matter. So if we were able to prove that a couple of different other races did that, if you were able to show panels, or I don't think that it would matter one way or the other, because the issue is really with it being done to you by your own group of people. That's what makes it
and I'm going to say the word because I haven't heard anybody say it, it's hurtful. You want to be accepted. You want to be affirmed by the people that you identify with and you belong to. And I think that a lot of times it's a sensitive topic and you don't want to be the one that says, hey, that really hurt me. So you skip over that primary emotion where you feel weak and you go to the secondary emotion so you can feel a little bit stronger, which is anger. And you start name calling, you start throwing the insults back, you start saying, well, you're this and you're that, because that makes you feel better than admitting that the fact that you just don't, like, if you had a choice, you wouldn't choose me, but I'm only good in this segment, even if that's not what's meant by it. If that's the way that it feels, that's the response that you end up getting. I think that it's hurtful, and the faster that we're able to say that's hurtful,
I
that you
disagree
look at
with
me
that.
that way, if it wasn't hurtful, we wouldn't have to voice our discontent with it.
No, I was with you until you said the fact that you wouldn't choose me. Half of them I wouldn't want either. It's not about being
But it's
chosen.
not.
It's about taking pride in my race. Like I said earlier, I am proud to be a Black woman, right? I am actually in real life. So when I see Black people talk that way, that shit disgusts me. It ain't about being chose. It's like, oh my God, I wish I was not affiliated with you at all. That's how I feel when I see it.
But Venus, I think Venus, I think you should feel.
Wait, hold on, wait. It's different. This is what JB is trying to teach you. It's different. It's not. You're asking for exact experiences of other groups. They don't experience the exact same thing, but they do things that are comparable. For example, if you go to Asia, you go to China, they have leftover women. They pretty much, what you say, discriminate against women after a certain age. In the Black community, we don't do that. So we don't have the exact same issues, but they do it to their own people, is the point.
Understood. Where are the videos though? Because remember, my original point was about the image and the propaganda and how it's hurtful to Black women.
Venus, I just told you, right? This is what I'm saying. A lot of times what we do is we limit our viewpoint based on only the perspectives that we've seen. This is why you got to step outside that bubble. Like, listen, I'm telling you right now, I be listening sometimes to the MGTOW dudes at MGT, what is it? MGTOW, and it's mostly white men. And I be listening to them. I'm like, man, these dudes is pathetic. Okay. And it's mostly white men. And they're complaining about a lot of shit. And it's not the same stuff Black men are complaining about. But a lot of times, especially when they're talking about white women, the number one thing you'll hear them complain about is how white women be taking them to the cleaners. Right. That's the number one thing they talk about. And they will highlight how other races are more grateful, et cetera, et cetera. I'm telling you, they talk about it. You just don't hear it because you don't be listening to them. Their videos exist. Their videos are up there.
My only issue, I believe you, right? I know all races have their own individual problems. I guess for me, again, it just appears as though Black people specifically have a thing for like disparaging their own publicly in front of everyone and making it specific to like it's Black women. And I kind of believe you, but I've seen some of them videos and I think the assumption is white women because they're white, but I don't know if they make it their business to paint an image about white women specifically. And I guess that's the thing I'm trying to point to. I know they complain.
Venus, do you know what the image of P stars are? White women. Does that not affect their group?
Well, no, because now when you say OnlyFans girls, I see a different thing in my mind.
Once again, you see a different thing, but you ask what the imagery is. You ask who are the main people. You ask who the superstars are. The truth of it, when you think of P stars, the P are white women. Those are the image things that they have to deal with.
But nobody's running around calling them P stars all day. That's my thing.
Are you serious? Wait, whoa.
No,
Adam 22 and his wife.
My point. I think I started talking before you, Prime. I'm sorry, but I think they have like a lot of different imagery. Like Aaron, like they do have that imagery, but since they're the majority in most imagery, they're also the ones saved in movies. They're also the ones that are like the good women that are saving everybody. Like whether a Black man, if you think about, I forget what the Blind Side or something like that, or if you look at like any Denzel movie where he's saving like whether young or older white women. So I think their image is much more spread out. But the point I wanted to say just before I stop talking, because I know everybody jumps in, my idea of it is a little bit closer to Love C. I'm not saying everybody feels the same way, but I think one of the reasons why it hurts more when, and I use the word hurt, when a Black man tells you, for instance, you're pretty for a dark-skinned girl, it's just the idea that like he uses the specific of your skin tone. And I understand that you can, maybe it's just like it's not intentional, but it just always brings you back to your race. So if I tell a Black man, you're smart for a Black guy, he's not going to think of himself primarily as smart. He's going to think of himself as smart for a category. Sorry, my French is coming out, but
Category.
sorry. I'm sorry. But like a subset of people, right? And I'm not saying like that's necessarily the intent, the intention of the person, but I do know that like hearing it throughout my life was I never took it as like a horrible thing, but I never took it as a compliment. And it made me like even like, I would say insecure in all honesty. Yeah, that's the word. In all honesty,
Kai,
it made me more. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Kai, so do they say tu es très belle pour une femme noire? Is that what they say?
No, this nigga.
No, they say tu es belle pour une femme foncée, which means dark skin. And the only people that say that, and I'm not saying like, the reason why I want to point this out, I'm not trying to blame you guys, but it's just to add a point of Venus for you, Aaron, is that white men see the fact that, like, let's say I'm darker skinned than, because nobody here is like that much darker skinned than me, but let's say I'm darker skinned than Beyonce. But let's say if I was walking around and one of my friends was as light as Beyonce, if a white man came to tell me I look beautiful, he was not going to say, you look beautiful for a darker Black woman. He was just going to tell me, oh, you look beautiful. I like what you did with your hair, or I find you beautiful. Whereas all the Black men pretty much that I grew up with who would compliment me would always use my dark skin.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, okay, I hear you. So what I'm
Anecdotal.
doing is try to understand. I'm like, okay, all right. So this is the comparison. This is what you're highlighting. That what I hear is the beauty standard is such and such. And I'm pretty sure we all agree that Black men don't make the beauty standard, right? So that's why Venus says the self-hatred, you're letting people decide what your beauty standard is for you, right? We all understand Black people don't have control over most systems that are created, right? And when you really make the comparison, because Love C says it's hurtful, right? And so I'm trying to meet her there in that language. It's hurtful to hear somebody say this of your own people, right? And then I hear, and this is gonna sound crazy, Jay Prince say something like, we ain't never had no money. That's the white man system, and y'all leaving us because we broke, or y'all saying we ain't good enough to be with y'all no more because y'all not making enough money when before we were good enough. So now you buying so much into the white man's monetary system and you're leaving us because we don't have it and we never did. It's hurtful reasonably when I make those comparisons. I go, well, this is what's hurtful to y'all, and this is what's reasonably hurtful to Black men, to be in a system that you know that they don't control, and you to weaponize a monetary system that was created by Europeans against your own men, and you have no shame in doing it. And then so it's like the hurtful part is we're just hurting each other in different areas.
Hurt people hurt people. You are correct.
You know what's crazy?
Here's what I don't understand though, right? What I don't understand, Venus, and this is specifically with you, Venus, is that you're so focused on the fact on what the men are saying, on the men tainting the Black woman's image, as you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the issue is, why do the Black women have that image in the first place? And like this is, and again, I apply that standard across the board, right? If somebody says Black men are criminals, now I know every Black man is not a criminal. I know most Black men are not criminals, right? But if they're saying that from the perspective of people who commit crimes, of all of them, most Black men, I don't like to hear that. But I'm not going to be mad at the person for pointing out what is a statistical fact. I'd rather the Black men not make that stat a reality. Like I'm not gonna be mad at the person for pointing out something that's statistically correct. So I guess what I'm saying is that black women do. Listen, black women do.
I need to stop you.
Black, hold up,
That is not
Wait, can
correct.
you let
That's
him?
that's
Let
not
him
correct.
finish.
That's not
Let him
correct.
finish.
Hold up. Black women do perpetuate that stereotype. Okay,
Mhm.
I encounter black women every day. Well, probably not every single day, but regularly. Okay, who like perpetuate that stereotype. So y'all can't be mad at people for at some point being tired of being treated a certain way by black women,
Mhm.
and then highlighting that, and then you're saying they're tainting y'all image, but y'all tainting your own image.
Listen. I don't disagree with you. Two things can be true, right? You are correct. There is obviously some truth to all stereotypes. I believe that. And you see how I was just up here cursing everybody out, right? I'm doing it on purpose because I'm tired of this chat popping shit. But however, yeah, I'm not saying that they are all lying. That was never my point. My point was there is this need to publicly disparage your own. And it's like, I don't understand.
What's wrong with it?
Everything's wrong with it. Why do you
Why?
need to do that?
Because that's what people do. Because some people find it to be entertaining. Some people find it to make you tougher. Um, I mean, that's what some people do.
Could you find it abusive and harmful as well or no?
No, I don't believe in mental health.
See, that is the issue. I think maybe a lot of you think that way. So for a lot of you it is just entertainment. But for a lot of people it's actually harmful, like they said earlier, but nobody cares about that.
Can I
Well,
ask a
people
question,
should try to
Venus?
put themselves out of harm's way.
Can I ask a question there? How does it harm you?
Things that if you I don't all right, so
You said something about a woman today,
Hold
Gary,
on,
right?
Eric. Hold on, Eric. Let her answer this. I want to know how it harms them.
you guys understand that like celebrities get media training.
We're
There's a
not
whole list of
celebrities. We're regular people.
can you let me
I'm
answer?
talking
Speak for
about you
yourself,
personally.
sir.
Gary, just let her respond.
Celebrities get media training for a reason, right? People have publicists for a reason, right? The reason is because these people who are smarter, they understand how impressionable people are, how public perception affects you in reality. Like, you guys don't seem to think past what you're doing. So to you, it may not be harmful, but there's a reason why before anybody makes a speech, it gets proofread. There's other people putting their opinion in because they understand you can't just say whatever the fuck you want and it's just deemed as entertainment. No, you affect the way other people outside the group start to look at and treat the group when you do that.
But
You still
celebrities
haven't
fuck,
told me. Hold on there. Let me finish up. Let me
celebrities
just
fucked
finish
up
this up.
American system, right?
Hold on. Let me just finish this. You still haven't told me how it harms you.
Jesus Christ. I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm gonna
She
mute.
said, but the thing is,
How can I
are
answer?
you saying that amongst all people, or are you just saying that amongst women? Like, are you saying that?
I can make this point. Do you think the way that black men were treated
Uh-oh.
or are treated by law enforcement has anything to do with the public perception and media? Yes or no?
No, I think that crime. I think that law enforcement. I don't know if you've ever seen a show called The Wire. I'm sorry to go on a tangent really quick,
Yeah, I love
but
that show.
okay. But there's a point where he gets mad at Bodie for being mean to crackheads, and he said, "How come we can't sell this like everything else is being sold? The PD doesn't care about people selling dope; they care about the bodies that are attached to it." And I feel that if there wasn't so much crime, people wouldn't have these stereotypes that are in their mind about certain groups of people. The same way that people have stereotypes about police officers. It goes both ways. So I feel that I'm just curious, are your negative things that people are saying, or you think that these are something that we shouldn't say negative things about anybody, or is this specifically men shouldn't say negative stuff about women? I'm curious where we're
The
drawing the line.
argument is that other groups of men don't publicly down their women.
Oh yeah, they do. Has you been to Saudi Arabia? Have you been around? This is what's funny. Um, Other races of women, and we saw it yesterday, are finding refuge in this space because of how much women are allowed to get away with. You have women on like Lapeith, and there was a panel last night. There's like a Somalian women, and it's like if you were amongst Somali men, you would never be able to say half the stuff that you say. Like those men, there's laws and things in their countries
That's a fact. That's a
where
fact.
they
That's a
publicly
fact.
beat these women. So no, I don't think so. We have a system of law and order here, and generally we have a social sentiment that allows women, which is why women like pushing the line, that allows them to do these things and say these things. Other groups of men treat their women like far worse. I mean, Middle East and all of that included, and
Okay,
Africa, of course.
Eric, do you think that, just be honest though, there's a certain sense of pride that other cultures have, even though they have their internal issues, that Black people just don't have?
That's because Black people tell themselves that they have nothing to be proud of because they want to play the victim role to get more. The thing is, Black people in America have a lot to be proud of in terms of accomplishments and where they live and how they live. Other groups of people are more proud because I don't know, like this is just something that's relatively new. It's not something that's been historically there. It's
But
not like
that's my
it's
only
since the
real
election of
issue.
Donald Trump that Black people largely start turning into playing the victims.
No, but this is my only issue. I understand that every ethnicity or ethnic group, race, whatever, has their own internal issues, but I feel Black people specifically have this like huge division where there's like no pride amongst one another. And so then it gets highlighted as like, no, women, y'all are the problem. No, men, y'all are the problem. But other groups know how to like look past their differences for some
They don't.
when
So
it comes
Venus, the
to
thing
They
like,
is,
don't. They don't. They don't.
Venus,
I'm just hold on a second. You don't know other groups, okay? They don't. They don't. The man to woman thing. It's just some men are talking about it. It's literally happening everywhere. I mean, you have people in Iran, women in Iran.
what happened to him?
so
Well, I would
wait. So
disagree.
Here's I get what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately,
Wait,
what
JB,
you're
your
getting at is
family's
the
from Haiti, right?
say what?
Your family's from Haiti, right?
Yeah,
Be honest. Is this a thing
is what a thing.
where the men like publicly shame all over the internet the Haitian women? Is that a thing?
If no, I don't see that. If
That's
to
what I
answer your
mean by
question,
other
well, hold
groups.
up,
I
To
have
answer your question, I'm answering
On
your
the
question specifically,
internet,
right? I'm answering your question specifically, but I will tell you this: what if you ask most Haitian men? I'm gonna tell you this: most Haitian men in America, I've heard this conversation so many damn times. How they talk about how it was effectively a net negative, especially like men who married women in Haiti and and came to America with them. Most of the time, think it was a net negative that they took them to America.
I'm not disputing
So
that, but
no,
I'm
what I'm
talking
getting
about
at
the
is that the
need to
complaint still
publicly
hold up.
humiliate.
Let me
That's
tell
all.
here's what I'm getting at. The complaint still exists, right? You just because you don't hear about them, they exist. And on top of that, by the way, I may not know of them because I don't go to their channels. I don't listen to I mean I listen to some Haitian news channels, but again, I actually would be willing to bet there's probably channels where Haitian men are talking about this stuff because Haitian men do talk about it. Right.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
was
saying
going.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say they don't. I'm just saying I haven't seen videos of that myself, but I wouldn't doubt that it actually exists because Haitian men talk about that shit all the time.
I was gonna say, Venus, you also gotta remember that your algorithm is set to this shit. So it's a lot more shit out here than what we talk about in this small little circle.
I know that.
and you also have to take this into consideration. This is the most important thing. We are the ones that are popular. We're popular in Africa. The blacks in America are the popular ones. That's us. All over that continent, everywhere. We're the pop. So, like, we're going to be. They don't influence us at all, and it's actually one of the worst things, right? Because we don't borrow nothing much from other people's cultures. That's positive, but we influence the heck out of them. So we're the ones that are the more of the entertainers, globally, that are more recognizable. So it's a lot of factors that come in to not seeing them on the internet as much.
And specifically to your point, by the way, because ultimately what you're getting at is what I think you're getting at is the community aspect. Is you're saying you want to see a sense of pride, etc. The problem is how we define pride here, right? That's one of the problems. Is how we define pride. Because, for example, I get black people telling me all the damn time how JB don't like black people. JB doesn't like his skin. JB, they tell me that shit all the time, right? And, it, you know, I laugh at it because it's stupid, right? But ultimately, when you look at why do they tell me that? They tell me that because ultimately I actually have the same issue as you, is I hate the image that we project. I hate the shit that we glorify. And so for me, I shit on that stuff that we glorify. And I have,
That's a fact.
I do not
That's a
feel
fact.
ashamed at all. So, but because I shit on the shit that we glorify, I get called Uncle Tom, Sambo, you know, I mean, the whole list of shit that, you know, I'm going to get called, right? And I'm fine with that. But it's like, what do you put that sense of pride on? Because if you want to change your image, you got to first change your fucking behavior. So if you're not changing your behavior and we keep highlighting the same fuckery, we keep up, like I just got some news today, for example, that somebody that we know in this space, I'm not going to say who, right? But that they got married. That shit made my day, right? I want to see more of that, right? But when all we glorify and all that stuff is just fuckery and fuckery and fuckery and fuckery, and then when you shit on it, the black people who try to hold that accountable, black people bring them down. Black people drag them, right? The number of times I've seen black people try to drag Candace Owens, and when you listen to her message, she just wants the best for black people, right? But nobody wants to listen to her message, and they just drag her. And yet
I
she's
listened
not
to her.
the
I
one.
talked about her on my show 2 days ago, and they told me
She's
she was
not
a
the
bad
one.
example.
She's not the one twerking on cars on the highway. She's not the one twerking on cars on the highway. She's not the one making songs about eating ass, right? She's not the one doing none of that shit, right? But guess what? Black people drag her. Black people drag Candace Owens because she wants y'all niggas to do better. So what I'm saying is, there is, when you say pride, what are we defining as pride? What the fuck am I supposed to be proud of if we keep glorifying the fuck shit?
Well, another thing I have to say is this: I don't understand. It's very interesting to me now that women are complaining about men like listing their grievances against women, especially black women. You have it that black men are being more respectful to you today than they've ever been.
You think so?
Let me give you an example. Your moms were called bitches and hoes in every rap song. Your grandmas were pimped out on the streets by black men. So like your great grandmas were smacked in the face and not allowed to work by certain other, like a bunch of men on a podcast saying these are the things that I don't like from women and having conversations about them. I think they're meaningless, but we can. It's like a woman that is on Fresh and Fit's podcast saying that this is the worst thing. Should black men go back to doing what they were doing to black women, and should they handle it like that? Should they go back to just calling you a bitch or a hoe or this or that? Should they then like no. The thing I don't understand this, because this is the most civil I have seen black men be is on these podcasts, because it can go back to 2 short days if you want it to. And I don't think that you really want that, because if this is what you're calling disrespect, it's nothing compared to, don't fuck around with real G's quick to snatch your ugly ass off the streets. It can go back to that type of stuff.
I do not disagree with you. You know why?
It's just converted.
For real.
Ladies, hold on. The reason why
German Shepherd shit is better than Doberman Pinscher shit. I mean, it's still, if they both steal shit, it's just different shit. That's all it is.
Are you serious? Hold on a second. So you're telling me right now, you think, Callie, you're living in a worse position than a girl in the 90s?
Of what, if you would let me finish, but what I will say is that I will give the younger generation credit, because there's not as much colorism as it was back in the day. You know what I'm saying? It's not as bad as what it was back then when I was coming up as a teenager and a kid. So I will give y'all credit for that shit. But other than that, I'm just saying, you saying pick 2 different shits, and which shit is better and which shit is worse. I'm saying they both shit.
All
right,
excellent.
Aaron. I'll see y'all
We're
later.
gonna leave on that positive note that we've done much better with the colorism. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to read the super chats on the way out the door, because I need to get something to eat. I'm hungry. Okay, I'm hungry. All right. Dig Big Energy says, who do you think RP content was originally about? We know what it was originally about. They only hear when we speak. Okay. Timeout says, your search results are what you consume in your reality, but the majority don't even know this space exists. You choose what you hear. It's a good point. Sophisticated Jerk says, I wish another race of people would buy you a new mic. I think that was probably towards Venus. I don't know. Something about that mic. Dig Big Energy says, Chaz Sharday recently exposed myths Black women like to use. Might have to watch that. I didn't know that. Shout out to the Sophisticated Jerk said for the water fund. Appreciate you, brother. We gonna need it because I thought I was done for the night. I guess I got more work to do. Let me see here. Black women hurt themselves twerking at White Castle. You didn't say White Castle, but I threw that in there. And kissing Nick Fuentes. Clowns. Who kissing Nick Fuentes? Isn't that all right? Shout out to Twerk. He says, great content. I appreciate it. We got to get out of here before they destroy all the content available. DJ says, Black struggle has been splintered and appropriated by other victims groups, essentially watered down intersectionally. Wow, that was too many big words for me to comprehend, but I do appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in to the Aaron O Show, but we gotta go. We will see you on the next episode.